Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-audit human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI explanation for creative storytelling purposes. So today we're gonna see what if Harry Potter became the master of death through despair. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. After losing everything, Harry Potter falls into despair and embraces death itself. But instead of an end, he awakens as the true master of death, reborn with power beyond life and fate. Now, no longer a hero bound by rules, Harry walks a darker path to reclaim what he lost, and reshape the wizarding world. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Albus Dumbledore, Britain's much heralded leader of the light, stood riveted to the ground. His eyes drifting over the horrific blood stain, his nose assaulted by the metallic scent in the air, though he only half registered it as his thoughts were awhirl with all manner of what-ifs and maybes. All his carefully laid plans and schemes had all been for naught. He was responsible for this tragedy. He was as wholly responsible as if he had done the deed himself. Hadn't he though? Hadn't he brought all to ruin by his adherence to his personal mantra of, for the greater good? The greater good, bah! Where in the world is it written that the greater good is purchased through the blood and pain of a hapless orphan? He'd thought to toughen the boy up, to prepare him for the increasingly arduous ordeals that lie ahead. He'd done that by all accounts, only he'd been so proud of himself and all his well-thought-out schemes that he'd failed to take into account the most important element of his plan, the child himself. Harry was a person, not a tool. He had feelings, hopes and dreams of his own. Childhood wants for acceptance maturing into teenage desires to give and receive love. By all accounts he had at least become the champion of light that he was guided into being. Guided. That's a too nice term for manipulated. Great genius that even he considered himself to be. He was in essence just a fool. Why fight when there was nothing left to fight for? What cause was there left to fight for when you no longer had anyone or anything left to fight for? He had stood idly by whilst Umbridge stripped Harry of all but his breathing privileges. Persecuted and tortured daily, vilified in the prophet and the student population at every turn. Snape was given free rein to abuse and belittle him from the very day a too thin and underdeveloped Harry Potter set foot within Hogwarts. This school should have been a bastion of hope, let alone a safe haven for him as it was for the other students. Dumbledore even went so far as to coerce the rest of the staff to take a hard, unsympathetic stance, if not outright ignore any and all concerns, Potter-related, no matter how legitimate those concerns may be. Merlin above, how he loathed himself. Not just for what he'd done, but for what he failed to do. Sirius Black was dead. He should have cleared his name from the onset, knowing as he did, that Sirius was innocent of all wrongdoing. He could have left the boy that much. A father figure, someone to care for and be cared for by. But no, with Sirius out of the way it was far easier to harden the boy through endless trial and strife. He's hardened him all right. He'd hardened him to the point that his impact with the ground had broken it as well as himself. Albus Dumbledore stood contemplating the blood-drenched lawn beneath the castle's astronomy tower, this the final resting place of the light's chosen champion. This is what all his careful scheming had wrought. A wondrous child driven by despair to take his own life. This was how he'd repaid the Potter's sacrifice. This was the end result of his obscene delusions when he consoled himself that Sirius' imprisonment had served a higher purpose for the greater good. This was the net gain for encouraging Snape to persecute a kind and courageous child who craved nothing more than acceptance from peers and some measure of anonymity from strangers. As terrible a tragedy as this is, it could have been less so, had he but the courage to match the boy's own. Harry's body lay writhing upon the Ministry's shattered floor, demanding with Voldemort's voice to be killed. Tempted though he was, he could not risk taking the chance, as Voldemort would undoubtedly vacate before the killing curse did its dread work. But there had been that fleeting moment when Harry had held sway, when his eyes changed back to their pleading green and with his own voice he begged. Do it now, I can't hold him long, do it and now. Such valor fueled by an immense, unwavering love for one's fellows. Had he but the semblance of the boy's own courage he could have finished it. True, the boy would have been lost, but so too would Voldemort have met the true death. Ancient knees unused to bending even in their youth fell to the blood-stained lawn. Bitter tears came not for oneself but for that which was now lost. Tears came not for the loss of a prophesied child, or a champion, or even for the boy who lived, but for a boy. A sweet, caring, courageous boy who knew so little of love yet held more love than most would ever know. 2 days earlier. Please understand, Mr. Potter, their families are very distraught just now and emotions are running high. Just please, give them some time to adjust. Hopefully everything will sort itself out and tomorrow you can visit your friends. Madame Pomfrey beseeched him, offering hope that never quite reached her eyes with its sincerity. Now that Sirius was gone, all that was left to him were the friends that currently occupied the infirmary. Thankfully, most of their injuries were minor, but Ron and Hermione were badly wounded and it was his fault. He knew, and apparently so did their families, as Madame Pomfrey was trying to be polite, but the message was clear: go away. Tremulously he nodded his acceptance and ghosted away from the infirmary door that the nurse was effectively barring his entry to. All that was left to him was nothing. Yet another moment in a life filled with them where the best of intentions ultimately ended in ruination. Why am I so stupid? Why couldn't he have kept his head down, as McGonagall had warned him to? Why did he always barge ahead without thinking things through first? And why couldn't Dumbledore have ended this madness when he'd given him the chance? The headmaster had known the prophecy, he knew it all the time, and still he'd not acted in that brief moment when Harry had given him the chance. Why? And despite everything, he just knew that tomorrow's papers would be full of Voldemort's return. He wouldn't then be vindicated in the public's eye, just vilified for having allowed Voldemort's second return to power. It would start all over again as it did every year, the open stares of contempt and distrust. The whispers behind one's back. Maybe they'd even come up with an updated, "Potter stinks" button. He'd weathered it before, but at least he had Ron and Hermione's support then. Now he was alone though. It would be like the magical world's version of Harry hunting, only with nowhere to run and no place to hide. 2 more years of that to look forward to after another summer of the Dursleys, no thanks. Woodenly he made the trek to his dormitory, thinking to pack his trunk and make a run for it. He hadn't any idea to where, only that anywhere was better than here and what the future held for him. What more could they do to him? What else could they take? Unfortunately he was about to find out. Harry stumbled through the portrait hole to the Gryffindor common room, finding it unusually packed for this time of day, considering it was a bright summer day outside and tests were over for the school year. All conversation ceased the moment he entered the room and eyes turned his way. Some were far more hostile than he would have ever guessed from those he knew as not really friends, but at least being friendly acquaintances. Others looked sick and turned away or let their gazes fall to the floor as if they were ashamed of something. He wished the twins were here to at least make a joke or say something outrageous to lighten the mood. From the corner of his eye he saw Katie Bell nervously approach him. He couldn't fathom what could be so bad or what could have happened for her to look that way. She was always a bright, confident person, one of the many reasons she'd made head girl this year. She stopped just in front of him and in a hushed tone of voice apologized. I'm sorry, Harry. Oh no, Ron, Hermione, one of them must have. His mind reeled as he waited on her next words that he knew would further shatter his existence. Katie continued, but that is. Most of you shaved decided, that ice took a vote and well. Katie struggled to finish and failing that. Seamus Finnegan, in all his smug glory, obliged by cutting in sarcastically. You're out, Potter, he sneered triumphantly. 4 of our own in the infirmary, 2 of them fighting for their lives and all because of you. I'm out. Harry echoed hollowly, not understanding what they were telling him, though he clearly understood their hostility over current events as he loathed himself far more than they could. He turned his puzzled eyes back toward Katie, who was fidgeting and wiping at her eyes with the pad of her hand. Out of Gryffindor, she clarified tremulously. Stunned though he was, he could at least tell by her reaction that she hadn't wanted this, whatever this was. Honestly, he hadn't a clue what this all meant, so he asked. What does that mean, out of Gryffindor? He found out what it meant when Dean Thomas and Jack Sloper heaved his, already packed, trunk forward and wished him a fond adieu in the form of a sneering, disdain-filled flick of the chin toward the exit that clearly stated, "Get lost." Shocked though he was by this turn of events, he least thought to ask for the return of his owl's cage. Katie Bell broke down completely at that and was helped to a chair by Alicia Spinett, who, for her part, didn't seem too keen on the direction her housemates were taking things. Angelina Johnson explained to him that the inquisitorial squad had taken his having escaped them badly and had cowardly retaliated by. Harry stumbled and nearly fell backward in shock. His beloved Hedwig, gone. Distantly, he remembered Hans pulling away his Gryffindor striped tie and another tearing his former house patch from his robes before they guided him out through the portrait and changed the password to ensure he couldn't re-enter. Some few, he noted, were crying as he left, though who they were beside Katie he couldn't really grasp, such was his state of utter shock and dejection. Many more seemed celebratory and were congratulating each other as he left. These people's faces were indelibly etched on his mind's eye. He may not have known all their names, but he would forever remember their smug faces. He had been consoling himself that at least he still had Hedwig to keep him company in his trek out into the world whilst searching for a better life. This world had proved to be every bit as cruel and uncertain as the one he thought he was escaping from every 1st of September. The next morning found a lone figure clinging to the edge of the astronomy towers. Ramparts. Though it was early summer, the nights still held a spring chill to them, especially for one having slept outdoors overnight. The blue bell flames he'd conjured had done little to ward off the encroaching night's chill. All the struggling flames had been good for was a light to see by, and what he saw only added to his melancholy. An empty cage, a trunk filled with stained and oversized cast-off clothes. A picture album that was little more than a stark reminder of what he'd not only lost but had never really even known in the first place. A mirror that he'd forgotten he had and now he would never need, let alone for as little as to cast his reflection in. It now repulsed him. The fire he'd set in his trunk after that had at least proved sufficient to ward off the cold long enough for him to drift off into a troubled sleep. He awoke near midday, having escaped dawn's first waking rays beneath the shelter of the rampart wall. His joints were stiff from the cool paves upon which he'd slept. He didn't care. His stomach growled ominously, having not partaken of food in longer than it cared to remember. He didn't notice. The ash of all that he once owned, in the world, swirled away on the breeze, making him feel strangely free. Free and unencumbered as he hadn't felt since ever. He sat contemplating this, oblivious to the sights and sounds of the castle and grounds beneath his perch on the tower. The day passed and the sun was beginning to set when a soft throat clearing disturbed his lengthy repose. Normally, he would have welcomed the company, any company. But just now he found the interruption an unwelcome bother. Still, it was better that dwelling on thoughts of what will never be. He glanced over his shoulder to find Susan Bones cautiously approaching with a copy of the Prophet, twisted in her tremulous grasp. Today's late edition had, for once, accurately recorded the events at the ministry. He couldn't know it, but the whole of his former house were currently reading those events and feeling none too proud of themselves for what they'd unthinkingly done to a truer Gryffindor than most. Susan had always been kind to him. She was pretty in a natural, unassuming way. Susan had bouncy strawberry blonde hair that framed soft cheeks and an even softer pair of blue eyes. She also had a nicely kept figure and a voice that was a music all its own. He secretly fancied her for some time, not that she or anyone else would ever be interested for that matter. Why? Susan asked apprehensively. Why did he have to die? He didn't bother to ask to whom she referred, he already knew. Susan was asking about Cedric as she had many times before. No matter what he answered nor how placating, she never seemed mollified and eventually returned to ask the same thing over again. His mind scrambled for yet another platitude that might give her some measure of comfort, but eventually he decided why bother. Maybe she needed to hear the truth. Why though? What good had telling the truth ever really done him? He had the scars to prove it, indelibly etched into the back of his hand for posterity's sake. Oh, what the hell? He died for no other reason other than that he was in the way. Harry answered coolly. But couldn't he have dodged, or couldn't you have intervened? Something. She nearly begged, not nearly fathoming the absolute pointlessness of her friend's death. It all happened too fast. By the time we even registered the shock of someone so callously throwing out the killing curse, it was too late. I imagine it was much like what a fly experiences sitting on a wall. One minute you're there minding your own business and the next splat. His analogy, though accurate, was a harsh reminder of the delicacy of life. He expected her to burst into tears, maybe even flee the area wailing in her despair and helplessness. What he got instead was anger. Why then? Why didn't you kill him when you had the chance? Susan nearly screamed in accusation, brandishing the newspaper where he could just barely make out a picture of himself trying to duel back against Voldemort in the Ministry's atrium. I couldn't, he returned bleakly, turning his eyes away despondently. He hadn't the power or the experience to even make a dent, let alone finish the job. Susan snorted disdainfully at that in sarcastic amusement. Then what good are you? Shattering. Months and years would pass as he considered what was more shattering. Those words said in the heat of righteous anger and disappointment are the ground upon which he'd thrown himself. He realized in that moment that he was the fly. He was nothing more than a fly, and a spare one at that. He had no possessions, no home, no friends left, nothing, except a nutter out to kill him just to show the world that he could. It was just a matter of time before the inevitable occurred and splat. The only real unknown in the equation was how much more he would be forced to suffer before splat. It was then in that darkest of moments that he decided he would rob Voldemort of his future victory and thereby save himself that much more suffering and loneliness. Then what good are you? Susan had asked. He answered in the only way he knew how. In that darkest of moments she jumped. No. God in heaven, no. Susan had no conscious recollection of how long she stood staring blankly at the spot on the rampart wall that Harry had thrown himself from. It wasn't until the screams coming from below tore her from her state of utter shock. She haltingly dared to peer over the edge of the astronomy tower's ramparts, finding the horror she knew she'd find lying broken on the lawn below. In the last rays of twilight's demise she saw Professor McGonagall clutching desperately at a broken figure as a dark stain spread out ever wider from beneath them. No, dear child of the light, no. Lily Flower James, Sirius, help me, please don't take him from us. McGonagall sobbed and begged as she cast every charm she could think of to try and preserve what life still remained in his broken shell. Minerva McGonagall had been recovering from her many wounds, at the hands of Aurors led astray by Umbridge, when the news of the ministerial battle broke, only to be followed by the Order arriving to inform her that yet another of their number had fallen. All she could think of in that moment is that her dearest cub would need her. Harry's last true family in the world was gone, and all anyone could do was whisper in fear over Voldemort or blame the child openly for not defeating him when they dueled. Defeat him? Bah, what madness, pitting a 15-year-old against a master sorcerer with years and years of experience and a penchant for killing. She'd left the hospital on shaky legs with cane in hand, only too late. She'd no sooner had the castle doors in sight when a smallish figure fell to the castle's lawn with a sickening lump. She couldn't see who from the distance she was yet away, but she'd known. She'd known it was her dear cub. She could feel her heart shatter just as he did at that moment of impact. She would have dropped then and there to vent her grief were it not for the fleetest of hope that he might yet survive, impossible as that may sound. But when had the impossible not aligned itself with Harry Potter? Fervently she begged and pleaded with all she knew to spare the boy and thereby spare the rest of us. She knew what the prophesy foretold, just as she knew and had seen through all of Dumbledore's many machinations to see it come to fruition. She cursed herself many times for letting his view hold sway. Now, finally, when she'd decided once and for all to intervene on the boy's behalf, only too late. Not for the rest of magical Britain, she didn't care a whit. They'd made their own mistakes and were about to reap their just rewards. What she cared for, all she cared for, lay broken in her arms. His precious life was spreading out across the lawn and his once vibrant green eyes were dimming. The last ray of twilight held them captive, as if the world itself struggled to hold on a moment longer to keep the dark at bay, clinging to the boy's broken form in desperate hope. The world itself seemed to be holding its breath. It was in that faintest of moments that Minerva's aged eyes beheld a miracle. The boy's chest rose and fell, and rose again. Minerva gasped in renewed hope, casting the strongest preservative spell she knew before gathering the boy to her beast and trudging off toward the distant gates so she could apparate them directly to St. Mungo's, not daring to entrust him to even Madame Pomfrey's care, as she was a Dumbledore supporter through and through. Later that day, dead, a despairing voice monotoned from the great hall's entry. The child is dead. Minerva paused, wiping at her eyes with a linen handkerchief that was already wringing wet. What little noise from subdued conversation had silenced from the first. Now, the hall was filled with shocked gasps of denial and shrieks of dismay. No one had bothered to ask who she was referring to. They knew. Just as they knew who was ultimately responsible themselves. They'd all contributed in some fashion or another. Professor McGonagall stumbled wearily into the hall. Her tartan robes were stained with copious amounts of blood, his blood. Young witches began to openly cry into their hands or fall into each other's comforting grasp as the shock ebbed and reality began to settle in. McGonagall pulled herself up short at the Gryffindor table where none dared meet her accusatory gaze. She'd known what they'd done. She knew from the moment her eyes discerned the missing emblem on his blood-stained robes. Without preamble she cast a spell, as head of house, that removed the entire table's signet from their robes. "I see no Gryffindors here," she announced with utter disdain dripping from her every word. "Minerva, perhaps." Dumbledore's voice cut in, rising from his seat. McGonagall's eyes snapped toward the table from the head table. "Be silent, you fool," she scathed, taking some slight satisfaction in the way he slumped back pale-faced in his chair. "Do you at last feel vindicated?" she growled out in utter contempt, focusing her ire on the man responsible for today's tragedy. "Have you at last taken all that you could from the child in taking the last thing he had, his life?" Dumbledore seemed to fold in on himself, looking the frail old man that his years should, but had never indicated before. McGonagall turned the knife. Not that he ever had even the remotest semblance of a life. You saw to that personally by placing him with neglectful, abusing relatives that despised him through no fault of his own save being born magical. But that wasn't enough. No. She smirked triumphantly, going for the throat. When he finally was allowed to escape his tormentors, you replaced one abuse for another by turning your pet Death Eater loose on him. Minerva nodded her chin meaningfully toward Snape, who was still staring in shock at the unfolding drama around him. Students were crying openly in shame and regret, as were many among the staff. Temporarily she turned her riotous anger from Dumbledore to Snape. "Happy with yourself, Severus?" she simpered. With anything but sympathy for his plight. She pulled at her robes meaningfully. "This is all that remains of Lily's child within these walls." Snape lowered his eyes despondently toward his cooling meal. "Look at it, damn you!" McGonagall shouted in his face. Snape's eyes snapped back up to stare in horror at the display. The acrid smell of blood assaulted his nose as he fought the bile threatening to rise up the back of his throat. "You've always wanted his blood, well here it is. Tell me which half is your beloved Lily's and which is your hated schoolyard nemesis." Snape's head snapped back in revulsion and self-loathing at that. With an anguished cry he bolted from his seat and fled the hall. "Ever the coward," McGonagall commented offhandedly in his wake, dropping her robes back into place with a satisfied sigh of having made some accomplishment. Her gaze swept the hall, taking in the mournful, dour mood that had followed her arrival. "Badgered, bullied and vilified by his own," she commented toward all of them, her eyes traveling toward the Slytherin table where she was pleased to see that even Draco Malfoy appeared genuinely distressed. "Enjoying your evening edition of the Prophet, Mr. Malfoy?" she asked smugly, eyeing the paper displayed in his trembling grasp. "There it is for all of you to see with your own eyes. He's back, yes." Apparently Mr. Potter was telling the truth. "Not that it matters now. Tell me, Mr. Malfoy. You fancy yourself Mr. Potter's better in all things," she reminded the Ponce of a bully. "Is that thing he's dueling with on the front page something you'd care to face in a duel?" She was rewarded with Draco's face taking on a greenish tinge. What no smart remark. No glib reply, how unbecoming of a Malfoy. "Look at that thing that your rich, pureblood father bows and scrapes to. Now that he's locked away, I suppose you're next in line to prostrate yourself before that monster alongside your demented aunt." Her words were rewarded with Draco sicking up at the mental image of what his life was to become. Minerva. Really? Dumbledore tried reason but was cut off again. "I said be silent." Minerva shrieked in the old man's face. "The last Potter is dead. Lily's child dead on these very lawns. Gone now. And with all hope for the rest of us gone with him." Dumbledore opened his mouth to try and dissuade her, but she would not be denied as she shouted the contents of the prophecy out, word for word, for all to hear. If she'd thought the hall was as a whole shocked and regretful before, that was as nothing compared to the pall that settled over the student body. "We will fight as if all hell depended on our winning, for it will. Not but death, Avery and worse lie in store for us should Voldemort win," she pronounced soulfully. Think on this in the dark days ahead. Think on this when you go into battle or choose outright to submit to the inevitable. Think on how you might have gone into battle with an acute sense of hope in your ultimate triumph had you but ears to hear with and eyes to see. A champion stood among you. He wanted neither accolades nor worship for his many deeds. At this McGonagall paused to recant all of Harry Potter's past deeds that were as little more than idle gossip and rumor among the whole of Wizarding Britain, let alone the student body. Seeing the still incredulous looks and disbelief on many faces, she looked to Dumbledore to confirm her accounting. Do I exaggerate? Though the old man looked stricken unto death at this point, he managed to nod and state desolately for the record. If anything, you were too modest in your summation, Minerva. McGonagall turned challenging eyes on the whole of the student body, singling out a few for EFFCT. Take on a 60-foot basilisk, Mr. Malfoy, and perhaps, for once, you will have actually earned the right to brag the way you do. Quote, Malfoy did the unexpected and broke into bitter tears. And you, Mr. Finnegan, why don't you take a stand for what is true and accurate at the expense of your peace and personal self-respect, lost for no more than your willingness to tell the truth, no matter how unbecoming that truth may be. Seamus Finnegan was rewarded with many friends and supporters moving their chairs surreptitiously farther away from his person. Minerva was satisfied to see that Seamus was about to get the Harry Potter treatment in spades. Minerva saved the best for last. She felt she owed it to Harry despite her misgivings. Susan Bones sat trembling with her friend, Hannah Abbott rubbing supportive circles on her casque and cooing reassuringly in her ear. McGonagall strode up to the young Hufflepuffs and addressed Susan with a bit of sympathy in her tone despite what she was about to relay. You have lost both your parents, a devastating loss to be sure. Imagine, if you will, what it would mean to lose your aunt, your last remaining family in all the world. Susan closed her eyes and shook her head, trying to fight back tears as she fought to dispel the image of her mind and lost. At seeing her resolve sway, Minerva finished. Now imagine in the wake of that losing your friends and having your entire house turn against you. Imagine the loss and despair, hoping for all the world to find nothing more than a supportive shoulder to cry out the injustice of it all, let alone a compassionate word from someone who could at least empathize with such loss. Susan's horror-filled eyes shot open with a gasp as she realized that McGonagall knew. How she could have known she couldn't fathom, but she knew that Susan had been there in his darkest moment of need and had only served to make things worse. Susan fled the great hall in tears of shame and revulsion, her friends hot on her heels shooting reproachful glares at McGonagall for having caused Susan further distress. If anything, their disapproving looks helped her to feel somewhat vindicated in the child's behalf. Sighing, Minerva McGonagall turned her attention back to the entire hall and addressed them with more compassion than she felt or that they even deserved. Today, mourn, for tomorrow you will be going home. Go home and think on the events of this year and what they may or may not portend for the years ahead. Let us each come to grips with who we are and decide if it is who we wish to become. Let your hearts and your conscience be your guide. Harden yourselves for what lies ahead, for now, more so than ever before, we need each other. We can yet prevail if we unite as one mind and one voice. If you can do it for no other reason, then do it for him. That said, McGonagall left the hall an emotional wreck, planning to take her own advice over a large glass of her native scotch. She hadn't hardly sipped more than a finger's width of single malt when a tentative knock sounded at the door of her private quarters. She smirked, eyeing the waiting glass she had prepared for just such visitor. Albus Dumbledore quietly let himself in, knowing he required only to announce his intention as they were old friends, and such formality of requiring an invitation was long since lost on the two of them. Albus lowered himself into the adjoining side chair and helped himself to the waiting drink, sighing with pleasure after a healthy swig passed his lips. Quite a performance, Minerva. He saluted his counterpart with his glass, half in appreciation for the drink as well as the speech she delivered. He deserved all of it and more, if you ask me. She quipped. Albus nodded, not even considering the challenge in that statement. And much more, he agreed. I meant every word of it. She countered, wanting him to realize his part. He nodded and with a sigh he agreed. And I deserved it. I could not see the forest for the trees, as they say. Now, because of my short-sightedness, Sirius is dead and Harry lies at death's door. He recounted his actions at the Ministry and what had transpired between Harry, he and Voldemort. Minerva listened to the story without so much as batting an eyelash. If anything, she was that much more proud of her cub. You should have killed him when Harry afforded you the chance, she decided. Dumbledore shrugged helplessly. Maybe we might have destroyed the Dark Lord in the process, but killing Harry would have been a certainty either way. McGonagall too sighed at the difficulty of such a decision, but steadfastly retained that Harry would have held him as long as it took to see it done. He would have found a way. Dumbledore contemplated the remains of his glass which he swirled idly in his hands. Eventually he answered her, though he was perhaps speaking as much to himself as he was her. I know that, but when it came right down to it I just couldn't sacrifice the boy. As much as it might have ridded the world of the horror that is Voldemort, how much more so is the horror that I would be depriving the world of such a child. Dumbledore finished his glass and with a regretful sigh he admonished. I'm too old for war and certainly too old to make the hard choices. Had I taken the chance some positive outcome might have at least come from all this misery. Now, the child is as good as dead as if it was from my own wand. That, and Voldemort is free to wage his war unchallenged. Old yes, but you've still got a little left in the tank, as they say. Minerva contradicted. You still had the balls to call in Croaker and his lot. She complimented him though her face held an odd look of foreboding despite her feisty return. Dumbledore smirked at his second's language and would have scolded her if it would accomplish anything, which it wouldn't. Probably too little too late, he sighed wearily. Even if Lewis people can work some miracle or other, the boy will never be the same. He shuddered inwardly at what that fate just might portend. He wasn't deluding himself that the effort was nigh impossible nor that if they were successful just what measures might be employed to reach the level of impossible. It was left to the unspeakables to see if they could perform the impossible and save the child from his many impact wounds. Finally all avenues of desperation failed as the healers were forced to accept the inevitable. The lead healer, Garth Samuel, stood back from the boy's blood-soaked gurney and his eyes traveled to the clock on the wall. He tracked the course of the second hand as he listened to the monitor's signal of the child's fading heartbeat. Beep, 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 beep. The distance between those ominous alerts was growing wider and the healer's dry lips parted as he readied to call out his final verdict for a patient that he wanted so much to save. The announcement was on the tip of his tongue when unspeakables swarmed into the emergency surgical suite. He'd barely even began to protest when their head displayed his credentials as he'd rarely done before, as usually the uniform with its many pips on the collar was more than enough validation. Healer Samuels gaped at the name and rank that denoted the shrouded person looming before him. When the man withdrew his hood enough to reveal his face as the one indicated by his credentials, the healer went weak in the knees. The unspeakables took the child without a moment's pause. The head unspeakable asked pointedly for the healer to verify. Time of death. This person's credentials were such that no witch or wizard, not even the Minister of Magic himself, would question his authority in any and all matters. 6:38 p.m., the healer stammered, understanding the order he was being given. The unspeakable nodded, closing his wallet and tucking it away in the folds of his dark blue unspeakable's robes. With a last, "You never saw May was never here," he swept from the room knowing that none in the room would ever utter a word otherwise. Every newspaper headline in magical Europe heralded the death of Harry Potter. People mourned openly in the streets. Others quaked in fear over what would befall them now at the hands of Voldemort. The Child of Destiny was gone and the Light's leader, Albus Dumbledore, had fought Voldemort in an epic duel, but was unable to defeat the dreaded Dark Lord. With the heir apparent, Harry Potter dead and Albus Dumbledore's legendary magical power insufficient to the task, magical England's future prospects for peace and freedom seemed very grim indeed. So what did the magical public do? It did what it usually does, pointed fingers and assigned blame. Merlin forbid the sheep should rise up and defend themselves from the wolves in their midst. They at least got one or two things right in the firestorm that followed Harry's death. Cornelius Fudge was the first to go, and good riddance to incompetent, self-serving, graft-ridden non-leadership. He was followed immediately after by his senior undersecretary, Dolores Umbridge. The only sad part there was that she, unaware of this development as she was currently heavily sedated in the psychiatric ward of S, oblivious to her much-deserved sacking and the public outcry for her head. Amelia Bones was immediately instituted as the interim minister. She immediately increased funding and brought her powers to her Aurors and hid wizards. Unlike her predecessor, She not only allowed the unspeakables to enter the fray, but actually begged them for their assistance in the mounting war. They were only too happy to comply. The second thing she did was bring to trial all known Death Eaters captured during the Battle of the Ministry. Pleas of innocence by imperious curse were dismissed without a moment's consideration. Only cold hard facts were entered into court. They were caught in Death Eater garb and bore the mark of their twisted leader. The mark itself was well-known badge of revulsion and dishonor garnished through murder and beep. The accused wands were scanned, revealing dark and unforgivable curses. Lastly, testimonial accounts of eyewitnesses heard, and after deliberation and sentencing an immediate execution was not only warranted, but expected. The line was drawn after that. Death Eaters caught in future were to be executed with extreme prejudice. Their family fortunes forfeit to the ministry to be distributed toward the war effort and to those victimized by the Death Eaters' acts of wanton terrorism. There would be no more bribes for clemency taken. The Auror contingent at Azkaban was immediately tripled. There would be no more breakouts from Azkaban only to beleaguer the British public again and again. This was war against terrorism and oppression. The only acceptable outcome was the elimination of one's foes to ensure one's complete and total victory. These and many other changes were sorely needed in the face of what lay ahead in the campaign against Voldemort. The only question was, if it was already too late. Arthur Weasley sighed and wearily folded up his copy of the Daily Prophet, passing it off to his eldest son. What he'd thought was in the best interest of his family paled in the light of another day. He'd wanted his youngest children out of continued Harry Potter adventures that only grew more daring and subsequently more dangerous every year. They'd accomplished great things together, true, but he was still their father and he'd wanted them safe and secure. He and Molly along with the Grangers only wanted a bit of time to decompress and set some ground rules for everyone's protection. They never wanted to sever friendships and cause heartache, especially not like this. Harry was dead. Dumbledore had solemnly informed them the night before of what transpired. Though Albus assumed much of the responsibility for things, Arthur knew that he and Molly along with the Granger parents were as much to blame as if they'd pushed the boy themselves. God above, what had they been thinking? The bitter truth was that they hadn't. They hadn't thought about how Harry had lost his last true family. They hadn't even considered, in the face of their children's injuries, how grievously wounded their surrogate child and children's best friend was. They, like everyone else, held Harry to a different standard, one that didn't recognize they were placing their expectations and burdens on a teenage boy. Arthur Weasley's saddened eyes traveled the width of the Hogwarts infirmary. Never before could he remember so many beds filled by the emotionally wounded, with such a pall of misery present in place of hope. Molly lay next to her youngest son's cot. She was heavily sedated and Ron was still unconscious from his wounds and blissfully unaware of the horror that awaited his recovery when he would learn that his best friend was gone. His youngest daughter was being held and consoled by her older brother, Charlie. Ginny had yet to meet her father's pleading eyes and he was beginning to worry that she never would, such was her rage born of grief and despair. His twin sons held camp away from their siblings, keeping vigil over Ron. Their usually jovial presence nowhere in evidence as each quietly comforted the other. As far as they were concerned, they'd lost one of their own and were in obvious mourning. Fred, the more boisterous and gregarious of the two, which was saying something, was sobbing desolately whilst his brother clung supportively beside him trying to fight back his own tears and failing. Hermione's mother was staring vacantly out the window of the infirmary. Her arms were wrapped around herself as if trying to ward off a chill that she never would. Her husband rubbed reassuring circles on her back and cooed gently to his wife, all the while casting worried glances toward his unconscious daughter. No doubt the two were faced with the dilemma, as he and Molly were, of what to tell their child when she finally awoke. What could they say that would make them accept their best friend was gone? That their parents, in their grief and shock, had dismissed their stricken friend, thoughtlessly blaming him for their children's injuries. How could they make them understand what it was to see your children lying wounded and fighting for their lives? How in that moment of despair all you can think to do is shelter them from more harm? How could they help them to see how terribly sorry and unintentionally destructive they'd thought their actions had been? They couldn't. Lewis Croker spent hours keeping vigilant watch, not knowing whether his charge would ever wake or not, and if so, how would he respond to the necessary changes made in desperation to save his flagging life? They, thus far, had accomplished only something they'd ever even considered in theory. the ramifications of which were both astounding and horrific. The fact that he was still seemingly alive was nothing short of a miracle. For all he knew, they may have just bridged the age-old quest for immortality, after a fashion. Louis Croker wouldn't be seeking any Nobel Prize, however, but rather complete anonymity, as one would expect from an arguable. None of his researchers or medical personnel had any notion of whether or not what they had done was in any way successful. Sure, the lights were on, but was anyone home? The body lived. Its heartbeat and lungs pumped air in and out, but was the boy still with us? Had his soul remained, or had it departed upon initial death? It hadn't gone unnoticed that the death chamber was in an uproar since the boy's heart had stopped and the transfer had been made. The veil was billowing violently, and the whispers from within had rose to deafening crescendo from the advent of the boy's initial death. It was clear that many parties on the other side were greatly disturbed on the whole. All anyone could do now was wait and worry over what they'd done and whether or not if it had actually worked, let alone if it was actually the right thing to do. Thus, the head of the Unspeakables watched and waited as he considered the ramifications of his actions. If Harry Potter survived, he would need a lot of help that the Unspeakables were only too eager to provide. Too long had they been kept in reserve, forced to watch and wait as the Dark Lord was allowed to kill and recruit unchecked. The boy had been as a beacon of hope for the wizarding world, and as usual, their world had squandered so priceless a resource. The Unspeakables would not. They knew treasure when they saw it. Only, they did not intend to exploit him. No, they would help him in any and every way possible. He would be trained for and assisted in his dread task. That, and Croker vowed that for once the boy would be cared for and appreciated as one with so much courage and compassion deserves to be. The boy shames us all. Lou Croker pondered desolately. How his cousin could have failed one of her precious cubs he couldn't imagine. Minerva had always been so protective of her lions. On their monthly luncheons she would fill their conversation with tales of the boy's adventures along with his stalwart friends, the famous Golden Trio. Idly he wondered how the other two-thirds were faring during this bitter time. He wished he could give them some measure of comfort, some inkling that all may have not been lost, but he dared. World was about to take a violent turn for the worse, and if it was known that the boy survived, in any capacity, Voldemort would never stop from seeking the boy's permanent all. The foul vermin's life depended on the boy dying, whether he wholly knew that or no. Louis Croker suspected he did, and now with thinking the boy dead, the Dark Lord would waste little time in stepping up his attempts to conquer magical Britain. Croker had been so eager to meet the child, knowing he was a prime candidate to join their ranks, had planned to make an initial contact once his owls were completed, hoping to arrange an apprenticeship or at the very least allow for some advanced training or study. Now, all he could do was keep vigil, hoping that what they'd done would prove sufficient to preserving the child's life and providing for some semblance of a future. Hopefully that future was for more than just dying at the hands of a madman. Hoping and praying, desperately praying that if he lived the boy would understand what was done, let alone accept and hopefully, in time, forgive. A strange notion for an unspeakable, but the boy was not an unspeakable, at least not yet. Unspeakables did what was necessary, no matter what. One life for many would seem wholly inconsequential in the greater scheme of things. Not that they ever sold themselves cheaply. Nay, they would never sacrifice one of their own if there was any other possible way, and even if there wasn't, they'd find one. If the worst should occur and one of their number was forced to sacrifice themselves to save his or her fellows, they would be remembered and avenged. Louis Croker had left Potter's room only to attend his many duties, albeit briefly and only when absolutely necessary. He even ate in and used the facilities adjoining the boy's room so as not to be away when, and if, his charge awoke. Louis Croker had known the Potters, both Lily and James. He'd recruited the both, but James was set on being an Auror along with his best friend and constant cohort, Sirius Black. Lily was a genius at charms and was much desired in their research and spellcrafting divisions. They at least were able to obtain her services in a limited, reserve capacity, and were grateful for having that much. Such a horrific waste, losing the two of them on no more than a madman's quest for power and immortality. So much more so would that compound if they lost the child now. He remembered meeting young Harry when Lily had brought him to work one day, not trusting him to a sitter. It was just before the Potters went into hiding. Harry was the image of his father, only with his mother's mesmerizing eyes, and gentle boy was curious and his young, unassuming eyes gleamed with intelligence. That and he radiated power at a level that was staggering. It was so rare to see accidental magic in one so young, especially occurring so often and at such a high. It took a few years for the magical core to develop enough for the child to even do a rare summoning of a beloved toy, though he had disappeared from his very office, causing an all-out panic. An immediate search ended when he was found to have apparated back to his mother's surprised arms, much to her exasperation and pride. Louis could empathize, as Lily was someone everyone delighted in when around and missed when, and those that knew her missed her still. She was that sort of person. On some level, Harry undoubtedly still ached terribly for her, whether he knew it or not. Tired and more morose than he cared for, Louis stepped out for a breath of fresh air and to grab a cup of coffee. In no more than the space of 5 or 10 minutes, since he'd left, all hell broke loose. First screams filled the hallway. They were screams of shock and despair. Horrible, heart-wrenching screams that tore at the very soul. Louis tossed his coffee in the rubbish bin and flew back the way he'd come, running faster as the room ahead echoed with desperate pleas that grew to shouts of alarm from treating and support staff. Louis, himself, growled angrily in denial when he heard shouted stunning spells from the room ahead. He'd left the strictest of orders that the child, if he survived, was to be handled with the utmost caution initially. His worry turned to surprise when the red light of stunners rebounded out of the room and ricocheted down the hallway he was in, forcing him to dive out of the way and roll back to his feet, barely sparing his forward momentum. He'd hardly made the door with an order to desist on his lips when an unspeakable healer researcher came hurtling bodily out of the room, sending the two of them sprawling across the hall. He'd just extracted himself from the unconscious man when a wind came out of nowhere, rising into a maelstrom. The wind fairly screamed, it was moving so fast. He was battered and buffeted by all manner of objects despite Herculean efforts to vanish his way clear. He'd just broached the boy's door when a pair of stunners hit the boy and his blue eyes rolled up into his head and he slumped unconscious to the floor. Damn it all to hell! Lou Croarker raged at the two unspeakables, who for their part, had slumped back bodily against the wall in obvious relief, gasping for air with hands on knees. Their cloaks lay in tatters, their bodies sported innumerable cuts and bruises as if they'd been in a fight for their very lives. Two more of their fellows were strewn across the room. These were the sad remains of the guard posted on the child's room 24/7. One was unconscious, the other groaning piteously whilst holding his bleeding head. I left strict orders that the boy was to be handled with extreme diligence. Croker raged, stomping into the room. His subordinates immediately snapped to attention with more energy than they'd known they still had. One was trembling as he gasped out in defense of himself and his comrades. We heard the screams and came running with wands drawn, thinking he was under assault, but when we entered his room, everything just went wild. It felt like the temperature shot up 100 degrees and wind came out of nowhere. Stigma was already here, trying to reason with the lad, but the boy's hands shot forward and Stigma was sent flying out of the room like a dozen banishers hit him at once. Dozer went flying when he pulled his wand, and he goes a good 120 kilos of pure muscle. Reaper and Griffin, his initial guard, were sent careening into each other but managed to get off a couple of stunners each, much good as it did them. Hunter and me dropped him with a pair of stunners just before you arrived. I swear it was self-defense, Dragon. His cohort, Hunter, was nodding emphatically in agreement. Croker walked up to the man and with a growl of frustration and outrage he pulled the cowl from his head, revealing the man's identity. Any protest he may have had at that was never vented as he stood quaking from his commander's close scrutiny. Louis Croker was the only unspeakable who knew all the identities of those under his command, even those deeply undercover. His subordinates were already groaning in understanding as he extrapolated. Waking in a strange place, shocked by what he sees in the mirror, at this Croker pointed to the smashed mirror above the room's vanity and the trail of blood that led down to the boy's fist. Night blue robes and cowls hiding your identities come barging in with wands drawn in diminished light. What else was he to think, but Death Eaters? I'd have assumed the same myself. He spat out incredulously, his voice laced with extreme disgust. His subordinate paled dramatically, his partner already groaning apologetically at their own foolishness. In the man's defense, this was the first time any of them had someone recovering in their medical facilities that wasn't already one of their own. Seeing that his point had sunk in successfully and knowing such mistakes would not be repeated in future, Croker deflated somewhat, knowing he was as much to blame as they were, if he was honest with himself, which he always tried to be. With a last sigh of regret, Croker himself gathered up the boy and gently laid him back on his bed. He could not fault them their wariness, if unthinking. The boy was not one of them, at least not yet. All unspeakables obscured their identities when in the public sector. Their cowls held special enchantments that shrouded their faces and altered their voices. Only their fellows knew each other. They were a fraternity, a family, and if you couldn't trust your own family, then who could you trust? In all their storied history, only one among them had ever betrayed his fellows. Rook would curse his memory because he'd been expediently dispatched once he'd aligned himself with Voldemort, committing treason against his own. The filth had even tried to recruit others within their ranks, for that he'd suffered long. Croker held the shroud up meaningfully, shooting a glare from one to the next. Raven, you and Hunter guard the door. I'll have someone relieve you in 10 to 12 hours. Dismissed. The two nodded gratefully and hastened to their posts without further comment, knowing that from Dragon, that was as much of an apology as they would ever receive. Croker cast a numbing charm over the boy's bloody knuckles before summoning the broken shards of glass from the wounds. Once done, he repaired the mirror, suspecting as he did that it would not be the first time he would need to do so in the coming weeks. He'd barely finished when Stigma came stumbling up, rubbing at the side of his, uncloaked and obviously bruised, head. Merlin, what happened? The man grumbled warily, his eyes shifting to the, now unconscious, man on the bed that his commander was caring for personally. It was the first time that he'd ever seen his commander ever take so personal an interest in any of his operatives, and the boy wasn't even one of those as yet. You tell me. Dragon returned with an appreciative tone, explaining. The boy doesn't even have a wand and he's far too old for accidental magic. Stigma shot his commander a look of surprise before hastily pulling his own wand and running a scan over the object of their interest. The healer researcher's eyes widened at his wand's initial diagnostic. Shaking his head, believing he must have erred, he ran another diagnostic and another, and another. Finally Dragon's hand pulled the man's wand hand aside pointedly. It can't be. It just can't be. The man mumbled, still staring at his wand's display. What? The healer's eyes rose up to his commander's searching gaze. His core. He has two of them. The man murmured in disbelief. What? How? Croker demanded. The healer shrugged helplessly. He shouldn't. Not with. Wait a minute. The man rushed out of his room to an adjoining one where he quickly ran a diagnostic over the body that was barely alive with the aid of extensive life support charms and even a muggle ventilator on standby just in case the charms failed. Stigma ran the diagnostic a second time just to be sure before he compared the results of both diagnostics from the two separate bodies. Dragon had just entered, having given up on waiting for the healer's return. Before he could ask, the healer blurted out his findings. He was going to say the first body, but amended this. Potter has two distinct cores in his body. One's relatively average, but the other's off the scale. It's like infused throughout his entire body and it's growing almost as if unchecked, like it's been held back from growing over the years. I can't understand that. The man half apologized, half marveled over. If Dragon was surprised, he didn't show it in his facial expressions, asking instead with a note of suspicion. And the other. He amended, nodding toward the body on life support. The healer's face took on a sickly pall as he only half-heartedly glanced toward the struggling body. There's something theorates not corpor se like we initially thought, but it's magical. Only it's not centered in his chest, but rather around his head. Croker's eyes narrowed further as he pressed. Where around his head exactly? The right side, whatever it is, it's dark, very dark magic and it's. I don't know, it's sentient, but on a rudimentary scale. It's not like anything I've ever. The man struggled to explain his own unexplainable findings, shrugging helplessly as he did so, shifting his attention between his wand and his boss, but avoiding looking back toward the object of inquiry. Croker's eyes shot open in alarm as his own suspicions were confirmed in that instant. Destroy it. Burn it to ash. He barked out in horrified understanding. Wah, but you said. The man began to argue, but his commander brushed him aside, bringing his own wand to bear. Incendio. Croker shot an overpowered flame curse and the body erupted in flames. Though shocked by this turn of events from his commander's previous orders to preserve the body at all costs, he was that much more shocked to outright terror when a wailing screech of denial rose in a black inky cloud over a body that should have been soulless and devoid of any such response. Even more alarming was when his commander barked out in rage at the wailing smoke. "You filthy bastard! The boy and I will hunt you to the ends of the earth," he vowed, and shockingly, the cloud seemed to understand as it wailed even more despondently before it dissipated. The body collapsed in ash and naught but dust motes drifted away into the room's filtration system. Louis Croker's lip curled back in revulsion as he uttered a last "Scum," before vanishing the smoldering ash from existence. Many hours later, the boy began to stir. Blue eyes slowly cracked open. At first confused and disoriented by unfamiliar surroundings, they changed to understandably curious as they moved toward the room's only open door. Stumbling woodenly, he paused, obviously perplexed by the way his body poorly responded to his commands. Shrugging, he continued to the bathroom and tended to his most immediate need and relieved his aching bladder. Initial sighs of relief morphed to an exclamation of surprise when he finally chanced to look down and absently realized things had changed. "Wah, what's going on?" A face appeared in the mirror above the vanity, one he didn't recognize. His eyes went out of focus as he recalled having seen this vanity before. Having seen this face in it, the sound of breaking glass as his fist smashed said glass in shock and dismay over a reflection he didn't recognize. Confusion turned to alarm as his hands went to his face. Alarm turned to surprise when his finger moved aside sandy brown hair, finding no lightning bolt scar there. A sigh of relief turned to tears of more confusion, that and disappointment. The sort of disappointment one feels when they realize that somehow, someway they have survived and the nightmare they'd thought to escape was still ongoing. Great racking sobs echoed from the porcelain-lined bathroom as the boy cried for what was, but could now never be, even in his wildest imaginings. Eventually his crying diminished to sniffles as he reluctantly began to embrace his fate. Steeling himself, he returned his gaze to the mirror and found not just one, but two unfamiliar faces staring back at him. The other immediately held up his empty hands in a non-threatening gesture. Who are you?" The boy stuttered over his own question, not recognizing his own voice. "My name is Louis Croker, Mr. Potter," the man said plainly, adding a brief explanation. "I am the commander of the Unspeakables. You're currently in the Department of Mysteries, Medical Bay." The boy seemed to mull this over briefly before half turning toward his vanity and putting a hand to his unfamiliar face in question. Did you?" "Yes," Croker returned honestly. "Why?" The boy's voice cracked despondently. "Please believe me that there was no other way. Your body was too heavily damaged, we couldn't save it. You were slipping away, and as extreme an experimental endeavor as this was, it was the only thing we could think to do. Frankly, I'm actually astounded that it even worked." The man finished incredulously, trying and failing not to gap at his charge. Harry Potter turned back and stared at his reflection in the mirror. At length he commented that, "It feels weird, like I don't belong, kinda like Polyjuice." The commander half sighed, half chuckled at that. "I imagine it does. Sorry if I seem amused, it's purely the irony, as apparently I'm reliably told that you've had some prior experience with Polyjuice potion." Harry nodded absently, commenting vaguely, "My second year. My friend, I had some help with it." He hastily amended, not wanting to get Hermione in trouble for brewing a banned potion, however noble the reason. Croker smirked in understanding. "No doubt from Miss Granger's quarter. Her reputation precedes her as the cleverest witch of her age." Harry turned wide-eyed, suddenly worried for his friends. "Did they know I'm He was going to say, okay, but he wasn't really sure he was that, being that he was in someone else's body, apparently a rather young, but still adult male wizard. He had sandy brown hair, blue eyes, and was about 6 feet tall with an athletic build. He was at least relieved to see that he wasn't so short, scrawny and malnourished as he'd been his whole life. Croker grimaced at his young charge's question, answering truthfully that, "I'm afraid not. The wizarding world believes you dead. Harsh though that sounds, I think it prudent that we maintain that facade if we are to keep you off of Voldemort's radar, as it were." Harry nodded absently at that, both relieved and despairing. At length he asked, what do you want?" He was afraid that he already knew the answer but needed to hear it just the same. The answer both confirmed his fears and surprised him. We want. Lew Croker paused and finished more tactfully. I won't lie to you, we need your help in ridding the magical world of Voldemort. That, and we want to give you something in return. What's that? A one-way ticket to Azkaban once the deed is done, assuming I'm not dead by then. He shot back sarcastically. He had his fill of the Ministry's notion of a fair deal. Sirius was proof of that both when he was alive and even more so now that he was dead. Lew Croker shook his head sadly. He couldn't blame the boy for his well-earned animosity. Dumbledore, Fudge, Umbridge, all the powers that be, had wronged the boy one way or another and many times over at that. Even the Unspeakables, though they had had little choice, had imprisoned his soul in a body, in a continued existence that was not of his choosing. He felt wholly vile in that moment, but was resolved to his course in the honest belief that he could and would offer the teenager the sort of fairness he was too often denied up to this point. As I said, I won't lie to you. I know of the prophecy and I know that you are our only hope to eradicate the threat of Voldemort. I also know that your godfather has died and that he was innocent of the crimes to which he was accused. In that, I am truly sorry. Sorry that I cannot change what had passed, but I can and will do what is right by you in the future, from this moment forth. At seeing Harry's sarcastic retort on the tip of the young man's tongue, Croker held up a restraining hand as he pleaded his case. As I said, I won't lie to you. Yes, we beg that you stay and aid us in the fight against Voldemort and pledge that you will not fight him and his alone. The Unspeakables stand ready to both train you and fight at your side. We are a family, of sorts, and we offer you a place within that family for however long you may wish to honor us with your presence. If you wish to leave, then go, with both our apologies for what has been done, but also with our profound regrets that you will not be counted among us both in the coming fight as well as within our family. Your family fortune is being transferred as we speak to a secure vault. You need only to settle upon a new identity, which we will gladly establish for you, or maintain your true identity. Though I wouldn't necessarily recommend that course as certain, shall we say, interested parties will no doubt seek you out. Either way, the entirety of what is yours will be returned to you to do with as you wish. You could quit these shores for distant lands, free to live a life of peace and anonymity, and I wouldn't blame you in the least if you did. After several moments, Harry nodded with wary gratitude before he asked apprehensively. That all sounds well and good, but I can't help wondering what's the catch. Lewis Croker smiled appreciatively at that, liking the boy the more and more. A hard life had taught him to be necessarily wary of Greeks bearing gifts. There is no catch per se, unless of course you choose to remain and join our ranks. Do that and you will be trained properly. He placed great emphasis on the word, explaining further. By properly I mean you will get a crash course in being an Unspeakable. Normally that would take 2 years of advanced training, with most recruits having successfully completed either Auror or Hit Wizard training as a perquisite. You would need to train the full 2 years, and by that I mean 24/7 year-round for 2 solid years, both in class and out in the field. Every day you'd undoubtedly want to quit. Every day you'd curse both your instructors and I for your lot in life. The answer on why you suffer will come when every time you look in the mirror and you see a face that is not your own. Harry turned and looked in the mirror at that, his new hand ghosting to the face he saw. It wasn't a bad face as faces went. If anything, he could at least appreciate that he had manageable hair and that damnable scar was gone, and thus far so was the throbbing never-ending pain he'd always have had to endure. His finger traced the spot where it had been on his original body. At seeing this, Croker acknowledged the change and what had happened to his original body once he'd learned what it housed. Are there more of them, do you think? Harry asked apprehensively, trying to swallow down the revulsion he felt at what he unknowingly carried within himself. Croker nodded with a distinct air of foreboding. Several more, I believe. Just how many I don't know. It's unconscionable to even contemplate such a thing, let alone do it even the once. No sane wizard would do such a thing, but Voldemort. Croker shrugged, his worry that Voldemort would probably consider such an undertaking negligible. Harry nodded in agreement. He would. I know he would. He's the most twisted, evil thing you can imagine. Croker smirked a half-smile at that. I can imagine quitty a bit, but I take your meaning. He wants to rule the world, you know, not just Britain, and he wants to live forever while he's at it, he added in warning. I suspected as much, hence the Horcruxes. He wants to make sure he gets there and stays on the throne once he does. He's a mad dog, and he needs to be put down. Croaker expressed, fixing his gaze on Harry pointedly. The prophesy again? Harry asked tremulously, beginning to understand how everything always seemed to come back to the prophesy. The prophesy, Croaked affirmed stoically. Shrugging helplessly, he amended. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a believer in putting all our lives onto a teenage boy to save us. I'd like nothing better than a crack at the bastard myself, but I've seen enough over the years to know that once these damn things are initiated, they have a way of becoming self-fulfilling no matter how hard we try to avoid them. I wish I could tell you that in the face of all that's changed you could start over somewhere with a clean slate and never have to worry over this shite again, but I just don't think you or the rest of us have that kind of luck. Harry sighed dejectedly at that. Why can't anything ever be easy? Even killing myself just made things more complicated. If I chose to stay? He asked warily. Croaker nodded, understanding the lad's trepidation. Then maybe, just maybe you'll eventually decide you like the face in the mirror. I don't have all the answers, Mr. Potter. What I have is a broken person that we tried to fix solely because we felt he deserved a better chance than the one he'd originally gotten. The prophesy can go hang. Either way, the Unspeakables are getting into the fight and Unspeakables only fight to win. Can I start training now? Harry asked, having made up his mind. He wasn't a fool in that he could hide from the damn prophesy even in a body not his own. Tomorrow, Croaker commanded rigidly. Keeping the immense relief he felt out of his voice was something learned over many years of making hard decisions that sometimes cost lives. But it's early, Harry argued. One day more or less didn't really matter in the scheme of things, but starting now would put him one day closer to seeing an end to this non-stop nightmare one way or another. Croaker tentatively put a hand reassuring to his young charge's shoulder. The boy stiffened on contact, but after a moment he relaxed, giving him the benefit of the doubt. Many of us have a funeral to attend as we'd like to pay our respects. He explained vaguely. Harry nodded apologetically. I am sorry for your loss. Who, may I ask, died? He asked respectively. You did. Croaker acknowledged with a knowing smirk. Would you like to attend your funeral? Harry pulled a stricken face at that, but after some initial misgivings, what else did he have to do? 2 hours later, Harry desperately wished he hadn't come. He'd never attended a funeral before and one's own was definitely not the place to start. After a crash course in current events, Harry, along with a squad of Unspeakables, attended his funeral as both security and a show of respect for one of the nation's fallen heroes, a sentiment that rankled him no end. They wore their unspeakable uniforms that shrouded their identities, his lacking any rank insignia denoting a new recruit. The sheer number of attendees was staggering. So much so that the Quidditch pitch was used as it was the only viable seating option for such a large turnout. Dumbledore had given the eulogy and was his usual elegant self. All in all, he'd held up well, isolated as he was within a group of Unspeakables, who maintained a respectable distance. That was until they flanked the altar displaying photographs of his years at Hogwarts. There was no coffin per se, as there was no remains other than a small measure of what ashes could be salvaged and placed in a smallish urn surrounded by several photos of himself during his years at Hogwarts. Of course the pictures were all from Hogwarts, as if the Durleys had even so much as a baby picture of him within their sterile home. He watched dispassionately as many mourners passed saying their final goodbyes. He tried and failed not to gag as Draco Malfoy stumbled up and apologized for years of ridicule. Police. The man was sorry only for his own lot, as he was undoubtedly next on Voldy's radar as his new whipping boy. The Crucios are a common Draco. Things had taken a turn for the despairing when his once friends had halting made their way to the fore. Not surprisingly, their guilt-ridden parents remained in the background, giving their children space. Hermione collapsed in tears of anguish into Ron's arms. His other best friend was trying and failing to comfort her in her abject misery, himself succumbing to his tears of profound sorrow as they clung desperately to each other. Ginny was pale-faced and appeared numb to the point of catatonia. She moved woodenly, supported by a crying Neville Longbottom who, for his part, was holding up slightly better than the others, partially because Luna was, on his other side, whispering encouragingly. Trembling with emotion and consumed by his own deep-seated guilt, Harry made a half-step forward before a restraining hand clamped down on his arm, holding him back. His hooded visage turned toward his fellow, and although he couldn't see Croaker's face, he did register the slight shake of his head, warning him to not give himself away. He'd been warned in advance that this would be difficult at best, terrible even, but even those sentiments hadn't prepared him for this. Hermione's sobs tore at his heart. Ginny looked as if she'd never recover, and Ron was barely holding himself together in his concerned worry for the two, compounded by his own all-consuming despair. Neville was holding up only because Luna was rubbing circles on his back and cooing softly to the obvious object of her affections. "Good for you, Nev." Luna, though compassionate toward her friends, seemed almost indifferent herself, curious even. Frequently she scanned the crowds as if searching for something. At length, Harry realized that Luna suspected he'd survived and was watching for a sign of his presence. Her strange insights seemed to border on the prophetic. He could tell that Croaker was aware of the girl's curious behavior as his hooded visage hung warily in the girl's direction. Finally, after many nerve-wracking hours, the processions of mourners slowed to a trickle. The last such was Susan Bones, accompanied by who he assumed was her aunt, Amelia Bones, and the new minister was flanked by an Auror contingent. He watched Susan approach with mixed emotions of intense anger and pain. Although what he'd done was by no means attributed to her, her words to him still ached to the bone. "Then what good are you?" He could still hear that condemnation echoing through his conscious mind and knew it would haunt his dreams for years to come. That is if he had years. Susan placed a single, perfect white rose next to his picture before she broke down in tears of misery, begging forgiveness that he wished he could give. Croaker could tell by the way that his young charge's body trembled that he was crying himself and would soon lose his flagging composure altogether. This was a harsh thing at best, but it was necessary if for no other reason than to reassure the boy that although things had been very dark, there were still those who had cared, deeply cared for him. He sighed regretfully, noticing the way the boy's hooded visage tracked Susan Bones' departure, realizing he was drawn to the girl on some level but was now wholly incapable of pursuing those feelings. Voldemort had much to atone for. The rain soaking his cloak only added to the desolation of his mood. How long he stood there he hadn't known and was beginning not to care. Why should he have a second chance when she deserved one so much more? These and so many other self-doubts warred through his conscious mind as he started at the lifeless stone that marked the passing of yet another gentle soul. When the Unspeakables had entered the war, things had changed. Voldemort and his minions had learned they were at war, and they'd learned that lesson the hard way as the Unspeakables had reaped unholy vengeance upon them. Too little. Despite everything they'd accomplished, it was still too little. He thought despondently as he looked down upon the white roses he'd left upon the freshly turned grave. Raven, Dozer and even Dragon had tried to draw him away from his dark mourning, but in the end they decided to let him be, opting to remain nearby, offering silent comfort as one of their own was in pain. They would wait however long he needed, and he was eternally grateful for it. Less than 24 hours ago the call had come in from an Auror squad besieged by Death Eaters that had assaulted the Lovegood home in angry retaliation over recent articles defaming their Dark Lord as the half-blood that he truly was. An elite group of 6 Unspeakables arrived outside Death Eater Anti-Apparition Ward, a safe distance from the chaos that gripped the Lovegood home. Several Aurors lay dead in their own blood or with unseeing eyes, the victims of killing curses. None of the many bodies, however, wore the black of Death Eater robes, a fact which, while not unexpected, was about to rapidly change. What few Aurors, if any, that remained were firing stunners and cutting curses from the waning safety of the Lovegood home's windows. With a nod from Griffin, Raven transformed into his animagus and took to the air on raven wings to reconnaissance the area. The Death Eaters were dug in along the wall of the garden, behind trees in the front lawn, and were hitting the back of the home with flame and reductor curses that would eventually shatter the wards and bring the entire structure down, killing everyone left inside. Some 200 meters out there was a group of 4 Death Eaters, each a point of the compass, that was maintaining an anti-apparition ward over the entire property, keeping their intended victims hostage. Griffin smiled at that last intel. The Death Eaters were about to lose 4 of their number. He made a slashing motion across his throat to Stalker, and the Unspeakable transformed into his animagus, that of a panther. The black cat growled low in its throat and slunk away into the encroaching sunset. That done, Griffin used hand signals to send Raven, Dozer and Chameleon to take out the Death Eaters that were trying to bring down the shuddering home. Wraith was about to protest his selection until he caught the gleam in his team leader's eye. He and Griffin would wait until the Death Eaters were distracted, and then they would cull the opposition in the front yard and along the south wall of the garden respectively. They hadn't hardly taken up their positions of assault when a first strangled cry of, "Oh God no!" came from the west edge of the property. It was short-lived, horror-filled and very distracting as Stalker claimed first blood. Wraith went into motion, having aligned himself to the right of a Death Eater using the tree line for cover. He hit the unsuspecting Death with a exploding hex that was so overpowered that it not only blew the man to bits, but knocked the tree over, that he was behind crushing another of his victim's companions beneath several enormous tree limbs. The poor sod's arms flailed uselessly in their death throes, a wet gurging mow, and later and all was calm once more. Wraith transformed into his animagus and launched himself into the air. He took grim satisfaction as his avian eyes watched a row of Death Eaters fall beneath his team leader's high-powered cutting curse. The fools had lined themselves up like dominoes along the wall, just begging someone to come and do what Griffin had done. His spell severed through 3 torsos before eviscerating a 4th who was currently mewling in his own guts, begging for mercy. A Death Eater begging for mercy. He considered the irony pathetic. Wraith landed on a branch about 15 feet above a Death Eater that was rocketing suffocating curses into the Lovegood's broken windows. He was obviously trying to remove the oxygen from within the home as his comrades tried to set the house alight so that at least the smoke from their endeavors could make short work of their victims. Wraith took careful aim and shied on the Death Eater beneath him. "What the ferg?" The man half shrieked in disbelief before gagging as he clawed off his filth-laden cloak and mask and turned his wand upward. Wraith had already transferred to human, letting gravity do its work as his near 80-kilo frame drove into the man, crumpling him like a used soda cane beneath him. Crack! He was rewarded with the sound of the man's shoulders breaking beneath the impact of his boots, followed by a scream of horror as the man's spine snapped. Wraith rolled off the man, using up his momentum by somersaulting across the leafy floor until coming upright after several rotations right into the startled face of an obviously female Death Eater, given the curves beneath her black robes. Wah! The woman barely got out before Wraith's momentum-filled fist broke through her mask and fractured the nose and jaw beneath. Teeth flew, blood sprayed, and grimly Wraith mused that if the woman couldn't silent cast then she'd never cast another spell again, not that she was going to survive, of course. "Urk. Gah." The woman struggled to clear her broken mouth of blood so she could at least scream out her pain and fear. A booted foot stamped down without mercy, fracturing her throat. He was rewarded with a high-pitched keening wail before her throat and lungs filled and she drowned in her own blood. Who she was, or had been, he neither knew nor cared. She was an enemy and now she was not. That was all that mattered just now. He returned to the broken Death Eater beneath the tree. The man was mewling pitifully that, "Oh God, oh God. My legs. I can't feel my legs, where are my hands?" Wraith smiled a cold smile that he wished the Death Eater could see, as it would give his already terror-filled mind something to think about in the short time he had left. He extracted a device from within his battle robes and bent over the wounded man, asking cunningly, "What can I do?" My watch, port key, please, help." The man gasped, his lungs were failing. Wraith nodded appreciatively, answering, "You'll be more help than you can imagine." With that, he activated the explosive device he held and tucked it into the man's robes. "Tell the Dark Tosser I said goodbye," he instructed before activating the man's escape port key. "Wah, no." The man screamed in alarm before he disappeared in a pop of displaced air. He didn't really figure he'd net Voldemort himself with his little ploy, but that much plastic explosive was bound to cause someone some trouble. The Muggles of Michigan 6 were nothing if not an accommodating lot. They'd provided the unspeakables with all manner of assistance, including munitions. A tall Death Eater backed out of some covering brush not 10 meters ahead and to his left. "Freeze!" he barked in half command, half spell casting. The man went ridged, hesitating for a split second, which was just enough time for Wraith's overpowered spell to hit dead center and freeze the man solid like a statue. He walked up casually to his snowman and took amused note that the man's eyes, beneath his mask, still swiveled to and fro in pleading panic. Wraith smirked and made to disarm his captive. "I'll take that," he demanded, pulling back with a hard jerk on the man's wand. A large cracking sound heralded the man's arm snapping off cleanly from his body along with the wand. Sorry about that," he apologized sheepishly, feeling anything but. He almost laughed at the way the man's eyes bugged as they shifted back and forth between the frozen arm Wraith held and the stump where it came off. The man's body started to pitch toward his now heavy side, forcing Wraith to grab up the man's stump and pull him back level. Doesn't look very balanced. I know, he chortled, getting an idea. Wraith proceeded to snap off the man's other arm and stepped back, admiring his work. After a few moments he announced with a distinct note of satisfaction that, that's better. All nice and balanced. I wouldn't have wanted you to tip over and risk losing another part, or Merlin forbid, shattering altogether. Enjoying the way the man's eyes seemed to be silently screaming from within his frozen face, he snorted, "No need to thank me. I'm sure you'd do the same for me given half a chance." Finished, he conjured a top hat that he plopped on the Death Eater's pointed hood, and a Muggle broomstick that he propped against one frozen stump. "See ya around, Frosty." Another scream to the east that was cut off by a despairing gurgle told him that Stalker was halfway through his task, which meant he better get a move on if he didn't want to spend the whole month training instead of learning hands-on in the field. He preferred hands-on rather than another month under Quinlan Bane's tutelage. He shuddered involuntarily at that, deciding he'd rather focus on the battle at hand. He flowed forward, apparently short distances as he ran. The wards were still up, but they did little more than pull at him, as his magical signature was too strong for the weakened wards to negate at this point. He hit a Death Eater that was just taking aim at the house, with such momentum-enhanced force that his elbow to the man's ear broke his skull. The man's killing curse went wide of its mark and was sent flying toward the garden, narrowly missing Griffin as he's just dispatched another Death Eater. Griffin's wand and glare turned his way. The wand halted on recognition, but the glare intensified in an unspoken, "Just what the hell was that?" Wraith shrugged helplessly, knowing he was going to pay for that later. He didn't have long to worry over this as the brown light of a bone-shattering curse whizzed by his face. He threw himself horizontally through the air, twisting and firing several exploding hexes before he hit the ground, and fired several more before rolling back up to his feet. A grunt of pain and some nearby bushes were sprayed with blood and gore as the Death Eater that had gotten the jump on him was blown to little more than bone and gristle. A female scream from the house caught his attention as he turned quickly back toward the garden. Griffin was dueling another Death Eater and winning soundly by the condition of the man's blood-stained Death Eater robes. Griffin tilted his head meaningfully toward the house, and Wraith transformed to his animagus and launched himself toward an upstairs window, dodging a few scattered curses as his wings beat furiously forward, propelling himself through the yard like a feathered rocket. He flew right through a window, spraying glass as he transformed from a tawny owl back to human in the blink of an eye. He ignored his cut arms and face. Glass crunched beneath his boots as he ran in the direction of the screams that were becoming more shrill by the second. He hit the landing of the stairs, ignoring the bodies of another Auror and that of who he distantly realized was probably Zeno Lovegood. He turned toward the dining room where another Auror was in the process of raping Luna Lovegood on the family dining table. Her screams were little more than gurgles of pain and denial as the man tore into her broken body. Her eyes were vacant and glassy, and blood dribbled from her nose and ears, evidence of the suffering she'd endured from repeated crucios. The room superheated as Wraith kicked the back of man's legs out from under him and he hit the floor with a cry of surprise. The man's swollen member fell into view and Wraith seized the opportunity by stamping his booted heel down with all his might. He would never beep again, not that he should live so long. The man's hands shot between his legs, to clutch at what was, as he screamed a high shrill scream of horror-filled agony. With practiced efficiency, Wraith set about permanently maiming the subversive Death Eater. He broke the man's arms and legs, pulverizing his hands so that he'd never cast another spell, and finally, he broke his jaw in afterthought as he found the man's crying and begging highly offensive. He ripped open the man's robes and carved, "Rapist," on the man's chest. He then tore off his left sleeve where he found the dark mark pulsing obscenely on the man's forearm. Pulling a tactical knife from within one of his battle robe's many pockets, he carved off the offensive brand and stuck it in place beneath his own carved, "Rapist," before activating his escape port key. He took dark satisfaction in the thought that, no doubt his fellows would get his message and be that much more merciful to the now useless wizard he sent back to their compassionate ministrations. His assault on the Auric Death Eater had taken little more than the space of moments, but even that was more than Luna's labored breathing could spare. Another wand shot into his left hand as he cast numbing charms with one hand whilst casting every healing charm he could think of with the other, stopping only when the girl's cooling hand pulled his wand hand downward. Vacant, Glassy, pain-filled eyes cleared in recognition as she rasped, It's all right. Harry. Wands fell from hands as he hurriedly pulled of his masking cowl off and cautiously grabbed Luna's shoulders. Why, you know it's me. He gasped in wonder despite the circumstances. Oh, of course I do, silly. Luna gasped incredulously through her pain. Anything. You'd like me to tell your mother. Luna wheezed out as the light began to fade from her large blue eyes. That last sent reality crashing back down in how precarious her condition was. Just send her my love. Luna. He shook the broken girl's arms trying to get a response as her eyes filmed over and a last rattle of breath left her chest. No, oh no. He wailed miserably as he pulled the broken girl into his arms, clutching to her desperately with one arm as he gentled a hand over her flowing blonde hair. Tears fell as they'd never fallen before in a life that should have been used to them. He'd never allowed himself to cry, not even when Sirius had died. It could have been a minute or even hours later, but that was how his fellows found him. Present. He'd watched almost dispassionately as Hermione and Ron had clung to each other in their grief during Luna's funeral. In silent vigil he watched as Ginny had consoled Neville by rubbing his back and planting gentle kisses to his tear-stained cheeks. Vaguely he considered how that could have been him upon a time, but quickly discounted the notion as fanciful schoolboy daydreams. He questioned when he'd become so jaded, and just as quickly he realized the answer was from bearing witness at his own funeral, watching those that had turned on him vent their grief and remorse for their own plight. As those that had cast him from Gryffindor turned away in shame. Upon seeing the stricken faces of resolve from his teachers at their own regret for having failed in the protection of their charge. He'd thought he'd shed his own humanity until holding Luna as she died. In that awful minute he'd wished he had. He wondered if the pain would ever fade. Not just the pain of Luna's violent passing, but at the pain he'd felt in the feeling that he himself abandoned her and the unique way in which she forgave him by recognizing him for who he was. Harry. She's known. Without even seeing his face, Luna had known who he was. She's recognized him with her heart as only Luna could. She was with their mothers now and the world was that much a colder place for it. He was happy for her, but he was that sad for Neville. He knew that Neville had come to cherish Luna for the unique person that she was and come to love her as Luna truly deserved to be loved. Despite his pain, he clung to life in the form of Ginny Weasley's comforting arms. Neville was a far stronger and more courageous a man than he would ever be. Neville chose to live whereas he'd chosen death, and he and death were rapidly becoming close friends. The memory of her funeral faded as he stared down and the gray stone that marked the passing of a life that was once vibrant and filled with all the colors of the rainbow, now marked by dispassionate gray stone. He stared at the stone in the way he'd stared into the mirror those first of many months as he tried to see some semblance of his once self shining through. Now, as he stared down at the gray stone that marked death, he realized that the face he saw in the mirror was the same as this gray stone, a mark of death. Had he cheated death? Tricked it? Manipulated it? Maybe he'd only tricked himself into believing he had. The body he now wore was the cold remains of another who'd passed violently from the world. An unmarked Death Eater wannabe who'd been captured during an initiation revelry. How does one earn Voldemort's horrific mark? The dark mark is earned by the callous raping of a Muggle and then murdering that Muggle and their entire family who'd been forced to watch their daughter, sister, perhaps even mother, suffer beneath some raping swine. The body he wore had done that, or at least tried to before he was apprehended. He, or it, Rather was tried and found guilty, having been sentenced to be killed by a Dementor. The soul had been removed, but the body lived on. Having no family to claim it, the Unspeakables had claimed the body to use in their experimental spell division. They never in their wildest imaging did they consider the use they'd ultimately have for the body. Dragon called it providence. Others called it fate's wish to correct a grievous wrong. He called it purgatory. He was entombed in the gray stone that marked the passing of a wasted life. The writing upon the gray stone that marked her passing was the same as the runes burned into his chest that anchored his soul to this plane, in this body. Both stone and body marked the beginning and passing. As he looked down upon Luna's gravesite, he was hopeful to one day change that gray stone to the vibrant color that had been her life. To erase the runes that marred his own flesh so that he could at last be at peace either upon the earth or in the next great adventure. That day would wait though until he ridded the world of Voldemort. He was an Unspeakable now. He'd earned his place among them, having completed his training ahead of schedule and above everyone's expectations, even the dragons. What's more, he'd earned his place among the more advanced squads, ultimately landing himself in Griffin's search and destroy group. They were a younger squad, himself the youngest mentally of the group, but near the same in his body's age of their early 20s. Dragon had given him his code name, or as the Unspeakables called it, their given family name for each other, Wraith. Dragon still amused himself, chuckling at the irony. Despite that, he liked the name. It was him, an avenging spirit returned from the dead. The rain grew heavy, its distraction finally drawing him from his morn-filled preoccupation. Up until then he'd just thought the wetness on his face was his own unending tears. With a last sigh of abject regret he turned away from the grey stone and returned to his comrades who were waiting patiently in the soaking rain for him. None of them offered the slightest complaint. If anything, they understood better than most what it was to fight as hard as you possibly could to win only to ultimately lose in the face of such bitter consequences. Raven grasped his shoulder supportively. He didn't need to see his friend's eyes to know that they were filled with compassion. Dozer's arm circled round his waist, pulling him into a half-hug of support. Griffin stepped up and gently pulled Wraith's cowled head forward to plant a soft key on his brow. He could see Stalker off in the distance scanning the cemetery, making sure that all was safe so that his mourning would remain unbeaked. Dragon and Chameleon were at the cemetery gate conversing softly, whilst waiting their comrades and charges' return. Dragon was right in that if he stayed the course he would find that the Unspeakables were a family in among themselves. These were good people who did what was right not only for the public's well-being but for each other's. So many times he'd stared into the mirror cursing his continued existence and lamenting his lot in life. Now, as Dragon predicted, he was beginning to like the image he saw in the mirror. Not because he found it handsome, but because he was beginning to like what lay beneath the blue eyes and sandy brown hair. The runes on his chest still gave him some pain, but if anything he was beginning to see this as a reminder of what he'd lost when he died and what he gained when he was reborn. Unlike his former scar that everyone both judged and condemned him for, his rune scars were his alone to remind him of the day his world changed and he became the boy who lived, then died, then lived again. Aptly, these scars were over his heart. His heart, yes, somewhere along the way he began to think of it as just that, his heart. Dragon and Chameleon conversed lowly about their youngest member as they waited for him to make his peace with the passing of another friend. Dragon had hoped to recruit Luna and her unique talents upon graduating from Hogwarts, but she had already had her heart set on joining her eccentric father in his journalistic endeavors to enlighten the world on all things strange and mysterious. That's, perhaps, a polite view of how most of the general public view the Quibbler. Those in the know who could read between the lines appreciated the man for his subtle brilliance. Lovegood and his daughter readily tweaked the Ministry's collective noses and defamed Voldemort and his minions with a grace and style that never drew more than passing attention to themselves as potential rivals to their terrorist agenda. Outing the villain as the half-blood that he was had finally drawn that unwanted attention and sealed their doom. Now more than ever he appreciated the cryptic message the girl had previously requested mark her tombstone should the worst occur. They were the same and final words she had uttered when he'd approached her about joining the Unspeakables after her graduation. He offered her the moon. Briefly he paused to snort at the irony of offering the moon to someone aptly named Luna. "I just couldn't leave, Daddy," she retorted simply, brushing aside his generous offers without a moment's pause. "We're going on safari in July, but he's starting to despair that we may never find a crumplehorn snarkak. He's afraid they may already be extinct." "What do you think, Dragon, sir?" she inquired curiously. I'm sure I don't know, but I'd like to think they still exist. Too many things are already extinct and more seem to pass each day." Luna nodded thoughtfully at that, but her large eyes held a knowing glint as she returned airily. "Not so many things as people think. There are many things and many people that yet survive despite what most people may think to be true. Daddy says that the Muggle singer Elvis Presley is alive and well in Greenland, though he doesn't like the cold much." Luna shrugged indifferently at that. "Who knows, maybe even Harry Potter is still alive and out there somewhere. Daddy always says that, death shall have no dominion over the stout-hearted." Luna shrugged again, adding pointedly, "I can't think of anyone more courageous at heart than Harry Potter, can you?" With that she skipped off happily, leaving him completely flustered. She knew then and she knew now. What's more, it was important to her that she knew, whether or not anyone else did was a matter of indifference. Strike that it mattered to her that at least one other knew and that she was thinking of him even at death and forever after. Harry. Thus the inscription of her tombstone. Death shall have no dominion over the stout-hearted. She was telling him she knew and the rest of the world along with him in that subtle Lovegood way of revealing the truth without revealing a thing to the casual observer. Do you think anyone picked up on the girl's message? Chameleon asked worriedly, drawing his wondering mind back from the origins of what they were currently discussing. Dragon chuckled softly, not wishing to intrude on the boy's mourning or seem disrespectful to the rest of the dead, bearing silent vigil along with the boy. I doubt it. Even if they did get the message, they couldn't put the pieces together without knowing the groundwork of our previous conversation. The girl was a seer of no little potential. She knew I'd still remember and that I'd be able to impart to him the origins of her message. The girl was kindness incarnate. Even in death she's telling him he matters and that she cares. Chameleon nodded regretfully at that. Do you think he gets that? He nodded his chin in Wraith's direction. I think so, yes, that's why he's having so much more trouble letting go just now. He's mourning, yes, but he's missing them too. He didn't bother to relate just who, them, was, as they both knew it was Harry's friends. The famous, Ministry 6. With another sigh, he struck that last thought. There were only 5 now. And children shall know the way. Mere children had known what was right and just, making a stand against evil while the rest of them had hid in shame. Chameleon nudged his shoulder supportively against his commander. He knew where the man's thoughts had drifted. It was something they discussed many times since the day that Harry Potter and his friends had brought the war into public view and rubbed said public's face in it. Dragon's handkerchief stole into his hood and wiped discreetly at his eyes. He returned the article to the folds of his robe and nodded his thanks to his young friend for his support. He didn't know what he would do without his unspeakables. It was a sentiment they returned many times over for their leader. Such a waste, he commented, nodding his chin toward the distant grave. Death always is. Chameleon agreed. Not for that lot. Dragon chuckled darkly, his head nodding toward the unmarked section where their world deposited those they were ashamed of, such as Death Eaters. They already had a special place picked out for Voldemort when his time finally, blessedly came. It was a lovely spot beneath a large oak tree. One that the unspeakables were going to hang a large bird feeder in, right over the spot of his snakiness grave. The little feathered deers could eat their fill and show their appreciation by paying special tribute to Voldemort as they relieved themselves. That lot got better than they deserve. Chameleon agreed. We added to their numbers pretty good, the other day. Wraith planted a half-dozen of the bastards himself. Quote, he's an unspeakable. Dragon acknowledged simply, expecting no less than excellence from one of their own. That he is. Chameleon agreed with no little pride in his tone. Both had a direct hand in Wraith's training and both were extremely proud to be able to lay claim to such. Chameleon's gaze turned to the approaching winter sky on the horizon. Christmas isn't very far off. He reminded his friend and commander pointedly. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Maybe that'll be a good time to go for Hufflepuff's cup. It could provide a good distraction for him. He suggested. He'll still slip away. Chameleon cautioned. As close as he's grown to some of us, it just never seems to fill the void. His voice held a note of frustration. Dragon sighed at that. He's afraid to let us in completely. Can't say as I blame him, really. He just needs time and patience. You've all been good for him, he expressed gratefully. He's been good for us. Chameleon returned, though his voice held a sigh of discontent. He'll probably still make his damned vigil at Christmas. Such language, and over Christmas yet. His commander scolded. Chameleon shrugged helplessly. You know what I mean. It gets worse every year. Why does he torment himself so? The same reason we all do the things we do. He cares. He's one of those rare individuals that once he gives his heart, it's forever. We don't choose our blood family, which reminds me, make sure the boys bring a little Yuletide cheer over to those lovely Dursleys. Chameleon snorted at that. We'll draw lots, same as always, to see who gets the pleasure this year. Dragon smiled, the first true smile since he got up this morning. The boy had spent the better part of his first year in therapy. When he wasn't training, he was working through his many issues. Despite everything on the boy's shoulders, some of the worst of it was dealing with his many insecurities and self-image issues courtesy of the Dursleys' loving care. It wasn't enough that he had to deal with all the guilt of having attempted suicide and leaving his friends to think he'd succeeded, or a madman's desire to kill him through no fault of his having been born prophesied by ch, culminating with being forced to survive in an alien body. No, not enough, he had to deal with resolving issues from years of abuse and neglect. He'd come a long way in 2 years and they were also very proud of him. They were both proud and protective. Maybe Harry had taken the high road and learned to cope with and move on, but the unspeakables had their own issues to resolve. In that vein, the Dursleys were reminded every Christmas and July 31st the folly of having harmed one of their own. Pain was more easily dealt with when one had someone to share it with. Getting back to our original topic of conversation. Dragon reoriented. He can't move on or won't move on until he's sure they have. Yes, he beats himself up, but he reassures himself too. He just needs to know they're all right, so he checks in at times when he feels the most drawn to them and can't fight the urge anymore. Chameleon sighed dolefully at that. I'm not sure that any of them ever will be able to move on, especially now. Couldn't we? No. Dragon cut him off, but not harshly so. Not as long as Voldemort's in the picture. I won't serve him up like that manipulating old swine Dumbledore did, the supposed leader of the Light Ba. Dragon pulled a face and spat on the ground to show his contempt for the man. He broke the boy and then had the audacity to come begging we fix him, not so much for the boy's sake but more to appease his own guilty conscience. If there's any justice in the world, he'll die alone and forgotten lying in his own piss. Amen to that, Chameleon added, and meaning it. After a lengthy pause in which they both sighed in relief when Wraith finally stepped away from the girl's grave and allowed his friends to comfort him, Dragon vowed. We're his family now and we always will be, but someday, when this is all over, I mean to see that he gets the kind of life he deserves, not one that's forced upon him, but one that he chooses and truly wants. Chameleon nodded, adding, amen to that. Sweat ran in rivulets down from his sodden hair. His frame glowed with the effects of his relentless determination. Now there was only the bar. Down, up, take a breath, blow it out, take a breath, blow it out. Every day began the same. At first he'd embraced it, then his muscles protested and his body gave way to exhaustion and Painhay began to protest his lot. Protests gave way to despair, but still his taskmasters persisted. Never once did they give in to his pleas, never once did they desist in their expectations. Never once did they falter in demanding more. Down, up, down. How many chin-ups he'd already done he couldn't guess. He never even tried to keep count anymore, he'd learned his lesson at that. 10 became 20, then 30, 50, 100. He'd grunted out the reps only to have his drill instructors throw out random numbers. When he lost count as he usually did, they made him start over. Now, they just had him do chin-ups, sit-ups, push-ups, jogging, what have you, until he could do no more. Then they would demand even more. Down, up, down. His arms were trembling violently with the strain, his breathing was labored, his face ruddy and overheating. Finally his arms gave out and he dropped down to his feet, bent over and panting his exhaustion. Swack! Merlin's ass! He screeched, twisting his body away too late from the bamboo switch that hit him across the back of his legs, not hard enough to break the skin, but hard enough to leave a painful welt and reminder. Get your ass back up on that bar, Potter. His D snapped, pointing the bamboo switch toward the bar he'd just fallen from. The name's Jensen. He spat in reminder of his new alias, that of Drew Jensen. He'd asked Dragon why they'd established that particular name as his new identity. He'd received the answer, a mere shrug of the shoulders and indifference. Swack! Oh, damn it all! Harry shrieked, his hand covering his backside protectively as he shied away from the man. Quinlan Baines was their fitness instructor. He did not go by a code name and didn't need one. They had collectively learned to fear the name he was born with. Just what the man's expectations were one couldn't say, as no one of them had ever satisfied the man. Which was as it should be, but that damn stick of his was another matter. Everyone and their dog had had a go at breaking that damn stick, but none had done so successfully thus far. Baines claimed the stick was but a learning tool to help push the lesson in. One couldn't argue with that, as they had their bruises to remember the lesson by for days after. 2 years, 3 months and 17 days he'd put up with Baines and that damnable teaching aid. I said move it, Potter. The man roared, his bamboo rod came sizzling through the air aimed for his left shoulder this time. With a predatory growl of outrage, Harry caught the switch in the air with his left arm and pivoted his right side toward the rod. He put all of his weight and momentum behind his left forearm as it slammed into the rod, snapping it cleanly in two. His momentum carried through as he twisted and brought his left hand around, still holding the other half of the rod, catching his instructor across the left arm where he stood staring in disbelief at the broken rod still held in his hand. Swack! Jesus Christ Almighty! Baines swore. Hurts, doesn't it? Harry goaded, taking grim satisfaction in the man's look of pain and outrage. Baines' grimace dissolved into a smile as he rubbed fleetingly at his smarting arm. "Aye, that it does," he agreed. Oddly, the rest of fellow teammates, who had watched the spectacle in anticipation, clapped and cheered appreciatively. He'd passed another rite of passage that day, one that few ever did. He'd earned his D's respect, and that was something that precious few others could claim. "'Bout time you grew a pair." Baines chortled appreciatively before conjuring himself another, thicker, bamboo rod. He brandished the rod threateningly toward the proud-appearing young man. "Now get your ass up on that bar, Jensen. Help. Oh, please, someone who need help." A desperate voice cried out from the emergency flow. "Unspeakables here, please state your name and nature of your emergency." A cool professional tone came back over the flow. She could barely hear the reply to her cry for help over the battle raging around her. The Manor's wards were completely down and the enemy's wards had snapped into place almost simultaneously, preventing any escape by apparition or flow. The only means to call for help was the heavily warded interior flow that was hidden within her aunt's private study, and even that was crackling terribly and would undoubtedly shut down any moment. She had to get her message out, hers and her aunt's lives depended on it. She stifled down the sob of panic when her mind thought back to her aunt falling under a heavy barrage of wand fire as she'd bolted into the meager protection of this room. Aunt Amelia could be dead already for all she knew. They'd practiced such an emergency many times and their immediate priority was to escape. As currently no means of escape was possible, her job was to call for help. Whether or not said help would arrive too late was almost a certainty when Hugh and it stepped through the shattered door of their once pristine home, with a malevolent grin of anticipation on its less-than-human face. Now the manse was in ruin as plaster rained down and wood splintered and was blasted away from furniture and wood paneling during their running battle toward their last point of refuge, Minister Bones' private study. Her aunt and the last two of their Auror security had been in a battle for their very lives trying to buy her the time to summon help. Her aunt had fallen with a scream of pain just as Susan Bones had made it to her study door. The last of their security detail, that of retired Master Auror Moody and a green first-year Auror, had moved to flank the minister, dropping her assailant beneath a hail of blasting curses that undoubtedly dispatched the Death Eater as it had made short work of the wall directly behind him. Their perimeter security detail was non-existent and undoubtedly dead or fled as Death Eaters had poured onto their estate's grounds once the wards fell. Moody had perimeter alarms in place, and once the wards were breached he'd immediately flewed for backup from the MLES. What reinforcements that came were the said remains of the return fire outside as fewer and fewer curses rumbled ominously, mixed in with an occasional scream that was ultimately cut short, its owner's life along with it. Moody had all but flung her toward the flow, barking for her to summon the unspeakables in between snarling lethal hexes back at the opposition. The grizzled Auror was the only reason that she and her aunt were still alive thus far, at least she hoped her aunt was still alive. "Please, please help," she cried desperately into the crackling green flames as they struggled to hold open the connection. "W were under attack. Bones, mansion. My aunt. Minister Bones is hurt. V Voldemort is here." She shrieked that last into the flow, somewhat shocked she was able to get the Dark Lord's name out. She, like everyone else, had been afraid to speak the name. She, like a few others that had continued on with the DA after Harry Potter's death, had decided they would face their fears, starting with calling Voldemort by his title. It became sort of a remembrance of Harry and the rare courage that he was renowned for. A few believed that Harry Potter had died because he was ultimately afraid of having to face the Dark Lord, at least that was the propaganda Voldemort and his lackeys spewed at every opportunity. Many believed that Harry had died heartsick and alone, having finally lost even more than his iron constitution could bear. Very few knew the whole story, and those that did guarded a secret that was greater than the prophecy that Voldemort once coveted. Stay calm, miss, we have a team en route to your location. A team? Susan shrieked incredulously in alarm. Send everyone. Didn't you hear me? Voldemort is here. My aunt needs medical help. We won't last another 5 seconds if. Susan's desperate retort cut off as an enormous explosion outside rocked the entire foundation of the mansion beneath her feet. Despite the screams and wails of misery echoing outside, the calm voice over the flow not only reassured, but kept her focused so that she could provide as much information as possible to aid her rescuers. What is your present location, please, miss? After Susan relayed her location, the voice continued calmly. Stay where you are, miss. One of our best teams is on site and will make its way to your location. They'll be there in moments. What is your aunt's present condition? I don't know. Susan whined, despising the sound of her own voice as she cowered in fear at the continuing explosions that rocked the mansion. Her panic went into override when she heard the unmistakable grunt of pain from Moody, followed by the sound of a body crashing to the floor outside. A high-pitched cruel laugh echoed down the hall outside. Oh my God, he's coming. Susan gasped desperately. Before the calming voice could even attempt to reassure her with false platitudes that everything would be all right, that same cold laugh broke off in a strangled cry of alarm. Shouts of both warning and command filled the mansion as it shuddered under an epic barrage of all manner of lethal curses and hexes. Gathering the shreds of her failed courage, Susan lifted herself away from the flow and cautiously made her way to the door, daring to chance a look outside. She's barely cracked open a door when a hand grasped her own and pulled her through the doorway. A scream of terror died in her throat as a gloved hand clamped down over her mouth and the shrouded man identified himself as an unspeakable. 2 more of his fellows were hurriedly casting all manner of healing charms over her aunt and an unconscious Moody. The other was beyond saving. The young Auror, all that remained of their security detail, lay nearby. His body was half covering her wounded aunt protectively. His young eyes stared unseeing upward, having witnessed his first and last battle. She couldn't know it then, but he'd distinguished himself. Saving her aunt from death. He could do no more. He'd done more than enough. Once Susan's tear-stained face relaxed enough to nod that she wouldn't scream out their present location, the hand came away, and before she could even blurt her first of many questions, the man activated a communication rune on his lapel. Cam, this Griffin over. Chameleon here, Griffin go ahead. We've got survivors. Minister needs immediate evac. What's the status on the wards? Over. The background hissed and crackled for a moment and Susan thought she could distinctly hear the sound of hexes sizzling through the air, followed by a sworn epitaph that would normally make her blush to her roots. 10 minutes, Griffin, maybe more. Over. 10 minutes, but how did they get her so fast? Susan wondered briefly, considering how large their family's estate is and that their would-be rescuers would have had to leg the vast distance from beyond the enemy's wards. The man with Griffin embroidered over his right chest looked to his comrade that was still working on her aunt's many wounds. The man shook his head in the negative and Susan let out a whimper of dread understanding. Griffin swore underneath his breath at his fellow's response. Damn it, Cam, we need a way out of here. The minister hasn't got 10 damn minutes. Chameleon barked out a change in orders at that, coming back over the link to evac toward South Stair. Repeat South Stairstalker is clearing out. Unfriend lies in area. Exit kitchen foyer. Over. Griffin nodded. Copy that. A quick nod to Dozer and Raven and they levitated their injured ahead as they made toward the other end of the hall, with Susan on his non-wand side. I say run. I say drop, got it. He instructed her calmly as he moved his followed close behind his fellows and their charges. Susan nodded, not trusting her voice as her entire world was focused on her aunt and the stairway ahead that beckoned as an oasis. The floor beneath their hurried footsteps groaned and another muffled scream of pain was cut short from the battle raging on the floor below. Griffin tapped his lapel again. Cam, what's Wraith's status? Over. He asked worriedly, realizing Wraith had not been mentioned in their previous exchange. A crackle of static came back before. Merlin's ass, scratch another death beater. Came back a half chortle of appreciative awe in response to the shortened scream they'd just heard. The kid's really taking it to Griff. Chameleon explained. Wand Fire forced his seeking shelter in dining room. Voldy Turd was last spotted in that vicinity. Moving to intercept. Wand Fire shook the floor beneath their feet, cutting off the rest of Chameleon's reply. Check that Wraith just got acquainted with, he who hyphenates. It looks like they're squaring off in there. Susan gasped at that. She couldn't fathom that any one single man would even consider taking on Voldemort. Not even Harry Potter would go looking for that kind of trouble if he could help it. Not 20 minutes earlier, Griffin's team received a hurried briefing from Dragon as they headed at a trot toward a department of Mystery's secure apparition port. Though some of his group was visibly relieved, others did not share their view when they were ordered, in no uncertain terms, to not engage Voldemort under any circumstances unless they were afforded no other options. Wraith specifically had been ordered point blank by Dragon himself. Thinking back, Griffin realized that Wraith had never acknowledged said order as they'd not had time before they'd apparated away. Griffin growled low in his throat as his group descended the back stair. Negative, he is not to engage. I repeat, do not engage Big Bad -1 copy. Crackle, say. Again, you're breaking. Crackle. Empty static filled the communication line. Damn it, Cam, you get your asses out of there now. Griffin shouted over his comm link, not buying the lost signal dodge for a second. Couldn't we? URGGG. A background scream came over the link, drowning out Chameloan's update for a second. When he came back on, his voice was panicked. The kid's hit, he's down. The two unspeakable levitating Moody and Amelia turned expectantly toward Griffin as they hit the landing. Minister and non-combatants take priority, boys, he reminded them. Both hoods nodded and the group hurried toward the kitchen down the hall and to the left rear of the mansion. They hadn't made 10 feet when the brown light of a bone-breaking hex ripped through the intersection ahead and blew out a large section of the wood paneling. Griffin hurriedly tapped his comm link. Check fire at South Hall intersection. Friendlies in vicinity over. Roger that, Griffin, but BB1 and Wraith are heavily engaged. Wait for my signal. Over. I thought Wraith was down. Say again. Over. Crackle. Static filled the comm link. The hallway shook again as something or someone just crashed into the other side of the wall they were behind. Griffin waited with waning patience for an update. The rest of his men were fingering their wands in anticipation, their hood fixed on the intersection ahead and the battle therein. He popped up not a second after I reported him down. Griff. He's bloodied, but so it Voldy turd. The kid's tough as hell. I tried to relay evac order, but it's a firestorm in there. An AK almost took my head off last time I tried to call out to Wraith to retreat. All I'm able to do is sneak a peek now and again. I can't even risk firing a curse or two in support without hitting the kid by accident. Can't see he's got any window of escape at this point. Griff. Wanker Mort is throwing around AKs like they're free. He'll kill Wraith the moment he tries to break off and retreat. They're in it for the duration unless we can divert BB1's attention long enough for Wraith to get clear. Stalker reports south entry secure for evac and awaiting your arrival. Advise. Over. Griffin growled low in his throat in frustration. The whole delay, while only a minute or so in duration thus far, was still more than Minister Bones could afford in her present condition. How do you like the taste of that, you red-eyed prick? Wraith bellowed from around the corner ahead. Susan Bones gasped in amazement at the sheer fact that someone was actually fighting such a monster, let alone doing well enough to antagonize him in the midst of a pitched battle. Dozer snorted at that. Griffin too smiled in spite of himself, not that anyone else could see under the obfuscate charm over his hooded cloak. Griff. I've got a shot at BB1, advise. Chameleon nearly screamed out eagerly over the comm link. Put him down, but not out. Repeat, do not kill, understood. Understood, Reducto. Chameleon's voice shouted out the curse a split second after confirming Griffin's order. Arg. A scream ripped from a throat unused to suffering pain instead of causing it. Woohoo. That was a good one, Cam. Wraith's voice rang out in delight. Voldy's a one-legged wonder now. No more dancing for you, ya great wanker. Boom. Bang. Crack. Come on, hop, froggy, hop. Wraith's voice cackled manically over the din of repeated curses blasting away the walls and flooring. He's throwing everything, but the kitchen sink at he who leans, Griff. Cam shouted out gleefully over the comm link. Kwong. Check that. He just banished the sink into the red-eyed one-hop wonder. Dozer, Raven and even, Griffin lost his composure and snorted in amusement. To Chameleon's commentary. A second later, Griffin growled out the order to move and the group trotted forward quickly, not wanting to lose the advantage of the distraction Wraith was affording them. POP. A loud sound of displaced air sounded out just as they'd made it past the intersection, but not before the group gaped in wonder at a heavily wounded and hoping for his life Voldemort. His red eyes unmistakably pain-filled and panicking. "Aw, now that's a damn shame." Chameleon chortled over the comm, not that they need to use it as the house had grown eerily quiet. The dark whiner just apparated away, the great coward. Wards appear to be down Griff. Get Wraith's ass out of there and rendezvous Medical Bay 2 now. Roger that, over and out. Susan couldn't know for sure, but, by the piping at the new Unspeakable's collar and the way the other Unspeakables snapped to attention when he arrived outside her aunt's room, this was obviously someone in command over the others. All 6 of their rescuers were lined up across the hall from her aunt's room as the dragon reamed his men anew. One in particular was receiving more than his fair share of his commander's wrath, Wraith. She found it startlingly odd that they were receiving a dressing down rather than commendations. After all, they did successfully rescue her and her aunt along with Master Auror Moody. That and eliminated many Death Eaters and seriously wounded the Dark Lord in the process. She still marveled that one of their number had actually dueled the Fiend. Not to mention the absolute shock in that he'd distinguished himself so well. What she didn't understand was their having been ordered not to eliminate Voldemort when they'd seemingly had the opportunity. At length she decided that that was probably the reason they were being called to task by the irate commander. She wished could hear what exactly was being said, but as the commander cast silencing charms around the area she was left having to guess at their body language. All she could tell after that was that their commander was still incensed and his subordinates didn't agree with his reasoning. "Have you lost your mind?" The dragon raged at his young subordinate. "I've lost everything but, sir." The young-sounding man snapped back sarcastically. "Stop dwelling on what you've lost and start focusing on what you've gained." The dragon fired right back. The object of his ire was about to retort when Chameleon came to his rescue. "It's not like we went looking for BB-1, sir. Wraith was trapped in there with him. He didn't have any choice but to defend himself. The kid should get a commendation, if you ask me." His fellows mumbled their agreement with that assessment. "Well, I didn't ask you." The dragon growled back, silencing the rest where they stood. "We don't give medals for disobeying orders, however well things may seemingly have gone because of it. You confirmed your orders to my face, you confirmed acknowledgement of your orders. I never had the chance to confirm any such orders." Wraith balked. It was a technicality and he knew it. Nevertheless, he was correct in that he'd never had a chance to agree specifically to Dragon's orders before having apparated away. Further incensed, Dragon grabbed up Wraith by his collar and pulled him close to his cowl where both could distinctly see the other's face. "What if you had killed him, what then? What if he'd killed you? Damn it, man, we're in this for the duration. If you get yourself killed, you'll take the rest of us right with you. Is that what you want?" The dragon waited for a reply that didn't come. His men shuffled nervously as the tension in the hallway rose 150%. His patience at an end, Dragon snapped into his subordinate's face. "Well," after still no immediate reply he shook Wraith's shoulders in his frustration, demanding an answer, not even registering the blank glassy expression on Drew's face. When no further reply came he shoved away the young man with an enraged snarl. Wraith pitched back lifelessly, slumping to the floor. His fellows startled at that, and it was then that Dragon registered the wetness of his hands. He looked down to find his hands drenched with his subordinate's blood. "Oh, for the love of," he gasped as he kneeled down and ripped his battle robes open. Wraith's chest and shoulders were covered with deep slashes and spell burns. "He's wounded," he nearly shouted out in worry. "Why in the hell didn't you report his being injured?" He snarled at Griffin, who had dropped to the other side and was hurriedly casting healing charms along with his commander. "'Cause you never gave me a chance," he snapped back in exasperation. "Cam's right, sir, he didn't go looking for a fight with Voldemort, but he sure as hell didn't walk away when the fight was brought to him, sir." That last came out both bitterly and sarcastically. Dragon paused and nodded reluctantly at that. He knew he was wrong, just as they knew he was angry more out of worry for Wraith and what could have happened to him. Voldemort's demise was their end goal and the end was nowhere in sight just now. The bastard wasn't immortal, but neither was he wholly human and vulnerable just yet. The Horcruxes needed to be eliminated first. Then the Dark Lord would know the full wrath of the Unspeakables. A black-robed and exceedingly anxious Death Eater slipped into the former reception hall that now served as Voldemort's throne room. The Dark Lord sat on an obsidian throne that fairly reeked of malevolence. Pale hand absently stroking the head of his vile serpent, coiled alongside his throne and hissing ominously at the approaching Death Eater, further adding to the man's already heightened apprehensiveness. As if the blood-stained floors hadn't already had the man's hackles on edge. The blood was not his master's, but rather the, now deceased, Death Eater that had delivered the report of the fiasco that was the assassination attempt on Minister Bones. 10 Aurors dead to the opposition, but they'd dearly in that they'd lost some 17 Death Eaters, 3 of those were Inner Circle members. Minister Bones, her niece and Master Auror Moody all having survived the attack. Worst of all, Voldemort, himself, was wounded in the exchange. Speak dog. The surgeons are ready to attach your magically constructed artificial leg, my lord. They say time is of the essence to lessen the any further risk of nerve damage affecting mobility. With a sigh of resignation, Voldemort struggled to pull himself from his throne, slumping back in exhaustion having failed the attempt. Innocently enough, the Death Eater that awaited his master's pleasure offered to levitate him. It was the last words he'd ever uttered with a sane mind as repeated cruciatus hexes left the man a vegetable. The next day found a healed, a somewhat rested young unspeakable pulling that most boring and undesired of duties, guard duty. It was his punishment and he knew it, though he wasn't so foolish as to assume this was all he had in store for his lapse in judgment by not following orders to the letter. Thus he showed what contempt he may for what he considered an unjust punishment. He did this by leaning back against the door jamb of the hospital room he guarded, nonchalantly twirling his wand idly between his fingers to pass the time in a show of abject boredom and disinterest. Not even when his own commander approached and entered the room did he show more than a passing acknowledgement. He didn't snap to attention as his fellows would. No, he stopped twirling his wand for a heartbeat, tapping it to the side of his forehead in a mock salute before resuming his previous antics. If he heard his commander growl his displeasure, he never registered it in the least. Dragon entered the minister's room with a grumble in the show of disrespect by his protégé. He knew better to expect otherwise, especially in view of the fact that Wraith was being unjustly punished. He knew from the reports Griffin and Chameleon had delivered that Wraith had no option other than to engage the enemy or embrace his own death. The fact that Harry was in the right wasn't a matter of consequence, nor was how he'd represented himself, which by all accounts was nothing short of amazing. The truth be told, it was gallantry worthy of a commendation. Instead he was on guard duty. The true reason for this was no more than Dragon trying to reel in his young charge before he took things to another level, emboldened by his initial success over the Dark Lord. Wraith knew it too and he wasn't liking it. Ah, impetuous youth. Dragon mocked wistfully. Minister Bones was pale as death and sound asleep when he entered her room, half deciding if he should further punish Harry for not bothering to check his credentials, even though both could tell the other by the way they moved and smelled, if they were honest. After a few minutes, Amelia Bones roused, her eyes drifting open uncertainly. At first she appeared confused by her surrounding, but then a painful move brought reality crashing back as she remembered her fight for survival and subsequent wounding as a result. Most would say she was lucky to be alive, and they would be right. Only, this luck came in the form of talented men who had fostered her continued survival. Dragon snapped to attention at the side of the minister's bed. Amelia snorted derisively through her pain at that. "Don't be absurd, Lewis," she chided, grateful to see him deflate to a more relaxed pose at her bedside as she continued her thought. "We're much too old of friends for such displays of formality. How are you feeling, Amy?" he asked worriedly, his hand gently clasping her own, mindful of her heavily bandaged wrist. "Still able to feel anything, thanks to you," she complimented appreciatively. "Pull off that silly hood so I can at least see your handsome face and thank you properly." Amelia scolded him irritably, due to her pain, as they both knew. Dragon removed his hood, his hazel eyes connecting with Amelia's pain-filled blue ones. Softly, reverently he brought her hand to his lips. She sighed gratefully both at the contact and the memories it elicited from another time, when peace rather than war dictated their heart's actions. Damn Voldemort's black heart for keeping them apart. They both thought for not the first time. She had lost her husband in the last war, he a fiancé. They had always been the best of friends, along with Minerva McGonagall, meeting in school their first year. They were their own Gryffindor three upon a time. After time to grieve their losses, they took a chance and were pleasantly surprised to find that they clicked as something more than just friends. Then the Second War began and duty pulled them apart in the interest of the public's well-being coming first. It was times like this that she wished she had been more selfish. I had little to do with your present state of still breathing, Amy. Griffin's team pulled you, Susan and Moody's asses out of the fire. Amelia nodded her head gratefully. Thank them for me, won't you? Dragon sighed at that. At registering Amelia's questioning look he explained. They're a little miffed at me just now. I came down rather hard on one of them for mixing it up with the dark ass. Amelia's eyes widened for a moment before taking on a suspicious edge. Need I ask which one? Dragon shook his head, confirming her suspicions. Amelia was one of the few people outside of the Unspeakables that knew of Harry Potter's continued existence. He was a state secret and she knew solely because she was their head of state. How'd he do? Her Auror instincts overriding her sense of caution at such an undertaking, knowing as she did about the existence of the Dark Lord's remaining few Horcruxes. Dragon snorted at that. He did bloody fantastic off the record. Amelia smirked at that. Dragon continued. He held the wanker's attention long enough for Chameleon to sneak off a reductor that took the bastard's leg off. They kept it on ice for Moody as a souvenir. Amelia snorted a laugh at that, pulling up short almost immediately, wincing in pain. Sorry, he sighed regretfully once the spasm passed. Don't ever be sorry for that, Lewis. Moody will be thrilled to tears. I dare say he'll use it for a replacement of his own. Lou Croker nodded his appreciation of that thought. What have you got the boy doing for penance? Amelia chided, getting back on topic. You know me too well. Lewis snorted. Just a bit of guard duty so he doesn't get a swollen head and go off half-cocked again. You must be very popular, about now. Amelia smirked knowing how that would go over. Lewis rolled his eyes. You can ask him yourself, he's on your door. He won't even give me the time of day, just now. Though their room had a silencing charm on it, they could still hear the sounds from the hall. A necessary security precaution as any warning of imminent attack was a blessing. A gasp of outrage from outside alerted the two. Take your hand off me. Susan's voice demanded in outrage. I can't submit my wand for identification as I lost it in the battle that destroyed our home, no thanks to you lot. Susan all but shouted irately. Maybe I better. Lewis half suggested turning toward her room's door. Amelia tightened her grip on his strong hand, wincing slightly at the strain, but deciding it was well worth it. Leave them to it, she suggested. I don't know, Amy. He's still not what you'd consider well-adjusted to everything that happened that day. Lewis made foreboding quotation marks in the air. He'll need to get over it and fast if he's going to be guarding Susan while I covalence. Amelia suggested, quirking a mischievous eyebrow over her wickedly smiling eyes. Oh, you're evil you are. He snickered, dotting her hand again in delight. Look pal, I'm Susan Bones, wand or not, and I want to see my aunt, now. Susan growled again. Wade mean no, she shouted angrily. Maybe you'd better. Amelia began. Yeah, Lou agreed, interrupting as he too didn't like the course of events culminating outside. Putting his hood up, he stepped to the door before Susan started something that Harry wouldn't most likely regret, given their history, unbeknownst to the witch. He opened the door in haste, startling the girl, but was disappointed that Wraith didn't so much as remotely register his interruption. Your aunt will see you now, he said in a monotone voice, holding the door open for Susan to pass through. At least someone around here knows what's what. Susan snapped, glaring at Wraith sideways as she passed. Dragon stepped up alongside Wraith, waiting until the door closed before he imparted the good news. Aunt and niece had barely hugged before a voice outside boomed. What? You're mental you are. Good, he's getting his comeuppance. Susan nodded at the door, still bristling from the encounter. Doubtful. Amelia disagreed. He's most likely just learned that he's been ordered to serve as your personal bodyguard during my stay in hospital. That git. Susan blanched, thumbing back meaningfully in the direction she'd come. Amelia pulled a face at that, reminding her niece. That git, as you put it, is the man who went toe-to-toe with Voldemort himself and is the main reason you and I are still alive, child. She scolded, reminding her niece that she was being both immature and that it wasn't appreciated at the same time. Gentlemen please, this is a hospital. A voice of authority intervened outside. Well, that's good, as he's going to need one. Wraith threatened. Amelia snorted at that, surprising Susan. I thought unspeakables obeyed orders without question. She asked incredulously of her chuckling aunt. Amelia kept half her attention directed toward the storm brewing outside, not wanting to miss a thing, as she answered vaguely that Wraith isn't exactly your normal, unspeakable, dear. Susan rolled her eyes at the obviousness of that reply. I will not guard Susan. Bones got it. He rallied, snickering at his own jibe. More muffled pleading followed. Voldemort can have her if he's the stomach for it. He'll probably surrender within a week, begging us to lock him away from her. Wraith raged again. He seems acquainted with you, dear. Amelia snorted in amusement. Susan's bright blue eyes narrowed to slits of fury as she made a half-step toward the door. Of all the nerve. No wand, dear, her aunt reminded her. I don't need a wand to deal with that person who fought off Voldemort, her aunt suggested. Susan turned her unspent ire on her aunt at that. Well, you're certainly high on the pretentious git. Susan sniped venomously. That's because I'm older, wiser and better informed than you, dear. What's that supposed to mean? Her niece countered incredulously, but her aunt just smiled indulgently at her, infuriating the girl further. An hour later, Susan sat outside her aunt's room, with something less than patiently, waiting while the healer to evaluate her aunt's progress. Having won the battle, but ultimately losing the war, as he saw it, Wraith was positioned in his careless stance of previous. He leaned lazily against the door jamb, twirling his wand between his fingers. The wand spun so quickly it resembled a fan blade and made a distinctive swooshing sound. Despite herself, Susan could not help but be mesmerized at the display. Idly she wondered just how much practice and familiarity was required to know one's wand so intimately. She fought down a shudder at the possibilities. She sighed in relief when he paused momentarily, thinking he was finally tiring of his own game, cursing herself silently for the gasp that escaped her throat when a second wand appeared in his left hand and spun just as quickly as the original, only in the opposite direction. Finally, the healer vacated her aunt's room and indicated she could go in. Straightening her robes as she stood, she made to enter the waiting door when he got in her way. Wraith seamlessly glided back in front of the door after the healer's departure. Susan pursed her lips impatiently, waiting for some acknowledgement, cursing herself when she finally lost it and grumbled irately. Well, present your wand for identification, please. She could swear she felt the migraine coming and was sure her right eye was already twitching as if it had a tic. You know damn well that I haven't got a wand just now, she spat acerbically. No wand? He questioned idly. No, she spat back in confirmation. Then what good are you? He asked. Something snapped. Something in the back of her mind from a memory she tried and failed to forget came rushing back, and she felt herself swooning. Her legs gave out and she resigned herself to the damage the tile floor would cause before her world went black. An hour or so later, Susan Bones woke up. Her eyes cracked open and shifted back and forth as she tried to remember what happened and where she was. She tried and failed to fight down the sudden terror that gripped her as she mistakenly thought the Death Eaters had taken her. The events of the previous day came rushing back, following up to arguing with that insufferable guard her aunt was forcing on her. You fainted. A calm, albeit cool voice offered, standing next to the couch she was currently sprawled across in a waiting room down just across the hall from her aunt's room. The last moments came rushing to the fore as she realized why she'd fainted, those words. Those same last words that she'd once said in a moment of pain and despair to another who was already hurting worse than she could imagine. Merlin, how she hated herself for saying those words. How she wished and prayed she could take them back, knowing the revulsion and self-loathing that filled her every time she resigned herself to the fact that it was too late. He was gone. Tears filled her soft blue eyes as she started to cry for the 1000th+ time for what was. How she wished she could have back that moment and take him in her arms and never let him go. How she wished she had comforted him along with herself. A boyish blamed a mere boy for being unable to do what Dumbledore himself couldn't. What teams of Aurors had died uselessly in the attempt to do. He'd survived not once, but several encounters against the Dark Fiend. She couldn't begin to fathom such a thing in the light of her own precarious survival. She'd watched helplessly as her aunt's best Aurors fell like so much cannon fodder before the might of the Dark Lord. They were little more than an inconvenience to him. Like toddlers trying to tackle an adult on some playground. Then they came. She'd heard the stories firsthand from her aunt. She heard how the Unspeakables had taken the war to Voldemort as none had ever done before. How they'd decimated scores of Death Eaters, including many of his inner circle. She'd even heard about one team in particular that had distinguished themselves far and above the others. An unimaginable thing considering that what she'd heard of the others was nothing short of astounding. She'd heard how poor Luna had died, having been rescued too late, not for any fault of the Unspeakable team doing the rescuing, but because two of her aunt's more trusted Aurors had turned out to be traitors, bearing the dark mark. It was just over 2 years since poor Luna had been laid to rest beside her father. She's heard directly from her aunt that Luna had been avenged. She'd heard the name of her avenger, even though she was sworn to secrecy regarding that knowledge. With a shudder, she remembered that name now. Strange that she hadn't thought of it before. Now she'd thought it an odd code name, even for an Unspeakable. "Why, you're the one that rescued Luna, Luna Lovegood," she stammered with the barest hint of appreciation in her tone to the Unspeakable looming next to her. The spinning wands abruptly stopped. She held a breath in apprehension as she waited for some acknowledgement. "No," he said flatly, his wands disappearing into the sleeves of his robe. But Auntie said it was you, Wraith, isn't it?" She continued hesitantly. She didn't know why she did, as it was rather nearly the same taboo to broach an Unspeakable as it was to say the Dark Lord's name. "Obviously," he returned coolly, his finger pointing to the embroidered designation on his right chest. "Then it was you saved Luna." Susan assumed. "If I saved her, then why is she dead?" he asked incredulously. That's not what I mean." Susan returned, her temper rising slightly at the man's infuriating aloofness. "I know it isn't." Her temper rose more at this acknowledgement. "Then why are you being this way?" "I'm only trying to thank you for what you did for her," she defended. The face hidden within the cowl snorted at that. "I would have done that for anyone, and gladly so. Don't thank me for doing my job, and certainly not for failing to do it well enough to save her," the man returned hollowly, but she could swear she heard a note of deepest regret despite his best efforts to seem coolly detached. Then thank you for saving me and my auntie," Susan said, not only appreciatively, but respectfully. "I didn't do that either," he returned too quickly. "Griffin, Raven and Dozer did that. I was otherwise engaged," he remarked pointedly. Susan couldn't be sure, but she could swear that she could almost detect a certain note of fondness in voice, regarding what he was otherwise engaged in. She shuddered at that. In the blink of any eye, warmth settled over her, chasing away the cool dread she just experienced. She looked up with a gasp, realizing he'd placed a warming charm over her, but hadn't caught even a hint of movement from him despite their close proximity. How can anyone, even an Unspeakable, move that fast? He was even faster than Harry Potter, and she hadn't thought anyone quicker than he was, what with his seeker's skills. Her musing was interrupted by her escort asking the unexpected. "What do you do?" I'm studying toward a charm's mastery." "And are you?" he asked vacantly. "Am I what? Are you charming?" The cowl-covered head vibrated slightly, and she could tell the git was struggling not to laugh out loud at his crack. "Oh, ha, that's a riot. Gee, I've never heard that one before," she sulked sarcastically. After a moment, he asked further. "Who's teaching you?" "Professor Flitwick from Hogwarts. He's going to retire in a few years, and hopefully I'll be able to take over his classes by then." The covered head nodded slightly in understanding. "Good teacher," he commented offhandedly. Susan gaped at that. "You went to Hogwarts," she assumed, hoping for some glimpse at his identity, but the man was too quick for her. "Never said that. Just that the man is a good instructor." "But you must have attended his classes. How else could you know that he was a good teacher, which he is?" Susan pressed. "He doesn't just teach at Hogwarts," the man answered incredulously. "Oh," Susan sighed in disappointment, realizing that Flitwick must have done some advanced instruction or other at the Ministry for the Aurors and Unspeakables and such. Absently she remembered Griffin referring to Wraith as the kid. If he was a younger man, then maybe he really did go to Hogwarts. Maybe he was in a class close to hers. "How old are you?" she asked sheepishly. "Younger than I appear," came back a most dissatisfying response that he obviously found quite amusing, chuckling at his own cleverness as she would falsely assume it was because his features were shrouded by his cowl. "Funny," she quipped. The shrouded figure just shrugged. Undaunted she pressed forward, changing tact slightly. "Do Unspeakables marry?" The figure snorted at her roundabout way of trying to open a conversation designed toward discovering his identity. Where else do baby unspeakables come from? He deadpanned. Susan snorted a laugh in spite of herself at that. That obvious am I? Exceedingly so, but just to be sporting, yes, some do marry, have families, play Quidditch, like other colors than dark blue, enjoy water polo, enjoy sunsets and long walks on the beach, engage in fine dining, dancing. All right, Susan held up a hand in surrender, no need to take the mickey, she relented. Knowing she would get no further and seeing it growing dark outside the window, she asked cautiously. Can I please see my aunt so I can wish her good night even though I don't have a wand to identify myself? She asked politely rather than try to bluster her way in by use of her family name. The Unspeakable's hood seemed to dip thoughtfully before his hand moved like lightning and a wand shot into it. He spun the wand and presented it handle first toward the startled girl saying, 11 inches, willow and unicorn hair, nice and supple, excellent for healing and charm work. Susan gaped at the proffered wand. Wizards and witches just didn't relinquish their wands, even spare ones except in the midst of pitched battles and even then only temporarily, and if they survived they wanted said wand immediately returned. It was that much more astounding that an unspeakable would relinquish one so casually for another's use. Thank you, she thanked the man, her hand trembling as the wand slid into her grasp. Warmth filled her hand and golden sparks flew from the tip of the wand. With a delighted gasp she swished the wand in an arc and golden stars filled the air around her. Oh my, she gaped in wonder as the wand so readily accepted her. It was a perfect match. The Unspeakable held up his hands in an unthreatening gesture before his other wand appeared and he ran a quick diagnostic. He examined the results stating them out loud. Susan Bones, age 20, 11 inches, willow and unicorn hair. It appears you've found a suitable replacement for your lost wand, Miss Bones. You may see your aunt now. His permission given, the Unspeakable turned back to cool professionalism, their beginnings of a rapport having vanished into thin air. He returned to his post and slouched up against the room's door frame. His head dipped until, she assumed, his chin rested against his chest, though it was hard to tell as it was so well shrouded by the hood he wore. Once comfortable, he appeared to completely shut down. Susan could swear she heard him snoring softly as she passed by and into her aunt's room. Susan's eyes cracked open, relishing the comfort of her own four-poster bed in her own room. My room. The blissful comfort of only moments before gone in an instant as she bolted upright in alarm. Her mind scrambled trying to grasp how she came to be in her own room as the last thing she could remember was falling asleep in a chair at her sleeping aunt's bedside. Her hands brushed down her waist as she tried to collect herself. She was wearing one of her most comfortable nightgowns. Her room was in perfect order except for a hastily discarded blouse and pair of jeans strewn at the foot of her bed. Was it a dream? She considered absently, as surely her room would have been as destroyed as the rest of the manor had seemingly been. The smell of frying bacon and roasting coffee beckoned tantalizingly. With a delighted squeal she shot out of bed, not bothering to grab her robe or even her wand as she launched herself through the doorway and down the hall. Absently she noted that everything was as it should be as she trotted down the stair making for the kitchen. That smells good, Kibby, she complimented their house elf as pushed through the kitchen's French doors. A mysterious figure, from out of a dream, turned from the stove and snorted, glad to hear it, only I'm not Kibby. Your elf took a bad knock to the head, trying to defend you lot, but she will make a full recovery and be coming home in a few days. He soothed her fears before she could even begin to ask after their family. Elf's welfare. He wore jeans, tennis shoes and a black tank that held his name embroidered over the right chest, Wraith. He appeared to have blonde hair, but the rest of his face was somehow obscured and his features indistinguishable. How? Susan stammered, clutching a door in each hand to keep her upright as the memories of the past 2 days flooded her consciousness. Well-muscled, but not bulky arms transferred the contents of several pans onto a plate waiting at the table. He returned the empty pans to the sink and set them washing by a quick wandless charm that had Susan gasp in awe at the ease with which he did so. Wandless magic was exceeding difficult and rarely performed, and even then only for simplest of spells such as household cleaning charms, like this. Still, the way he performed the charm with such casualness was amazing. Desperately she wanted to ask what else he could do wandlessly, but thought better of the question, knowing he would probably be loath to divulge the extent of his abilities. If they had any extent. Susan's eyes gathered in the room. It was exactly as it had been before the attack. The whole house she'd passed through was exactly as it had been before the attack. How? Our house. She splayed her arms wide, indicating the whole of the pristine repairs made to their mansion. His shoulders shrugged noncommittally as he stated the obvious. Magic. That said, he pulled out the dining chair for her and instructed her to eat while your food's still warm. Haltingly, Susan seated herself, surprised as he helped her slide her chair closer to the table. Her mouth watered as she placed a napkin on her lap. Fresh fruit, pancakes, bacon, a wonderful breakfast, their house repaired. She'd just barely taken her first bite when she unconsciously sighed in appreciation. Glad you like it, he offered before adding, I've taken the liberty of re-establishing the ward scheme around the property and adding several updates that I'll go over with you after you've finished and had a chance to put some clothes on. Her fork halted an inch from her mouth. Her initial surprise over his having rewarded the property was soon forgotten as the second part of his announcement sunk in. Her eyes shot downward and widened in alarm as the morning sun through the window highlighted the curve of her chest through her rather opaque nightgown. Her face flamed in embarrassment as her arm shot across her chest, trying to cover her modesty. The fact that her seemingly kind host was leaning against the counter with a mug of coffee that he was chuckling between sips of did not help the matter. Her modesty begged her to run screaming from the room, but her appetite won out and she continued eating, with one arm over her chest and her napkin covering as much of her lap as possible. The pancakes were, for the most part, absolutely delicious, all except for that one that had been a bit lumpy, but otherwise fine. She goggled stupidly as he went over the warding scheme with her for the second time. The first hadn't sunk in as he'd lost her during his listing of the mastery-level wards he'd put in place. When he told her he'd applied a Fidelius charm to not only the manse but the entire estate, she knew she must not have understood him and asked him to repeat himself. I put a Fidelius charm over the estate, with myself as secret keeper for the time being. Your aunt, the directors of the MLES and the Unspeakables and yourself being the only ones keyed into the ward. I suggest we keep it to that for the time being, as I'm sure Voldemort won't take having lost his leg with a pinch of salt. A Fidelius charm. Susan goggled in disbelief. Yes, a Fidelius charm over the entire estate. I'm sorry you don't approve. Your aunt was quite specific that we were to make the estate as impenetrable as possible. I thought it prudent to take this extra precaution, he explained himself, thinking she was displeased with the changes to the warding he'd instilled. She waved off his explanation and tried to make her shock more clearly understood. How what? He repeated, not catching her drift. How did you put a Fidelius charm over the entire estate? She clarified further. Not easily. I had to cast it in overlapping charms and then connected the whole to a rune stone in a secret location. Tiring that? He ventured, showing a hint of his own weariness for the first time this morning. He'd repaired their home, warded the entire estate, including the Fidelius charm, and cooked her breakfast in a single night. Stupidly, she realized, she asked the obvious. You did all that in a single night? He nodded absently, adding. The minister wanted it done as soon as possible. She didn't know how long she stood there gapping like a fish out of water, nor did she even wonder how he kept from laughing at the way her mouth must have been opening and closing fish-like, as she tried and failed to express her stunned disbelief. Flitwick himself couldn't have done that. An entire goblin team couldn't ward an estate this size in a single night. His fingers snapping in front of her face roused her back to reality. Before he could so much as form a syllable to inquire after her welfare, she launched herself at him, engulfing him in a hug as she gasped, thank you, repeatedly, before dissolving into tears as the pent-up emotions of the past few days caught up to her. He stiffened beneath her arms, and made no effort whatsoever to return the hug, but did manage to murmur soft, albeit uncomfortable reassurances until she was able to collect herself enough to release him and step back, embarrassedly scrubbing the tear tracks from her face. Sorry, she apologized softly. He tried to wave off her apology as unnecessary while trying and failing to hide the way he shuddered uncomfortably from the contact she'd initiated. Mortified, Susan hurried away and sequestered herself in her room, sobbing into her pillow. She didn't know which was worse, her breaking down completely in front of a relative stranger or said stranger's reaction to her loss of composure. What seemed like hours, but was perhaps only a few minutes later, a tentative knock on her door caught her attention. A pregnant pause followed, that almost had her in a fresh wave of tears, before the object of her dismay cleared his throat and informed her that I require about 2 hours rest. Please do not leave the mansion during that time. All right, she stammered in agreement, before crying again as she realized he hadn't even waited for her reply. 2 hours later found Susan fidgeting nervously, having silently gone over apology after lame apology in her own head as she eyed the clock on the family room's mantel. 2 hours became 2.5 and slowly, ever so slowly the minute hand inched toward the 12. Finally, her nerves shot, she decided to leave to visit her aunt, despite the promise she'd made to remain. She threw a pinch of flow powder in the flames and flew away without even bothering to leave a note behind. She'd barely broached her aunt's room and said hello, her aunt's own greeting dying on her lips as a hand reached around from behind and spun Susan around by the shoulder. You were told to wait. Wraith barked angrily, looming over the girl in full battle robes. She couldn't see his face within his shroud, but she was almost certain she'd spied a flash of emerald fire from where his eyes would be. I waited almost 3 hours, she tried to defend meekly. It sounded pathetic even to herself. You are not to leave the estate without an escort at any time. Not for any reason, he reminded, having laid down the ground rules only this morning and had her repeat them verbatim to show she understood them completely. Susan pulled her arm angrily away, her soft eyes hardening along with her temper. I'll do as I like, she spat back petulantly. No, you won't, her aunt intervened from behind. Susan paled at that, her anger gone in a trice at her aunt's own admonishment putting her in her place. Aunt Amelia pushed herself up further on her pillows as she chastised her niece. You will follow Wraith's direction at any and all times. Am I understood, young lady? Susan nodded absently at that. Her aunt was not someone to cross, that was a lesson she'd learned the hard way over time. Good, Amelia Bones said in a satisfied tone. Despite the circumstances, she realized something that piqued her curiosity. She turned toward Wraith, who was still standing uncomfortably close as if reluctant to let her get beyond arm's reach. How did you find me so quickly? Perimeter alarm registered your having left. After that it was a simple matter of following your magical signature. He informed her coolly, back in professional mode again. But how? I don't have a tracker on me, not even a charm. I checked. She returned incredulously. Not on you, in you. You ate it this morning. Susan gasped at the unspeakable, her aunt laughing up riotously, before clutching her ribs in pain and then laughing again. Now be a good girl and eat your nice blueberry pancakes. Susan rolled her eyes and balked sarcastically at that. Right, Suri should swallow another one of your nasty little tracking devices. Just how gullible do you think I am? That said, she pushed aside her plate and polished off her orange juice, smacking her lips for effect before helping herself to a refill from the iced pitcher in front of her. Wraith shrugged indifferently and proceeded to pull her plate in front of him and dig in with gusto, rolling his eyes with pleasure as he munched away happily. Wah, of all the... Susan gasped in outrage for having let herself be duped out of a delicious meal for the 5th time this week. This has got to stop. It wasn't just the fact that she'd lost 7 pounds from lack of nutritional intake coupled with the grueling twice-a-day lessons her bodyguard put her through, which were nothing short of absolute torture in the form of self-defense, both muggle and magical. Nor was it the fact that he took particular delight in driving her to the point of exhaustion mixed with the cool indifferent attitude he took around her by comparison to the gallant way he treated her aunt, earning the minister's absolute confidence and respect. Her aunt fairly fawned over the man. She took to him in a way Susan had never seen her aunt so readily take to anyone previously. It wasn't even the fact that his grueling lessons were showing dividends. So noticeable was her improved wand work that Professor Flitwick had her convey his regards to her tutor. No, what was truly driving Susan to the point of distraction was the endlessly inventive way that her bodyguard, drill instructor, aunt's favorite tutor, everything and anything he set his hand to mastering took the mickey out of her with an ease that was absolutely infuriating. Susan watched in loathing as he mopped up the last nuances of maple syrup with his last bite of pancake before sighing appreciatively. Bastard, she spat at his self-satisfied, smug expression. Yes, she could see his face. Not that she was any closer to learning his identity. She'd spent the better part of 2 days going through School records trying to match his face with a name. Just when she thought she had hit pay dirt, he showed up the very day she was going to confront him with a new set of features. The only reason she knew it was him from the get-go was because he was wearing the face of the deceased Harry Potter. This not only infuriated her, but had her spending the better part of the day crying desolately in her room. Flashback. That was cruel. Minister Bones admonished in a disappointed tone. I didn't know when I took the polyjuice that it was one of the originals I'd saved from before. It must have gotten mixed in with my supply of false identities. I honestly didn't intend. He drifted off, looking crestfallen toward the direction Susan had fled in tears. Amelia Bones nodded at that, accepting his excuse as being nothing more than accidental and not intentional. She'd never known Harry Potter to act vindictively, though Merlin knows if there was anyone who ever had a right to, it was him. Curiously, she asked, "Why did you keep?" She motioned toward his face for emphasis, words failing her as seeing him, alive, as it were, was quite disconcerting. "Wouldn't you?" he questioned in return, satisfied by her helpless shrug in the face of Curio's morbidity. "I was thinking maybe once the threat of Voldemort is over we could find a way to make the polyjuice more permanent or some such. Maybe even Muggle plastic surgery." Madame Bones pulled a face at so barbaric a notion, but sighed in understanding of his plight. It must be very strange, I imagine. Unsettling even," she asked sympathetically. The wraith standing in his 15-year-old body shrugged helplessly. It just feels wrong. I don't know how else to explain it. At first it was hard to move around. I was dead clumsy until I got my bearings. Every time I looked in the mirror was, disconcerting." "I can only imagine," Amelia agreed compassionately. She chanced a look toward the stair her niece had fled up and sighed wearily. At length she decided he needed to know the breadth of what his seemingly innocent faux pas was costing Susan. She cast several strong privacy charms around the area, and despite his advanced training, he had to admit he was impressed by the display and even asked her to show him one he didn't recognize. "Harry," at seeing him stiffen slightly, she amended hastily. "Drew." He nodded agreement, albeit reluctantly. "I think it better to err on the side of caution, as my true identity would not be well received on the whole. I've much to atone for, should I live so long." She wanted to argue that last with him, but in all good conscience she still knew it was only a 50-50 chance that he would survive the war. He was strong, very strong magically, and he was absorbing advanced training like a sponge, but the bottom line was that Voldemort had years and years on him and all manner of dark wizards and creatures at his disposal. As good as her unspeakables were, they were not unstoppable. Should things turn out, well, would you then wish to reveal yourself to our world again? She asked cautiously. She knew enough from talking with, at length, that this was a touchy subject at best. There were so many deep-seated emotions mixed with such an undertaking, not the least of which was deep-seated shame and regret over what he'd done in a moment of weakness. "Yes," he paused to reconsider his hasty response. His face darkened slightly as he rescinded. "No, I don't know." He pulled a face and ran his fingers worriedly through his hair. It was a nervous habit left over that he rarely performed anymore, as it could give himself away. I'd like to, but my friends, they deserve better. They're moving on, and don't get me wrong. That's a good thing, but..." He paused overlong, lost in his tumultuous thoughts. "But," Amelia urged in a kind tone. Are they? Could they even want to still be my friends anymore? How could I expect? How could anyone get past something like this? I've hurt them terribly." He left off woefully, his voice filled with desolate regret. "You've hurt yourself far worse. I think," Amelia suggested. "You've made the best of what is and have become a stronger, more capable person as a result. You're not the same person that you were, but neither are they. It could be a new beginning for all of you. It could also be a disaster," Harry suggested. She nodded at that, as harsh a thing as it was to admit. She knew from Lewis that above all he valued honesty and loathed being patronized to spare his feelings. She chanced a glance at the stairway, sensing that now was as good a time as any to broach the subject she had intended, especially as it applied to their current conversation. "Susan was devastated when she left off uncomfortably." He nodded his understanding, urging her with his expressive green eyes to continue her point. "She thought, and perhaps deservedly so, that she was the reason you'd jumped." He was about to intervene at that, but she shushed him with a raised hand, asking silently to let her continue. She wasn't, at least not wholly responsible, I know, but can you honestly say that she wasn't one such straw that broke the hippogriff's back? He was about to deny her accusation out of hand, but she interrupted with a hasty, "Be honest." At length he finally sighed out a regretful, "No." She thought he was finished, but he surprised her, giving an insight into that afternoon that even Susan in her most emotional breakdown had never divulged exactly what had transpired. I thought I was beyond hurting at that point. I was numb and resolved to just shuck it all and leave the magical world as far behind as I could get. My friends, their parents, he struggled to explain, but she already knew at least this much of the story. Arthur and she had shared many difficult afternoons as he'd tried and failed to let go his own pain and guilt. I know, she soothed simply. Gryffindor. My friends and classmates, they banished me. I didn't even know such a thing could be done. I didn't have anywhere else to go. My godfather, Sirius was my last family. He died. It was, if I hadn't of. It was not your fault, child. Sirius Black was a courageous wizard, just like his friends and godson. People die in battle. You know the truth of this as well as any, she chided gently, forcing him to see reason. He scrubbed at his two bright eyes and nodded his agreement. Anyway. It was a lot, and well, Susan had found me at my lowest point. It wasn't her fault, not any of it wasn't anything we hadn't discussed before. She was upset over Cedric. She wanted to know why. I guess I finally decided that she needed to hear it, to really hear the senselessness of his death. He was about to leave it at that, but she could tell there was more, so she urged him to continue. And he pulled a face, but answered. And I told her how he was killed by Pettigrew on Voldemort's orders because he was no more than an inconvenience. That's all we really are to Voldemort. He sees us as bugs that he has no compunction stepping on to get what he wants. Amelia nodded her understanding, if such a notion could be understood other than to simply realize you were dealing with a monster and this was how such vile creatures thought. She had the prophet and wanted to know why I hadn't killed him when she thought I had the chance during the battle at the Ministry. Amelia winced at that. She was one of the few that knew the intimate deals of that entire night. She knew how no more than mere school children bested his lackeys and held a monster's designs at bay. Just as she knew that one who lost his last family that night snapped and faced something that her best hit wizards wouldn't contemplate, not even in a moment of utter insanity. But a child did. A child with uncommon valor stood toe-to-toe with a nightmare. He may have lasted mere seconds before power and experience beyond his keen laid him low, but in those seconds a legend had been born. How many times since had Aurors gone into battle with the name of Harry Potter on their lips, steeling their resolve and rallying their fellows? Amelia's drifting thoughts returned when he divulged something that caught the breath in her very chest. I told her that I couldn't beat him. That I didn't have the power then. I'm not any more sure I do now, not really. Amelia Bones snorted derisively at that, but it did not reassure him as he was lost in his own dire recollections. Shish, she said. Then what good are you? Amelia gasped at the unthinking cruelty of children, especially when they were in pain and the true object of their loss and anguish was unavailable to take their pain out on. I guess he realized, well, I thought that maybe she was right, at the time. We were kids, what did we know from monsters and madmen? All we knew was right and wrong, good or bad. We didn't know the price of such things, he finished pointedly. She gaped in spite of herself at that, marveling at the maturity he displayed and the wisdom attained by one still so young. She knew that throwing the two of them together would be, on the surface, a bad thing, but she hoped that Susan and he would find something to build anew from and perhaps each would help the other heal. He was light years ahead of Susan in some ways as evidenced by his words, but in others they were still floundering. A thought occurred that she had only briefly considered before. If it hadn't been Susan but someone else, anyone else, do you think it would have been so devastating to you? Those words, at that time. She struggled a bit, but she could see by his stricken appearance that she had guessed right. No, I mean yeah, it probably would have. I was in a bad place and like you said, it was the final straw. He amended his initial denial and almost convinced her of his sincerity, almost. Are you sure? She pressed. Or was it particularly painful coming from Susan? His hands tore their way through his hair, his eyes glancing toward the exits from the room, and Amelia was certain he would bolt any second. I don't know what you mean. He balked, fidgeting anxiously. Don't you really? Amelia pressed her advantage. Her own emotions were running high, sure that she was onto something very important. Her anticipation turned to surprise when the polyjuice potion ran its course and Harry Potter dissolved into Drew Jensen, but that wasn't the part that was startling. It was the eyes. Drew Jensen's blue eyes held a hint of emerald fire at their cores, and that fire hardened his countenance as surely as a blacksmith's anvil until not Drew Jensen or even Harry Potter were standing before her, but Wraith, and all that pseudonym meant to only a few privileged individuals outside of the unspeakables. Here stood before her an avenging spirit within the flesh. The physical change was not what was most unsettling, but the change in his demeanor. He radiated power and confidence. He was cool precision. She knew her advantage had disappeared like dust motes on the breeze. No more would she glean, as any vulnerability from previous was gone in the face of this dread specter. She was wrong in her summation. You seek to make mountains from molehills, minister. What is was, what may have been has long since passed. I have my duty, and with it I shall have my vengeance, he proclaimed before ghosting from the room, leaving her speechless. It was several long moments later when, hardened horror, that she was able to collect herself and come to the very real certainty that what he hadn't revealed had been quite intentional, and that Wraith was as much a mask for him as it was the rest of the world. One thing more, there was a hint of Susan hidden away behind that mask. End of flashback. Bastard, Susan had spat back in his smug face after having duped her out of her breakfast by playing on her paranoia that he was trying to get her to unwittingly ingest another tracking device. She knew this because she had just passed the last one yesterday, uncomfortably so, and suspected he knew this as well, as he'd suddenly taken another suspicious interest in her intake over the last 24 hours. You have no idea, he agreed airily. The smug grin on his face deepened further, if that was even possible. Oh yes I do, Susan shot back petulantly. No, you really don't, he reassured the fuming girl. Casually he reached across the table and poured her another glass of orange juice from the pitcher. Why don't you consider it over another glass of orange juice, only, mind the pulp. With that he burst into malevolent laughter and sauntered from the room. Oh, you dirty bastard, Susan half gasped in dread understanding before screaming at his retreating form. It was 3 weeks after Voldemort's attempted assassination, and Christmas was looming on the horizon, which is why she assumed Wraith was particularly irritable and distracted one evening as he prowled around the mansion checking and rechecking the wards. He no doubt was missing his own family and wanting to spend the holidays with them, but was stuck here on perpetual guard duty. Susan didn't know how far from the mark she was in her assumption, but she was soon to find out. Aunt Amelia had resumed her ministerial duties, albeit in a limited capacity, as she was not yet fully healed from her ordeal. Her worried Flo call home to make sure that they were there and to order them to remain so had Susan waiting on pins and needles. Wraith took the ominous Flo call in stride. If anything, he seemed to be expecting it. A few sparse hours later, a haggard Amelia Bones flew home over their mansion's secure flow. She grabbed up her, worried to tears, niece and cooed gentle reassurances into the trembling girl's hair, holding her tight more to reassure herself than her niece. Her eyes drifted around the room, realizing they were alone. She pulled back and asked after their guard, to which Susan's eyes drifted upward toward the mansion's balcony by way of an answer. He's been in a right state all afternoon. He seemed to be expecting your call. What's happening? Susan knew enough to know that when her aunt was like this, big things were happening, and they weren't in the nice things category. There are Death Eater attacks all over the country. Revelries, they call them. Amelia pulled a disgusted face at what that portended, causing Susan to shudder in dread. Her aunt did not balk easily by any stretch of the imaging, so for her to have this sort of reaction was very telling. At length she persuaded Susan to make a pot of tea, informing her that she would invite Wraith to join them. Susan rolled her eyes at that, as he had completely ignored any and all attempts to come down from his perch. Perched is exactly how Amelia found him. A large brown barn owl was perched on their balcony rail, surveying the estate's ground with the wary eyes of a nocturnal predator. She stepped alongside the owl without the slightest trepidation, asking simply, "How many?" The owl's head twisted around toward the minister and its black eyes blinked several times in succession. 6, she acknowledged, counting the pointed eye blinks. Then she asked more importantly. Is he out there? The owl growled a low purring growl and its feathers ruffled irately by way of an answer. Amelia sighed expectantly at that. Moody had been right. The revelries were a diversion, one that they were forced to deal with lest the death toll know no bounds. She was the target. Voldemort had returned and was prowling the perimeter of their wards. Normally, she wouldn't be the least concerned that anyone was trying to find them beneath a Fidelius charm, but this just wasn't anyone. He'd proven he could find a way around the charm, even though the last time was due to a traitor's aid. You can't go out there, she half reminded, half worried that he would do just that. The owl ruffled its feathers and hooted defiantly into the night. Merlin, you're stubborn, she chided, adding. Brave too, but brash like your father and godfather. They were very brave, but could be reckless. You know it too. The owl's head pivoted around at that and she could distinctly tell it was irritated by her choice of conversation just now. If you go out there and fall, how soon after will I and Susan join you in death? The owl ruffled again. She drove her point home. What do you think he'll do with Susan before he kills her? The owl's head pivoted around and glared at her, clucking its beak angrily. She grimaced under its glare, but inwardly she was floating. More proof to the pudding. Things seemed to revolve around Susan where he was concerned whether he knew it, let alone would admit it or not. They sat quietly together after that, each calmly watching the stars blink into existence. After a few minutes he transformed back from his animagus form. She winced at the sound of bones snapping and reforming. Does that hurt? She asked curiously, wondering why it hadn't occurred to her before. Yeah, but it's over quick, he reassured her. They're gone then, she asked after their unwanted guests. He smirked at that. No, but he's frustrated and taking it out on the rest. Amelia smirked herself in understanding what that meant. Why don't you help him drive the point home? She suggested conspiratorially. He shot her a questioning look before he cottoned on to the direction of her thoughts. Oh, you're evil you are, he complimented. He withdrew a small object from a hidden pocket in his robes and cancelled the shrinking charm. A large black compound bow with several arrows in its mounted quiver grew from his hand. Surprisingly he planted a quick key of gratitude on her cheek and apparated down to the ground below. She watched his dark form trot predatorily into the darkness. Idly she wondered just how much mischief he'd get up to. She didn't have to wait long before shouts of alarm echoed out in the night, only to be cut short. She heard the unmistakable shout of challenge followed by a resounding clang of metal striking metal, shortly followed by a scream of pain and outrage. She didn't have to wonder long what happened as moments later he apparated onto the balcony next to her, laughing uproariously with his bow slung over his back, its quiver emptied of projectiles. That's how Susan found them. Her aunt brought her up to speed on everything save his animagus form. The two watched in amusement as he continued chuckling, bent over with his hands on his knees, gasping for air. Finally, his guffaws dissipated enough for Amelia to ask, well. He held up 3 fingers. You got 3 of them. She assumed hopefully, to which he nodded. What was that clang and that scream it sounded like? It was. He chuckled. The dark wanker took offense to me ganking his stooges. He summoned a metal shield and challenged me to come out and fight him like a proper wizard, ha ha. He resolved to racking laughter clutching his sides. You didn't. Amelia half scolded apprehensively. He shook his head and finally was able to gasp out. I only had 2 arrows left so I made them count. I shot him in his shield knocking the damn thing off his arm. Pete probably broke it, he. And then, Amelia prodded beginning to lose patience. He screamed like a girl and tried to apparate away when he turned to apparate. Har, you didn't. Amelia broke into laughter along with him. Didn't what? What did you do? Susan gasped in exasperation. When he turned to apparate. I put an arrow in his ass. Ha ha ha, he. He'll probably kill a dozen of the fools before someone's able to pull it out, ha. Amelia dissolved into a puddle of great racking laughter at that image. In reality it was more like only 4 Death Eaters with another crudioed into insanity before someone was smart enough to use a summoning spell on the arrow from a safe distance away. 23. Unge. 24. Air. 25. I can't. Susan whined, gasping for breath. Come on, just one more and you'll reach a new high. Wraith coaxed. Urgh. 25. He acknowledged happily. Wah. What do sit-ups have to do with being a better witch? Susan gasped, collapsing in a heap of misery at his feet, clutching her stomach supportively through another painful spasm. A strong mind and body supports a strong magical core. Do you just wave your wand and the heavens tremble? No, you have to put strength into a spell, and the stronger the body casting the spell, the stronger the spell that's produced. Studies prove that even a mediocre wizard in good physical shape can cast stronger spells and for a longer duration than another wizard of the same magical caliber who relies solely on his magical strength. Besides that, the better physical shape you're in, the better you'll be able to evade attacking spells. The best defense is not a shield, but to not to get hit. Alistair Moody said that in defending the defenseless. Susan nodded her head wearily in understanding, having the utmost respect for Master Auror Moody as he would tolerate nothing less. That done, Wraith saw yet another opportunity to take the mickey. If nothing else, at least stronger stomach muscles will aid you in childbirth. You'll be able to pop the little buggers out lickety-split. A faster delivery means less duration of agonizing pain. Who knows, maybe you'll be so grateful you'll name your first after me. Usually Susan would usually gasp in outrage at such comments, lose her temper and make impotent threats, or at worst, as far as she was concerned, she'd blush embarrassedly. The fact that she was getting used to his constant jibes was evident as she smugly retorted. Maybe I don't play for that team, therefore pregnancy won't be an option. What she thought was a clever return didn't throw his timing in the least as he shot right back. Then at least your partner will benefit from your increased stamina. He chuckled merrily as he walked off, enjoying yet another chalk stroke in the win column as Susan flamed crimson at that. Susan entered the house fuming at the ease with which she let her bodyguard get under skin. Something wrong, dear? Her aunt cajoled, looking up from the evening prophet she was perusing. She was home early for dinner, enjoying a bit of relaxation which was becoming less and less commonplace as the war against Voldemort progressed. Grr. Susan grumbled under her breath before spitting out venomously. How much long do we have to put up with that git? Amelia dropped her jaw down beneath her newspaper to cover her smirk. Until Voldemort either surrenders or he's ordered to rejoin his team. Maybe he'll just get tired of us and ask for a transfer on his own. She conjectured. Gets tired of us. Susan rolled her eyes, barking out incredulously. Can't you order him back to the Unspeakables, or better yet send him to Voldemort, and you'll accomplish both options at once, as the Dark Lord is sure to surrender to get away from the repugnant. Susan, her aunt cut her off warningly. Wraith is both a guest and a privilege to have in this house, and one we are quite fortunate to have. I dare say that even the Minister of Magic doesn't normally warrant their own personal bodyguard, let alone an unspeakable. Were we not under imminent threat from Voldemort himself, we could never expect to enjoy such peace of mind. He not only keeps us safe, but according to your instructors he's improved upon your magical abilities drastically, not to mention the, benefits all the training has had on your figure, dear. Amelia waved her hand over Susan's noticeably improved figure for emphasis. The exercise and training had done wonders for her figure, not that she'd admit it, and certainly not to that. Him. Susan ran her hand slightly down her hips, appreciating the drop in dress size she was currently relishing. But still, does he have to be so? Grr. Words failed her as thoughts of the man set her hackles on edge. It was all Amelia could do not to laugh at her niece's expense. She turned the page of the paper she was hiding behind, feigning disinterest as she returned blandly. I don't suppose it ever occurred to you that perhaps Wraith himself may want to be as far away from you as you seemingly think you want to be away from him. What do you mean seemingly? Susan huffed in outrage at the implication. In the words of the great poet, methinks you protest too much, dear. Her aunt simpered, silently congratulating herself for a not half bad imitation of Umbridge. Protest too much? Susan shrieked aghast. Seeing that Susan was heading toward one of her legendary tantrums, Amelia headed her off by going for the throat. Suggesting instead, what you need is a night out to unwind. Why don't you give Hannah a call and make an evening of it? Susan immediately deflated, instantly cottoning to the idea. I think that sounds great. She turned on her heel and headed for the flow to call Hannah, giving her aunt the opportunity she'd been waiting for. Should I tell your bodyguard to dress formal or casual, dear? Wah. URGG. Susan threw up her hands and was raving as she stomped away. Rather than congratulating herself on a job well done or making plans for a quiet evening alone, Amelia buried her face in the newspaper and laughed herself sick. 2 hours later. I tell you, Louis, I haven't laughed so much in years. Amelia chuckled over the glass of wine she was sharing with her old friend. Min said he was rather shy and wholly clueless when it came to young ladies in school. Louis smirked at the description in retrospect. Amelia snorted at that, almost spilling her wine. Well, he's come out of his shell and certainly knows how to get under one young lady's skin, I can tell you. Is Susan the only lady in this house he's affected? He asked flirtatiously, though no less suspiciously. Oh, stop. He's a perfect gentleman around me. Maybe too much of a gentleman, she flirted right back. Lou. Croker cocked an eyebrow at that but wisely avoided commenting further and risked stirring the pot. Besides, he was hardly a teenager with teenage insecurities. Griff is in my office every day, whining one day and demanding the next to have his teammate returned forthwith. I don't blame him. Amelia complimented. Are you entertaining the notion seriously? She asked a tad apprehensively. She'd grown quite accustomed to living in less fear knowing Wraith was watching over her and Susan. Lou shook his head, his face wore a serious expression. Not on your life, which is exactly what I'd be risking if I took him of your detail. Amelia couldn't help feeling relieved, letting out the breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding until he reassured her. They were perched on the sofa by the fire, enjoying a pleasant evening. One of the rare few they were afforded. She missed this terribly, among other things. Along that line she ventured. You could spend more time here to personally see to our safety and relief. That would give him a chance to join his team from time to time. Lou smirked at that. Is Griff's team success the only reason you're making such an overture? He inquired facetiously. Amelia coyly shook her head and took a slow sip of her wine, her eyes sparkling mischievously invitingly. Lou Croker proved he was not a teenager with teenage insecurities as he hastily cast a few silencing and notice me not charms around the air and slid closer toward her side of the sofa. He needn't have bothered as it would be sometime before Susan and company would return from their evening out. Susan and Hannah joined up with a few others of their fellow puffs from school and currently owned the dance floor at Magic Moments, a more upscale wizarding night club in central London. Susan wore a form-hugging soft blue gown with silver sequins sparried across the bodice that both kept with the colors of a wintry season and highlighted her blue eyes to perfection, coincidentally of course. Her soft strawberry tresses bounced to the beat as she and her friends gyrated around the floor, much to the pleasure of the many wizards manning the bar, trying to goad each other into making a move. The only set of male eyes not glued to the female contingent was one such figure dressed in black slacks, a form-fitting black, short-sleeved shirt and dragon-hide boots. Between the dark outfit he wore and the way he kept to the shadows in a far corner of the club he may have as well used a disillusionment spell as no one showed the slightest awareness of his presence. As far as taking little to no notice of the dancing female party enjoying their night, he did actually register some distant awareness of them, though he was far more interested in the rest of the club. He'd begrudgingly agreed to keep a low profile and allow Susan to have some semblance of a free and unhindered night out. Besides, if he were honest, Susan had made great strides in their personal training regimen and he was fairly confident that she could protect herself well enough until she could get away safely in most way. He wasn't overly concerned as an atmosphere such as this usually only produced the rare jealous brawl and such, but time would tell as the evening wore on as alcohol and magic did not mix well with young amorous wizards. Unfortunately, as luck would have it, Susan and company were getting more than their fair share of attention and many of the youths were over-imbibing as they worked up the nerve to make a play for the object of their desire's attention. He himself was treating himself to a good old-fashioned Coke. If it was one thing, of which there were many, that the Muggles did right it was soft drinks. Unfortunately, they didn't mix well with Polyjuice, but they helped take away some of the bitterness. He was enjoying his second such when things became more interesting for not only his, but also Susan and company's point of view. The male contingents were sufficiently plied with alcohol to find a semblance of courage and approached the gyrating witches in twos and threes. Hannah Abbott was the first approached. No surprise there as the witch practically glowed with appeal. Hannah had long blonde hair, a tight black dress and just enough of a hint of perspiration from her dancing to give her a breathtaking glow of vitality. The fact that her body was deliciously curved did not lessen the appeal either. Surprisingly, Susan was not the next off the chopping block. He checked himself, wondering why he should care whether or not Susan was immediately appealing to the opposite say. Should he care at all? Minutes waned and several dances later things became more troublesome, by his point of view, as a bit more touching and heated keys were exchanged. Though he was by no means the worldly sort, neither was he as naive as he had once been, noting with increased attention that this was the point whereby people, especially young males under the influence, became more possessive and inevitably jealous. Jealousy and passion, while not a bad thing in small doses, could very well escalate to trouble if left unchecked. The first such example came when two young bucks decided that Hannah was the witch of their dreams at roughly the same time. Each took an arm and were engaged in a tug of war for the object of their affection. Again, no surprise there. What was a surprise is when a wand came to hand and the young men were cooled down by a quick aquamenti charm by the young witch. The charm wasn't so much the surprise, but where was she keeping a wand hidden in that dress? Yet another mystery of the species that he would have to ask Griffin about. He could ask Dragon, that is if he wanted another lecture about wands and wand holders. The man loved his metaphors. For this particular insight he would prefer Griffin and his teammates as they were more his age and knowledgeable about the latest female fashions. The whole debate about front clasp versus back closure bras was still a topic of much debate mixed with trial and error. Personally, he didn't see what all the fuss was about. Why not just use a quick vanishing charm? Hai's quiet musings were interrupted by the fact that Susan was engaged in some rather heated tongue dancing against the wall off one of the lounges. Again, not surprising. The bloke she'd spent most of the evening with seemed a nice enough sort as most went. He had paced himself at the bar, wasn't too grabby on and off the dance floor, and had the decency to hold her chair when they took a break. He dressed decently, not too showy and not too informal. He appeared about Susan's age and was a halfway decent-looking wizard with an easy laugh. So why didn't he like the looks of the guy? Their dotting led to a bit of touching, nothing too over the top, sides of the chest with the pads of the thumb wandering slightly, that sort of thing. Next thing you know, they're gathering their coats and making to leave together. Don't think so. The two were chatting animatedly, faces flushed, exchanging desirous glances, and were almost to the door to leave and apparate into the night when a dark figure stepped in their path. The man immediately tensed. Good. Susan immediately started to complain, oh for the love of. Also good. Going somewhere? Wraith asked knowingly. It was obvious by his body language that he knew the answer, and didn't agree with it. Not that it's any of your concern. The man immediately snapped out. Sarcastically, puffing up his chest. His supposed alpha was wanting to mark its territory and Wraith was apparently in it. Wraith smiled and Susan shuddered. She couldn't know for sure, but she suspected this was the look he had on his face when he was goading the Dark Lord during their duel. Actually it is. He returned with cool detachment, ignoring the man and focusing his attention on Susan. It's going 2 a.m. The clubs will be closing and you are to return to home at that time as agreed upon between ourselves in conjunction with other parties' wishes. He reminded Susan, careful to leave her aunt's identity out of things. The less anyone knew just who Susan was, the better. We're just going for a quick bite and then, who knows? Susan returned facetiously. She was intentionally trying to not only be difficult, but see if she could make him uncomfortable as well. Negative. Look pal. Her escort began in a challenging tone as his wand came into his hand and started ascending towards Wraith's seemingly unguarded chest. What the lady and I get up to is our business, not some get with babysitter delusions, hey. Wraith's left hand shot out and slapped away the wand before it could come to bear. It spun away harmlessly, its impotent sparks blending with Club's flashing lights. An outraged fist came next, though Wraith's eyes remained fixed on Susan's smug, defiant ones. His left hand shot out, again, deflecting the blow as his hand continued toward the man's exposed throat and latched on like a steel clamp. Hands flailed and pulled at his choking hand with as much success as a child trying to remove a parent's restraining grasp. His blood supply to his brain cut off, the man began to gape and droll as his thrashing became more desperate to break free. Wraith took no more notice of his feeble attempts than if he were a mild breeze. This is not a game, Susan. I am not a child on a playground, nor am I a rival for your affections. Magic swirled around them like a maelstrom of heat and color that blended with the club's lights until the area was a blinding array that dazzled the eyes. People gasped and pulled away from the area, giving the two a wide berth. I cannot be intimidated. For emphasis he shifted his eyes meaningfully toward the man he held by the neck, who was purpling and was barely able to draw a shrill gasp, let alone mount any effective defense, having succumbed to the inevitable. Wraith threw him aside like a spent gum wrapper. The poor sod heaved a gasp, choking and gagging as he struggled to get air in faster than his lungs could refill. I will not renege on a bargain, neither will I allow renegotiation once a deal has been mutually agreed upon. I do not give second chances, Ms. Bones. At this, Susan's demeanor abruptly shifted to one of smug retribution, and she thought to press her point sarcastically by reminding him that, "You did for the Dark Lord." "Come again?" he asked, caught off guard for more reasons than she could possibly imagine. "When you fought him the other night, didn't you do just that, give him a second chance? He was wounded and you let him get away rather than kill him when you arguably had the chance. Wasn't that in essence giving him a second chance?" She expected to see shock or even embarrassment mirrored in his eyes as she stared self-riotously into them. They say that the eyes are the windows to the soul. Susan Bones began to understand the true beginnings of that statement when she looked deeply into Wraith's eyes, and what she saw therein broke her heart. There was a depth of sorrow there that was terrifying, but deeper still there was defiance and a hidden knowledge that made her regret her recrimination to the depths of her being. She had crossed a line that she hadn't known existed, but should have. Had her aunt not told her many times that there were many things that people couldn't know existed, not just for their own safety, but for the safety of untold others. Despite that, here she was effectively slapping the face of a man who had saved hers and her aunt's lives at the potential cost of his own and perhaps his entire team's as well. She shuddered at that, thinking she could feel no more low and unworthy. She was wrong. Wraith's eyes closed off from expressive to hard and cool with a pronounced professional detachment that she had fervently hoped that they had progressed beyond. Through here, he drawled out pointedly. He grabbed up her trembling arm and sidelong apparated them to the family room of the Bones mansion. He immediately released her arm and left her trembling and alone as he adjourned to his guest room without the slightest acknowledgement of her presence. It was worse than a slap to the face. It was his way of stating, without having said a single word, that she was beneath even the slight consideration of simple courtesy. She wasn't sure how long she had stood there in self-loathing, half for what she had said and done at his expense, but also in the realization that the wizard she had wistfully considered spending the night with, she had done so more out of spite for Wraith than for any real affection for the wizard who'd suffered by her hormonal attentions. Woodenly, she had at some point made her way to her own room and slipped beneath the comforter of her bed, eventually falling into a fitful sleep. Unceremoniously the curtains of her room had been drawn back by her incensed aunt, and the bright morning sun brought her instantly awake. Her aunt impatiently showed her a modicum of restraint by allowing her to rub the sleep from her eyes and orient herself before she asked caustically, "What happened last night?" Enjoying the close relationship that they did, and with it knowing exactly what her aunt was referring to, she dully repeated the events of the previous evening verbatim. She told her aunt exactly what she'd said and even why, truthfully why, she'd said what she had. If it was one thing she always admired her aunt for, it was the art of being able to punish her without punishing her. With a look of utter disappointment, her aunt could make her feel far worse than any punishment ever could. Aunt Amelia wore that look now. "He's leaving," she said flatly. Her own tone reflected the intense disappointment she had for said decision. Susan's eyes fell shamefaced to the floor of her room as her aunt's thoughts on the matter washed over her. He did not want this assignment, not by any stretch of the imagination did he want this assignment. But he took it. He obeyed the wishes of his superiors and took this assignment. By all accounts he's made the best of things and has not only secured our home but has even taken things beyond the pale and instructed us in our own self-defense. The value of said instruction is obvious alone by the overall improvement of your abilities and grades, per your own instructor's feedback on the matter. That said, he still did not want this assignment, prior to today or even more so now. He stayed and rose to the occasion because of the man he is and because he values both mine and his commander's opinions. Today I am ashamed for having imposed myself contrary to his personal wishes, even though I did so out of a mother's desperation to protect her child at any and all costs. I'm sorry. Susan managed to snuffle out dejectedly, her tears evidenced as they fell to the floor she was fixated upon. She couldn't bear to look up and see the disappointment in her aunt's eyes. Her aunt neither accepted nor condemned her apology, she merely changed tact with a true politician's skill. Christmas is almost upon us. We and all our friends have always enjoyed this solemn holiday, reveling in all that it embodies. I had hoped to share our home and collective heart with him, as well, this holiday. There was an air of longing in her voice at this. At least he'll be able to share it with his own family now. Susan assumed dolefully. If she had looked up she would have saw her own aunt shudder at this and how close he once had come to doing just that. It was not lost on her how history was repeating itself in some measure between him and Susan. I wish that that were true, but he has no family to spend said holiday with. She left out that he would gladly spend his time with his comrades as they were a family in and of themselves, but this year she had hoped for something more. Susan's shoulders trembled violently as racking sobs of grief and despair blinded her to all else. The minister in her wanted badly to let Susan reap what she had sown, but the surrogate mother in her could not let it be so. She sat down on Susan's bed and pulled her sobbing face to her shoulder, cooing gently to the stricken girl as she rubbed her arms and back supportively. An hour later the two were calming their jangled nerves over a cup of tea in the solarium. Susan's mug was largely left untouched. She stared out the window watching the two make their way along, strolling aimlessly in the gently swirling, first snow, of the season. Of all people she would expected another unspeakable, not Minerva McGonagall, to appear as a liaison in her aunt's and her behalf. Her aunt assured her repeatedly that Minerva was exactly who they needed for so delicate an undertaking. Part of her hoped that she was successful, in that she could convince their bodyguard to remain. Part of her wished fervently that she was unsuccessful, as it would then be beholden of her to try and make amends between them two. Amelia, Lewis and I walked these gardens many times in our youth. They're lovely in the summer, but I've always fancied a walk during a lovely snowfall like this, she commented wistfully, not fooling him for a minute as to her veiled intentions. Though she was right, it was strangely calming and refreshing. With that in mind he politely grunted his agreement. We were our generation's trio, though we lacked the adventures you and your cohorts found yourselves embroiled in time and again. If not for Hermione's influence and intellect, Ron and I would have gotten ourselves killed ages ago. She could always reel us in when we needed it. Ronald had his finer points too, she reminded him. He nodded. Ron was the motivator and strategist, though he too had his moments of brilliance. He added appreciatively. Minerva nodded her head in agreement, adding a bit of insight. You'd hardly know him now. When he isn't playing to his first love, Quidditch, then he's studying with his second, Hermione. They'll both graduate university early at the pace they're going, Hermione with a double major in law and political science, and Ron too will have a law degree. They'll no doubt go into practice together once he's done with Quidditch. Molly is ever so proud. He nodded at the update, though he wasn't entirely surprised by their mutual success. Ron had as much ambition beneath the surface as Hermione radiated outwardly. They were good for each other, for the most part. Are they still at each other's throats? He asked with a chuckle. Minerva smirked. Worse than ever, but now it's more of an intellectual debate. I think they just enjoy winding each other up, though I can't fathom why, as they're made for each other. It's foreplay for the two of them, he replied smartly, enjoying the way her gait hitched and she colored slightly despite her years and swatted his arm playfully. I'm glad they're happy, he assumed, sighing contentedly, though it was mixed with a dash of regret. I never said they were happy. Minerva clarified, and this time it was his gait that hitched slightly. They're coping, just doing the best with what they have left. Ginevra and Neville are the same. The loss of Luna hit them hard, but it's your absence that's the deep, festering wound that has never quite healed. At this pronouncement she dabbed her eyes with a linen handkerchief. It was the same she'd soaked with tears when Hedda parted. Unconsciously, she'd always seemed to have it to hand when dealing with her dearest cub. Many students and faculty alike always considered Hermione her personal favorite. They all had their favorites among the student population. They weren't supposed to, but they did. Hers had always been Harry, and it always would be. He was a rascal like his father, but he had Lily's kind and gentle nature too. His friendship with Luna alone was evidence of that. He had the ability to see people for what and who they really are and appreciate them for it. Luna had known, without any way to know, that he was still alive. She never betrayed the knowledge of such until the day she died, at least not in any fashion that anyone could readily understand, thinking she was just making loony comments again. Despite all, Minerva believed that Luna had died content. She had reunited with her missing friend, and in appreciation she had left the clue of his continued survival for the world to see. Not for any smug self-satisfaction at her insight, but to give others hope. Hope that Harry was still here, still championing the light's cause. Death shall have no dominion over the stout-hearted. When Luna had made the arrangements to have that epitaph inscribed upon her headstone, she couldn't guess. But as in all things Luna related, she'd known her death was approaching, and she had left them with a message of hope if they only used their hearts instead of their eyes to feel the message of those words. Lewis had worried, albeit needlessly, that Hermione Granger would divine the message in those words. Clever witch that she was, the message was lost on her as it was too abstract for her to grasp. No, Ron was the one she had her money on. Ron was the part of the trio that saw things more with his heart than his head. "They'll get over it in time," he suggested, pulling her from her wishful thoughts. "They'll move on eventually and find contentment." Single quote. "Contentment and happiness is not quite the same thing, Harold," she admonished pointedly, but not harshly. He stiffened slightly beneath her hand, that was curled around his arm, at the use of his true, given name, but he did not object as they were quite alone, and that was a battle even he did not wish to wage again. He'd learned over time to only fight the fights that he could actually win. No, it's not," he offered meekly. "But it's all that's possible. There was no going back. Not without endangering them needlessly and risking the ruin of their society as a whole. He was as trapped in that responsibility as he was in a body that was not his own." Is it truly all that's possible?" Minerva questioned facetiously, obviously not wholly agreeing with his viewpoint as she once might have. "You have a chance to have and make something of your own here, though you seem too thick to realize it." I don't know what you mean." He struggled cautiously. "Don't you?" she returned incredulously. "Are you wanting to transfer from this assignment because you are not needed, or because you are?" Her words tore through his defenses and left him shivering in the cold like a beaten child far from home. Christmas Eve was upon the Bones mansion, and with it the festivity of the holiday was in full swing. Sans a member of one she considered family, in exchange for another who already was in Amelia Bones' book. Wraith was gone, and in his place this night was his superior, Dragon, as he would leave the responsibility for their protection in no one else's hands, or so he protested. The fact that he was guarding Amelia's body was a matter of complete indifference to the consummate professional right. Just as Amelia saw him only as their professional security Wraith had begrudgingly agreed to stay on with them in a limited capacity through the holidays, but after the first of the year he expected to rejoin his team. His only concession was that he asked to be relieved Christmas Eve for personal reasons. What those reasons were, Amelia couldn't fathom, but they were contrary to her own hopes that he would remain with the family, as a part of the family, throughout the holiday. She had, unfortunately, given in to her curiosity and asked Lewis if he knew what Wraith's plans for the evening were. Lewis Croker was not a man given to drama, but at Amelia's query he pulled a face of disappointment that was actually painful in its connotations. What is it? What's wrong?" Amelia asked worriedly. The mulled wine she had been enjoying was set aside and instantly forgotten. It was a long time before his cryptic answer came. "He's going to see them." "Who?" Amelia asked cautiously, realizing that she was missing something important. "The rest of the Ministry 6, or 5 rather." He pulled another face of grief at the loss of Luna from their ranks, now leaving only 5 left of the original 6. Amelia shuddered slightly at that. "He's kept in contact then?" Lou shook his head negatively. "No," he assuaged her fears, but what he said next made her all the more apprehensive. "He daren't risk it, but he goes every year to look in on them. Part of him is hoping they will have moved on, and another part, though he will never admit to such, another part is desperately afraid they will have. They won't know he's there, watching, out in the cold. It's all he can offer by way of his undying love for his friends. He goes out wearing his father's invisibility cloak, it's all he has left of his family that survived the His firebolt, a gift from his godfather, did not survive the fall. He wears the cloak and he looks in on them, to reassure himself that they are all right. It's a sad, painful thing, but it's that touching too. Amelia sighed in understanding. Louis nodded, surreptitiously wiping at his eyes. Oh, Louis, this has to stop. He deserves better than this. She struggled helplessly with her conviction. Lou took her hand in his comfortingly. We're going after the cup soon. After that there's just the snake, and then the bastard will be put down like the rabid dog he is. After that maybe we can salvage something of what was. As much as he's a part of us, there's still a part of his heart that aches for them, Amy. Amy nodded at that before pivoting her head slightly toward the stair that led to Susan's room as she commented, maybe not just them. Susan had kept a close eye on Wraith all afternoon and something wasn't right. His smiles were just a little too forced as he readily joined in to help decorate this year's tree. Every once in a while she thought she saw an unguarded moment when he would cast a painful glance out the window as if searching for something in the distance. Then, when his commander arrived to relieve him, there had been the oddest of exchanges between the two. Though there was a privacy charm surrounding the two, she could readily tell that his commander went through a variety of emotions and was nearly begging him at the end, having finally lost patience with the point of their disagreement and conceding defeat. He cancelled the charm and the two shook hands, wishing each other a Merry Christmas. The dragon made a last pitch to try and get his subordinate to make an effort to join them, later, though his eyes held little hope for it. Susan wanted to try and follow Wraith, hoping to further unravel the mystery of one who gave a whole new meaning to the Department of Mysteries. She gave that up as a lost cause, appreciating the wisdom of Wraith's commander in that it would be a futile effort. She knew from experience that if Wraith wanted something kept confidential it would remain so. She could no more track the man than she could one particular snowflake during a snowstorm. She stepped toward the two as they made their goodbyes, hoping to bid him a farewell and wish of a Merry Christmas, herself, but he turned and apparated away before she could so much as clear her throat to announce her intention. She turned confused eyes toward his commander, but the man just waved off her concerns and greeted her warmly, inquiring politely into her own holiday plans. Unlike most Christams, she usually spent the entire even day with her family and the Abbotts, reserving Boxing Day for get-togethers with close friends. This year would mark the first in memory that she would be spending part of the eve with friends. Hermione and Neville had invited her and Hannah to the Weasleys. They had remained tight-lipped over the importance of said invitation, promising only that it was to be a special occasion, and they wanted all their friends together for it. She and Hannah were arriving early in order to get a good sampling of Molly Weasley's exquisite cooking. They had to come early before her youngest son annihilated the choicest entrees. The snow crunched beneath his feet, alerting him that he had yet to cast a silencing charm, which he did, followed by a masking charm that erased his footprints as he made them. Between his father's invisibility cloak and the charm he'd already cast, he was as discreet as humanly possible, which was saying something for a life already shrouded in secrecy. He visited his parents and Sirius graves just as he did every year. He never said anything to them. What was there to say? He had no defense for his actions, therefore he offered no excuses. His parents and godfather had sacrificed their very lives for his, and he had repaid them by having tried to take his own life in a moment of despair. It was poor recompense for such a high initial price having been paid. He couldn't know if they were proud of the choices he made since, but he doubted it. It was times like this, when he was faced with his own mortality, that he became the most thoughtful. He usually never dwelled on maybes and what-ifs, but this always seemed the proper time for it, if there was such a thing. He wondered, as he usually did, what the future might hold for him. Would he survive the coming confrontation with his nemesis? Would he one day have a wife and children of his own? Would he remain an unspeakable? And last, but surely not least, would he reunite with his once friends or remain incognito? The answer to the first question was easy and yet not so. Would he survive? Probably not. Wife and children. Who would marry a ghost? That's what he essentially is, a ghost stuck in another body. Any children he might have would not be Potter's. He was the last Potter, but he could hardly pass on those self-same genes. They would not have his father's messy hair or his mother's expressive green eyes. The goblins still recognized him as surviving, evidenced by his open account. The contents in the Potter vaults had been transferred to his current identity. A fake will having been read, and the contents of his personal account was bequeathed amongst his close friends. It was not an unsubstantial amount, Therefore it drew no unwanted interest as the Potter accounts had been considered drained from the first war effort. Nothing could be farther from the truth. He pondered if he would remain an unspeakable. The answer to which was probably. What else would he or could he do and remain anonymous? Sighing in resolution, he apparated away from the gravesite, not even bothering to so much as leave a flower in remembrance as that might potentially alert other parties and raise unwanted curiosity. He knew Remus Lupin would be along any minute and couldn't risk exposure. It was a matter of some mixed emotions that even poor Remus was not kept in the loop to his continued existence. First and foremost, Remus' tragic appearance helped immensely to solidify the fact of his hated that. He hated it even more so because it was one of Dumbledore's suggestions, or should he say manipulations. For that was what it essentially was. They were using Remus' grief to potentiate that could be no forgiveness for that. Should he choose one day to announce his survival, he would not seek could he possibly look Remus in the eye and ask his forgiveness for something of this magnitude. Bottom line, he couldn't as he could not forgive himself for it. It was pointless to ask Remus to do so. Remus had moved on and he was that happy for him. He'd taken solace with the incomparable Nymphadora Tonks and she had made a new man of him. Oftentimes Dora accompanied him on his yearly vigil, the last such he'd spotted her carrying their newborn in her arms. He'd learned through the ministry grapevine that the Auror and her husband had chosen the name of Lily for their daughter. More shame upon him in that. No, there could be no forgiveness. He left the graveyard and decided he'd forego his stop at St. Timothy's until later, considering that he'd catch the midnight mass this year as he usually did. He silently arrived outside the Burrows wards, deciding not to tempt fate. Every year he found it passing strange that the wards still accepted his magical signature. The family had never removed Harry Potter's magical signature from the ward scheme. He marveled at this along with the fact alone that the wards still recognized him as Harry Potter. Genes were one thing, but apparently magic was another. He still carried his own magical core within himself and apparently that was all that mattered to the wards. Who, or what he had become made no difference as magic, itself, still recognized him as Harry Potter. Loud celebratory noises from within the burrow distracted him from his melancholy musings. Toasts were being made, backs slapped, hugs and kisses exchanged and at the center of it all stood a beaming Neville Longbottom with a positively glowing Ginny Weasley wrapped around his arm. The two shared adoring glances between well-wishers. He smiled beneath his cloak. Good on you, Nev. She's a keeper. He didn't need to hear exactly what was being said to know that this year's Christmas Eve had become an engagement party. He changed his vantage point to the living room window on the north side of the home. In the background he could see the well-wishers crowding around the happy couple, but in the foreground, a crying Hermione was being comforted by Ron as they murmured softly to each other, admiring the family Christmas tree. Damn, he knew what it was that Hermione had spied within the tree, his picture. Every year since that year, Molly Weasley had placed a small, but significant ornament that displayed his picture on the family tree. Every year, if he watched long enough, Hermione found her way into the room and broke down in tears. Merlin, he felt low. Every year he hoped that things might be different and every year she proved his hopes invalid. The reason he felt low was that he couldn't help but feel some sense of satisfaction, however pathetic that might be. Hermione's steadfast affection inevitably renewed his sense of being. He had been something to someone at one time. He had mattered. However fleetingly, he had mattered to someone. Grimly, he considered that between what he unintentionally did to Remus and Hermione, for that alone he deserved hell as his just reward. More so when he considered whether or not it was unintentionally. True, he had the means to remove their grief, perhaps replacing it with justified anger. The question of such was, at what cost? His continued survival would, in all likelihood, increase their personal risk astronomically. Voldemort would waste little time in exploiting their feelings for him and his for them in return. All would come to ruin. It was these regrets that usually led him full circle in that should he survive, perhaps it would be best to remain anonymous. Pop, 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 uho. The sound of incoming apparitions along the ward line alerted him that others, with a less benign interest in this year's proceedings, had arrived. Instinctively he knew it was unlikely that a group of unspeakables had come to gather him for a night on the town. He snorted appreciatively at that. More so because it was not completely out of the realm of possibility. Once, a few years past, his team had done just that. Though initially angry with them, he ended up being truly touched by their warm intent. Yet another reason to maintain the status quo. The fact that so many had arrived, coupled with the way the wards intensified to staggering proportions, told him these were not your usual, everyday, party poopers. He had no doubt that they were poop though. By that he meant they were not your usual, everyday type of shite. These were the worst sort of shits imaginable, save one. Maybe if he was, naughty boy, this year, Santa would send him the king turd of all shits to play with. That thought warmed the heart. He briefly considered that he should warn the unspeakables, or at least the Aurors at the very least, but there was only 6 of them by his accounting. He figured it would take about 20+ minutes for the usual idiots to get through the Burrows ward scheme, which would be ample time for those inside to apparate and flow away to safety. The prickling sensation of a nit apparition and anti-flow wards going up alerted him that these were not the usual, everyday idiots that Voldy employed. At least he was thoughtful enough to send the best. Though, of course, Voldy's best were everyone else's usual, everyday shite. Since no one's leaving including yours truly, better go with plan B. Wraith quickly conjured a bit of parchment and a pen. Quills S.K. He wrote a quick note and transformed into his animagus form of a large barn owl. Scooping said note into his beak, he flew to the Burrows widows and pecked at the sill until noticed and let in. Flying to the back of a nearby chair, he perched himself and proffered said note to the first person available. Figures it'd be Hermione. She apprehensively removed the note with a slightly trembling hand and read quickly before repeating out loud to the waiting party goers. Please remain calm and stay inside. Group of Death Eaters attempting to breach your home's wards. There's an unspeakable on-grounds assessing situation. Lock and charm doors and windows unbreakable once owl leaves premises. Unspeakable on-site will eliminate all enemy personnel. Unspeakable. You mean unspeakables, right? Ron corrected, catching the singular. Hermione shook her head. No. The note says unspeakable, as in one. I thought it a typo, but the description was used twice in the message and both times it's as the singular. Ron rolled his eyes, not noticing the owl ruffling its feathers in indignation. Who signed it? Oh. Susan gasped as she stepped around Ron's shoulders and recognized the owl. Wraith. The owl blinked at her in what could almost be considered a cheeky sort of wink. Do you know this owl's owner? Hermione caught Susan's reaction. Susan nodded absently. He's a difficult man, she offered vaguely. The owl ruffled its feathers again. But capable, she quickly amended. Very capable. The owl clicked its beak almost smugly, if such a thing was even possible. Susan had to fight the urge to keep from sticking her tongue out, knowing that, satisfying though it might be, it would give him away. I think we should trust it, him, she suggested, trying to look anywhere but at the owl. Hermione nodded. She held out her forearm and the owl hopped on. Hermione stroked his chest feathers, commenting sweetly. My, you're a handsome fellow, aren't you? The owl puffed himself up proudly, taking a moment to pivot his head towards Susan, before turning back and purring appreciatively to Hermione's ministrations. Susan could actually see the gloat in the damn thing's face, and it was all she could do not to pull her wand out and hex the insufferable man. Hermione launched the owl into the night and quickly closed the window after, both locking and charming it as instructed. The rest of the party crowd immediately set about doing the same, not needing to be told twice. They were about to find out that the party was only just starting. Harry flew up onto the pitch of the Burrow's many-storied roof, remaining in his owl form to utilize its advantageous sight. An unsettling thought had occurred, and he wanted to confirm the sinking feeling he had in his cute. Why would Voldemort send a mere 6 Death Eaters to a party that was sure to be rife with many in the opposition, namely, the Order of the Phoenix? Not only had he sent seemingly only 6 low-level Death Eaters, but from the way they so blatantly announced their presence, things didn't add up. If Voldemort hit, he hit hard and fast with little to no warning, thereby maximizing potential destruction and the spread of terror. Bottom line, he wouldn't. The 6 he'd noted at the property line were a ruse, but for whom? His advanced vision and bird's-eye view afforded him a much more in-depth reconnaissance capability. What he noticed was troubling, what he couldn't, but suspected, was even more so. What he noticed was that the 6 at the property line moved and talked aloud like rank amateurs, but their actions belied their acting. They knew what they were about. These 6 were experienced warders and were working harmoniously to bring down the Burrow's warding system, which was quite extensive, no doubt due to Bill Weasley's talents. Voldemort's ward experts were utilized solely for just that, setting up and breaking down ward systems. They weren't the cannon fodder of low-level Death Eaters, nor were they the villainous scum that his inner circle members were, i.e. torturers, rapists and murderers, aka pure-blood bigots. Harry meticulously scanned the property line in all directions, but even his night predator's advanced eyesight could discern nothing other than the ward breakers scattered about the edge of the ward line. There weren't even any telltale tracks in the snow other than the warder's own. Not liking the feeling he was getting, he transformed back to human form and cast a heat vision spell over his human eyes. It was a little something of his device inspired by his Parselmouth ability. Snakes saw in heat vision. You can hide under invisibility cloaks and disillusionment charms and such, but one usually didn't consider their own body heat as a source of identity. He scanned the perimeter again. UHO. The joint was lousy with disillusioned Death Eaters spread out equidistantly in groups of 3 around the ward perimeter. This was a full-scaled assault and one that was well thought out. The disillusioned Death Eaters were undoubtedly under silencing charms and employing masking charms to cover their foot tracks on the snowy ground. The fact that there were no dark creatures in the mix only served to raise his hackles, as they were obviously planning a stealthy attack and wholesale slaughter their intended outcome. The obvious Death Eaters at the property line were a diversion, bait if you will. They were designed to lower the wards and draw the partygoers outside the safety of the burrow, believing them an easy target. The guest would find themselves in the crosshairs of dozens of hidden Death Eaters. He scanned the line meticulously, taking a head count. 42, not including the 6 warders who no doubt also served as reconnoiters and medics once the battle slaughter was engaged. 42 was too damn many even with the aid of every order member within the burrow. He would need at least 3, better 5 search and destroy teams of unspeakables, and even then the outcome wasn't assured to go in their favor. That sinking feeling in his gut deepened as he considered that despite the odds this probably wasn't the only target on Voldy's radar tonight. He was living, well sort of living, proof that Voldy was historically a big fan of attacking select targets over the holidays. He had little doubt that the failed attempt to eliminate the minister was still sticking in his craw, especially in view of the fact that it was his failed attempt. The fact that he was maimed in said failed attempt by yours truly was just more fuel to the fire. The prickling sensation of another wave of magic falling around him told him he had at best another 5 minutes before the wards fell altogether and the fun started. He needed aid, but with the flow and anti-apparition wards up they couldn't get a message out except for Patronus, and they weren't much faster than owls. Help wasn't coming. Alright then, plan C. He would need to even the playing field, and to do that he needed to hit them where they were vulnerable and in sufficient numbers to give him. I've got it. Thank Merlin for the dragon's knowledge of ancient battles and his endless droning on over such. Another ward fell, sending him scurrying into action. He transformed to his animagus, flew down to the front door, retransformed and knocked urgently, announcing himself, "Unspeakable Wraith, I urgently acquire your assistance." There was murmuring exchanged before cautiously, Susan Bones' voice called out. "How do we know it's you? Smart girl. You used to like blueberry pancakes for breakfast." He returned deadpan with a churlish grin on his hidden face. The door abruptly opened at that, and Susan's worried face was there along with many others who came anxiously into the room as he entered. Without preamble he told them exactly what he needed and how desperately fast he needed it. Hermione, of course, pulled a face and asked incredulously, starting with the obvious. "We need reinforcements and a lot of them. What do you think you're going to accomplish with a bunch of broken glass? Not broken, crushed to a powder, 4 large bags worth now." He barked as another ward fell, indicated by an alarm ringing ominously within the burrow. Glassware was emptied from shelves and hexed to less than small shards and slivers, whilst Mrs. Weasley shrieked and whimpered as family stemware was pulverized and bagged up for the waiting unspeakable. "Can I help you?" Susan asked uncertainly, chancing to grasp his forearm in a display of sincerity. His arm stiffened beneath the contact, but he didn't remove it from her grasp as he pondered her offer. He didn't have long to consider before many others stepped forward offering the same as wands came readily to hand. "Thank you, no. All of you. Thank you." He refused gratefully. They could tell by the surprise in his voice that he was unused to being offered or even needing assistance in the first place. Susan made to pull her hand away from his arm, but he caught in his gloved hand, holding it gently for a second. His shrouded hood held her gaze, and in that moment she wished she could see his eyes, his real eyes. If I don't make anyway. Merry Christmas, Susan." With that he hastily grabbed up the bags of powdered glass and turned toward the door, instructing as he went. "Seal every gap of air. If someone other than myself comes knocking, don't answer. If they come in uninvited, cut them down without mercy." He transformed into his owl form and set off for the north side of the property line with one bag held in his talons. Once he was on top of the ward line, he lanced open the bag with a razor-sharp talon and dropped the contents over the area like a crop duster dropping pesticide. For all intents and purposes that was exactly what he was doing. He was dropping poison to rid themselves of pests. The hidden Death Eaters would be cloaked in battle robes and masks, some even would have on dragon hide armor under their robes for extra protection. The only vulnerability their garb afforded was the holes in their mask for their eyes to see and mouth for breathing. Gravity and the swirling winds around the property would do his work for him and deliver the deadly shards to the Death Eaters' eyes and lungs. If they weren't blinded outright, the shards they get into their lungs would do their deadly work, slowly, tortuously wending their way through the bloodstream, tearing up veins, lodging in the heart and brain. Blindness, internal bleeding, cascade organ failure, send all of it in pain beyond imagining. Their suffering would be ghastly to behold. Their injuries many and nigh impossible to heal, as by the time healers figured out what was wrong it would be far too late to do anything but ply them with copious amounts of painkillers to try and make their ends more endurable. Perhaps even the killing curse would be applied for its original intention, to provide a humane end to suffering. These morbid thoughts ran through his mind when he decided upon this course of action. He didn't relish this course of action and did not embark upon it lightly. This was by no means an honorable choice for battle such as a duel where skill, intellect and courage alone would decide one's fate. This was an unseen and unforgiving measure that what is cruel is a cruciatus, only ultimately more devastating and debilitating. The thought that he could do this sickened him, but in the greater scheme of things he had little choice. Either he was ruthless and debilitated the enemy in its entirety, or they would slaughter his once friends to a man. He landed on the rooftop and transformed back into his human form after having airily delivered the contents of the fourth and final bag of crushed death. He immediately conjured a breathing mask and goggles for his eyes just to be on the safe side. Though he had delivered airborne death some hundreds of meters out, it was better to be safe than sorry. Not that some part of him didn't consider he deserved the same fate as what he'd wrought upon the opposition. The wards had fallen shortly before he'd made the rooftop, and they would be coming now, if they were able. He cast the heat vision charm over the lens of his goggles and distant man-sized heat signatures blurred into view. The instant the wards were down they came in slowly, stealthily in groups of 3. Wending their way around trees and shrubs, mindful of any alarms or pitfalls as they continually cast revealing spells on the ground ahead. Normally he would have gone out and tried to eliminate as many as he could before they broke through to their objective, but for this particular measure, patience was the rule of thumb. All he needed was bit of time for the shards to find their way into sensitive, vulnerable areas. Wraith raised his wand toward the north tree line of the lawn, preparing to cast a barrage of blasting hexes as the first of many assailants broke through the woods and into the open lawn. The woods themselves would lend to his purpose, as wood splinters could prove as deadly as the sharpest knives. The hex was on his lips and the tip of his wand began to glow in anticipation to release fury when several of the heat signatures faltered. Then it began. Cries of alarm became shrieks of terror and anguish. Hands tore at masks and clawed at eyes. Horrific coughing and gagging filled the night air as many disillusioned Death Eaters revealed themselves, where they spat up bloody froth upon themselves, their fellows and the ground they soon fell to. Some portkeyed away in outright panic. Others shot all manner of curses and hexes into their surroundings, believing they'd been cursed and were desperate to remove the perpetrator, thereby canceling the spell that was clawing its way through their very insides. The green light of a killing curse shot past his left ear, not that Wraith noticed, as he was paralyzed with morbid curiosity as Death Eater cries became more desperate and pain-filled. Many called out piteously for help. Some surrendered and threw their wands to the ground, following shortly themselves as they thrashed about in the snow, shrieking and moaning as glass shards tore through their lungs and veins. Thankfully many passed out, the maddening pain overwhelming their senses. Others ran into the night, blindly running into trees and breaking limbs or knocking themselves out in their blind, panicked flight. One such slammed his head repeatedly against the trunk of a tree. He'd rather dash his brains out than suffer any further torment. Another had torn his very eyes from his head to rid himself of the unrelenting pain. 20 minutes. Not 20 minutes had passed since the first horrified cry split the cool night air. Now all that remained was a few pitiful wrecks twisting and writhing upon the blood-stained snow. Many had fled, either stumbling lost and panicked into the night or having port-keyed away to seek aid. They would fare no better than those that shuddered and eventually stilled upon the burrow's lawns. Absently he counted them, 26 of the enemy lay dead or dying. If they didn't die, they would be disabled permanently to the end of their days. It was a ghastly, dreadful thing he'd done, albeit desperate and needful, but ghastly just the same. He couldn't remember having used his animagus form to vacate the roof. He wouldn't have been surprised if he'd unknowing walked right off the edge. Woodenly he knocked at the front door and called out his name, adding, "Susanna's a silver sequined blue dress that looks smashing on her and highlights her eyes." He never registered the embarrassed gasp from behind the door as he was concerned with casting a repelling charm over the doorway that he keyed toward glass. The door opened and many frightened and concerned faces swam into view. "Your Flo?" he half inquired only in passing as he shuffled toward the fireplace as if he knew the way already. He didn't bother to check and see if the anti-flow, anti-apparition wards were down, knowing they would be as those that had cast them were dead, dying or fled and their wards with them. A pinch of flow powder and Hall of Mysteries. Wraith Harazend clean-up team and healer squad to this location. All personal to wear breathers and eye protection. Area saturated with crushed glass particles. Confirmed Wraith. Number of casualties. T-26. He gasped tremulously, trying and failing to ignore the startled gasps at this from the background. Many of the females present sought solace in the arms of their male counterparts, others wept bitterly, all having witnessed the utter destruction through the burrow's windows. T-26. The man questioned, sounding stunned. 26 confirmed. He acknowledged, forcing himself to remain professionally detached in spite of the scrutinizing eyes weighing on him. Monitor Street. Mungos for similar casualties and confirmed presence of dark mark on afflicted. Acknowledged. Injuries. Negative. More gasps sounded behind him at that. Debrief in 1 hour. Acknowledged Wraith over. He terminated the flow connection, grasping the mantle to steady himself before he turned toward those waiting pensively behind. All wore varying degrees of concern or outright alarm, and all of them he knew upon a time and would have craved their comfort and understanding. Part of him still did. Another part could care less or was even indignant in the face of them judging him when they were all still alive and unharmed when they could just as easily have been annihilated. He stood up straight and in a dignified voice informed them. "The danger has passed. Please remain inside until given the all clear from the cleanup team en route. I'm sorry for having disrupted your sea celebration." That said, he woodenly made his way past the stunned gathering and apparated away into the night the moment he stepped upon the threshold of the door, avoiding another glance at the wholesale destruction he'd brought. An hour came and passed with Wraith reporting in for debriefing of the night's events and then leaving without further comment or preamble, having found out initially that there were no more reported attacks. Concerned hails over the comm link that evening, to ascertain his current status, went unanswered. His personal tracker was not registering and was obviously disabled, breaking one of their primary safety edicts. At 11 p.m., 4 hours after the one-sided battle occurred, the Dragon was notified regarding the night's occurrence by the officer on duty. Normally he would be advised of such activities at a respectable hour. Pale-faced and stunned, he turned toward his hostess who'd been privy to his communication. T-34. Amelia gasped in disbelief. 34 confirmed dead and 2 more in intensive care, one's not expected to live the night. 3 permanently disabled blind. Lou pulled a painful grimace at that last. Stiffly he poured himself several fingers worth of brandy and another, almost as generous a help he proffered to Amelia, who gratefully accepted the glass. She downed half the contents in a go, sighed half appreciatively and half regretfully after. Although any given day such news would be welcome, it was at least that devastating too. It was simply unimaginable. 34 Death Eaters dead without a single casualty of their own. By one man. D. Do you think he's all right? She asked apprehensively. No. At seeing her startle, he quickly amended. I don't think he's hurt physically, but I doubt very much that he's all right. He's either out getting blind staggering drunk, which I doubt. Or, he left off worriedly. Or, Amelia fidgeted, trying to fight down her growing dread. He wouldn't. Not again. She hated herself for even thinking it, but it was always there in the back of her mind. Once such a line was crossed, just how hard was it to cross it again? You don't think? He wouldn't. She could not completely voice her apprehension. No, he returned with conviction. Harry was past that. He was sure of it, but this was shocking. No, I think he's hurting, probably even questioning his own existence, fate, God etc. All the whys and wherefores we all have in the face of such tragedy. Though only the enemy was killed, it was still a tragic loss of life. A waste in the greater scheme of things. He knew what it was to go into battle and by the grace of Merlin come out in one piece whilst your enemies lie in ruin, but this was one of those things that was completely out of the rule book. To vanquish your enemy in such a way was a harsh thing to have to live with. Not many could make such a choice no matter how desperate the need at the time. All commanders knew what it is to make the hard choices. Fewer still knew what it was to make the right choices despite the devastating consequences. This was one of those times, and it was the right choice given the circumstances. Either way there was going to be a slaughter, far better the enemy than your own. Lewis Croker considered other possibilities. Harry was not a commander and had shown no interest in pursuing such advancement, but despite his young age perhaps he was ready to be considered for such a responsibility. How he handled tonight would go a long way toward determining if he was ready for greater challenges. These thoughts were from a commander's point of view. The friend and mentor in him ached for his young charge. This was a grievous thing. A necessary thing, but regrettable, very regrettable. A shaken Susan Bones flew home shortly after the two settled into a comfortable resignation of waiting together to see how the rest of the night would unfold. Amelia had suggested searching for him, but Lou assured her it would be pointless. If he didn't want to be found, then he wouldn't be. Her aunt was the first to grab her up in a rib-cracking hug, reassuring herself that her niece was unharmed. Susan was pale and obviously distraught. There appeared to be dried tear tracks on her cheeks and her eyes were red-rimmed and pensive. She pulled out of the hug to ask tremulously, "Is he here?" Her aunt didn't bother to ask who she meant, as it was the same person that held all of their concern presently. She ran a hand soothingly through Susan's strawberry blonde locks and shook her head sympathetically. Susan's head leaned into the touch, drawing comfort from it. "Do you want to talk about it?" her aunt offered. Susan began to shake her head, then paused and answered haltingly. "He's slaughtered them. And if he hadn't, they'd have slaughtered you, and we would not be safe at home having this conversation." Lou Croak joined in pointedly, defending his subordinate. Susan nodded. I know that, but they were screaming. Terrible screams." Susan shuddered at the memory. Some were casting spells blindly, trying desperately to stop an attack they didn't understand and had no defense against. Susan pulled away from her aunt and ran her hands up and down her arms as if trying to ward off a chill. Her body was shaking as she struggled to hold back tears that she no longer had left to shed. They were clawing at their faces and thrashing back and forth on the ground. The snow was stained red with their blood. They begged for mercy, those that still had voices to plead with. Others coughed and gagged, choking on their own blood. Some even turned their wands on themselves to escape the pain. Susan broke down in racking sobs at that last horrific memory. A lone figure sat in front of a blazing fire with a glass of barely touched fire whiskey in his hand. He felt no warmth from either the whiskey or the fire, though he found the flames and the smoldering ash comforting. He'd gone to St. Timothy's and lit a candle for the fallen, asking mercy for their souls. He asked forgiveness for himself in silent prayer and then departed before people began arriving for the midnight mass. He would not attend the mass this year as he had previously. Perhaps he should have, but it seemed wrong somehow in the face of things. He didn't spend his evening mulling over his existence or that of fate and God, or even second-guessing his actions from earlier. He was alive. The innocents were alive and unharmed. The enemy was dead. That was all that mattered in the greater scheme of things. Dumbledore would have been appalled at his ruthlessness. Moody would no doubt applaud his resourcefulness. The dragon would simply understand that he had done what he needed to. He was more worried by the fact that he could live with what he'd done. Although worried was probably not the right word, but accepting. Idly he wondered if this acceptance was from maturity or perhaps even the beginnings of wisdom. He'd also decided, somewhere during the evening, that this would be his last walk in the snow. Not because of what happened, though the memory was not one he sought to repeat. No, he no longer needed to reassure himself that his once friends were all right and moving forward they were. He was the one that needed to move forward. He saw in the eyes of those at the burrow, the revulsion with which they judged his actions. Who were they to judge his actions? They who were alive and able to celebrate more Christmases because of what he'd done and the stain it left upon only him. He hadn't expected gratitude, but he did expect a modicum of respect. He knew he would get that and more from his fellow unspeakables, the former didn't matter. He no longer lived with them, nor craved their understanding and affection. They were the faceless public he served and defended. How he did so was his business. Only the outcome mattered. He would no longer walk in the snow alone and forgotten next Christmas Eve. Whether he was roasting marshmallows by the fire, singing carols or watching The Christmas Story for the 100th time didn't matter. All that mattered is that he would share it with others that he cared for and was cared for by in return. Besides, The Christmas Story never got old. White Christmas, on the other hand, it was a waiting game and one he knew he was slowly winning despite the old man's legendary patience. He could tell he was slowly getting under the old man's skin by the way his eye twitched every time he methodically cut off another slice of apple whilst eyeing the old Weezer with a distinct expression that implied, "I wish this were you," as he cut off yet another layer of apple as if it were flesh off the bone. Minerva McGonagall had been the inspiration behind this little meet and greet, to clear the air, as she put it, in the interest of working together to defeat the common foe. The last time he'd had the displeasure of his supreme dumbass was when he and his cohorts had lit upon the fact that Ravenclaw's diadem was most likely a Horcrux, and he'd remembered having seen one such when hiding the Half-Blood Prince's potion manual his 5th year. Ah, and what a splendid year that had been. The memories. Sirius falling through the veil. Dumbledore drops the good news that you're the sacrificial lamb and Easter is rapidly approaching. Hedwig killed by vindictive, inquisitorial squad members, i.e. Malfoy and his goon squad. Gryffindors tearing their insignia from his robes and cutting away his house-colored tie. The loneliness and desolation of knowing you were completely alone and without any source of friend or family, not so much as even a friendly acquaintance could you claim your own. Then, in hope-filled, fleeting moment you hear a soft voice call out and your spirits soar thinking that yes, someone still Caristhire's hope. Only then, Susan Bones unknowingly breaks your pining heart. The wind in my hair and the impending sense that I'm finally, blessedly free. That was until my face embedded in the lawn, followed by the smell of freshly mowed grass and blood filling my waning senses to capacity. The feel of bones sticking out from where they shouldn't have. Waking only to find your face is not your own and you're still prophesized by .ch. Yes, 5th year was one for the books, but I'm over it, really I am. Was there no other alternative? Dumbledore finally breaks and presses for an answer regarding my questionable choices of Christmas Eve last. Dumbledore's query brings me back to the here and now. Shame that, I was really enjoying my trip down memory lane, that and contemplating that I could probably do with another full block of counseling sessions, but it is Christmas, well, Boxing Day, and my mind healer is currently on a much-needed sabbatical. Apparently it's stressful talking to me. In answer to the aged one's question regarding alternatives, I fancy an orange, referring to the apple I'm patiently cutting into with a surgeon's precision. But it makes a terrible mess and I didn't want to stain your office, at least not with orange juice. I answer both sarcastically and pointedly. I can tell he gets the gist of it by the way his mustache droops and his patented, disappointed look appears to have reached an all-time low. The dragon snorts appreciatively next to me and Minerva huffs impatiently, rolling her eyes. I could be polite, but why? I mean, it's not like I owe him anything and I didn't get anything from him for Christmas either, so why not take an ounce of flesh literally? Besides, he's relatively safe. Minerva's holding our wands in the interest of harmony. Where does she come up with all these cute little sayings like this one that essentially means to keep us from hexing one another into next week? I am, of course, referring to the tragedy you perpetuated this Christmas Eve last, not the apple you're using as a metaphor in trying to intimidate me with, Mr. Potter. The old man snarls, having lost his last shred of patience. I win. It's not much, but it's satisfying nonetheless. Ah geez. Dragon groans at Dumble's slip of having used that name. I look around as if searching the room for an unseen entity. Who? I see no Mr. Potter here. Do you mean the late Harry Potter? The boy who lived, the chosen one, the light's chosen champion, the banished Gryffindor, Dumbledore's stooge and all-around whipping boy. And last, but certainly not least, he who did a 2.5 gainer to perfection off the astronomy tower and still didn't score well enough to qualify for the medal round. That's enough, Harry, McGonagall scolds, although I can tell the dragon's amused by the way he snorts at that last and possibly truest title. I know it's my favorite. No, I really don't think it is, but I'll desist if it displeases you. I will not, however, sit here and let the supreme cluck of the Order of the Chicken cackle on about what a bastard I am for having saved the bulk of his inept group of young chicks and overripe bad eggs so that they may continue in their much vaunted efforts of destroying the threat of Voldemort by looking adoringly at their illustrious leader and fawning on his every wizened word in their twice-a-week meetings of, what's Voldy done now and what will he do next, not that we could or even would attempt to do anything about it. Minerva gasped scandalously at that. Whilst the dragon chuckled darkly and Dumbledore proved me wrong, yet again, by looking even more disappointed than previously. I find I'm starting to crave that reaction, which is probably not a good thing for Dumbles. I can sympathize with your feelings of betrayal and animosity, Harry, really I can. I did not have your entire best interest at heart and would have, as you say, served you up as the sacrificial lamb, had not the source of your emancipation from Voldemort's Horcrux been fortuitously of your own unknowing devise. Unlucky though that incident seemingly was in the tragic events surrounding it, I cannot help but feel divine intervention, fate or what have you, had a hand conspiring to free you from your burden. I am truly relieved and grateful that you are free from having suffered the fate I had intended for you, and I do not, in any fashion, condone my actions nor the planning behind them. Then the old man pasted his most humble expression on his face. I have wronged you, Harry, grievously wronged you, but seeking your forgiveness is not my reason for requesting your presence here today. I am concerned, truly concerned, that your actions of late will inevitably lead you down a dark path. I feel like I'm talking to Yoda. Harry could tell by Minerva's reaction that Dumbledore's statement was not what she was led to believe was the reason he so plaintively sought this meeting between them. What a surprise that even though he admits to wrongdoing, he makes not the slightest attempt to apologize, let alone make amends. He does, however, attempt to draw away attention to his own misdeeds by projecting blame onto me and play himself up as the savior of my dark soul. Once a manipulative old bastard, always a manipulative old bastard. The fact that Wraith could so readily pierce the veil of his machinations was further testament to his maturity and his own growing wisdom. Harry nodded at his statement as if wholly understanding the headmaster's view and reluctantly agreeing with it in surrender. I see, yes, so it's my best interest you have at heart again, undoubtedly for the greater good. Harry draws quotation marks in the air at that. Incredulously he continues, I can see how you're fit to judge such, what with your own unflagging diligence and humanitarian efforts in condemning an orphan to years of emotional and physical abuse. All directed toward making you seem the savior in said orphan's eyes when rescued every September 1st. Such unearned gratitude went a long way toward manipulating said orphan to fight your war for you all for the unique pleasure of eventually sacrificing himself for your version of the greater good. Dumbledore smiles benevolently, though his eyes didn't reflect the same. He was more than a little irritated. As I said, he began in a more forced grandfatherly tone than what was usual. I understand and can condone your animosity, but this is not but your war you've fought and continue fighting. It was not me that was marked by Voldemort, thereby validating the prophecy, but you. Harry lifts his blonde hair from his unblemished forehead pointedly. I bear no mark, so I wonder, is my part in this grand scheme now concluded? Have I, in effect, fulfilled said prophecy? I died, and in so doing, Voldemort's hold on me, his Horcrux, was destroyed. Neither can live whilst the other survives the telling line or crux of said prophecy, and if so, have I fulfilled it? Dumbledore stepped his fingers plaintively, sighing in that condescending way of his that was designed to put students in their place, that of idolizing the great and all-wise Dumbledore. Despite that, I could see in his eyes that he was somewhat perplexed by my point and was stalling as he digested it whilst still trying to project his all-knowing persona. Merlin, was I a blind fool for so unflaggingly pandering to this wolf in sheep's clothing? Hey, Minerva would probably like that analogy. I'll have to share. At length, his all-knowingness concedes defeat whilst seemingly casting doubt and lecturing us as if I'm being obtuse. One cannot say for certain his prophecies are mysterious and often self-fulfilling, but I think you are perhaps merely interpreting the prophecy to fit your own hopes and needs. I go for the throat. And were you not doing the same from the night my parents were killed? I can see the shock in his face in how readily he fell into a trap of his own devise and allowed the tables to be turned in his disfavor. A chance look in Minerva's direction and I can readily see she's seeing Dumbledore in a more realistic light than previously. It's time to twist the knife and see if a nagging suspicion has a basis in fact. Along those lines I find it more than passing convenient that Sirius was incarcerated those many years without trial to determine his guilt or innocence, Chief Warlock. I express his title as head of the Wizengamot pointedly, knowing he could have called for a hearing and established proof of guilt or innocence, under Veritaserum, at any time. A very convenient turn of events, wouldn't you say, as it thereby allowed you to easily place said orphan in an abusive home, starting the ball rolling as it were. Quote, Minerva gasped in dread understanding, but I ignore the distraction as I'm focused entirely on Dumbles. There, the tell. His eyes shift a scant second before he surreptitiously moves his hand ever so slightly towards the drawer of his desk and I don't think he's going for a lemo. Drop, just now. By the hiss of his wand filling his hand I can tell that the dragon is onto him too. Thunk. Arg. My carving knife pins his arm to the overstuffed chair he always plants his skinny ass on whilst guests on the other side of the desk make do with uncomfortable bare wood and less height to their chairs so that Dumbles towers over his pensioners. Purely another coincidence, I'm sure. I lean back in my chair and let the dragon deal with him as I'm emotionally compromised. Which means I'd like nothing better than to rip his overlong beard off and make him eat it. I don't bother giving McGonagall a second thought as she's one of the few people I trust. Though she may not agree with everything I do, she's not a fool and learned long ago not to place her trust or devotion wrongly in the hands of one, Albus Dumbledore. Besides all that, the dragon is one of her oldest and most trusted friends and if he's sided with me, as I know he has, so will she out of mere respect for her friend's given faith. Albus struggles pathetically to pry the desk drawer open with the tips of his fingers, though each attempt is more painful as the movement grinds my blade through the soft tissues and tendons of his upper arm, effectively securing him in place like a pinned-up dung beetle on some teenager's insect collection. It's a sad testament to the last war's much heralded, leader of the light. Minerva, please. He gasps out in waning hope that she'll rescue him from the dilemma he's imposed upon himself by his treacherous actions. Minerva sighs, shaking her head desolately in resigning him to his fate. Her refusal to raise a wand, let alone a voice in his defense hits him hard and he seems to fold in on himself. His eyes go blank and glassy as he believes he's met his end and all his dreams of continued glory now fade with his hopes. At length he puts words to his fate. Are you going to kill me now? Harry. I'm not sure if he's using my name to try and appeal to my sense of sympathy or if he's hoping that I'll finish things in my irritation for his having done so knowing that it irritates me. Certainly not. I'm no killer, despite what misconceptions you may have. I only ever kill in my own defense or in the defense of others when I have no alternative, but do so, for the greater good. Along that vein, I do my own dirty work. I do not delegate and manipulate said tasks to pawns that I pretend to befriend. Nor, do I condemn them for their actions after. I'd like to believe by his humbled and now weeping countenance that he has at long last seen the error of his ways, but I doubt it. The old saying that you can't teach an old dog new tricks was meant for Albus Dumbledore. He's spent so many years being heralded as all-wise and all-knowing, that he's come to actually believe it. Relish it even. It's as dangerous of a thing as Voldemort's megalomania and essentially the same if you think about it. I rise and come around the side of his desk. He flinches as if he's afraid I gonna do something to finish off to the old codger. Wiserly he doesn't believe himself as immortal as Voldemort unthinkingly does. I don't need to do a thing to him as time itself will deal with him. Absently, I wonder if this is not the true intent behind the saying that, time heals all wounds. It's only a flesh wound. I acknowledge, reaching for the handle of my embedded knife. Keep your hand away from whatever's in that drawer or the next time I'll aim for your throat. I warn him, and by the way he plants his hand in his lap I can see the message has sunk in. URG, he grunts as I pull my knife from his arm, freeing him. He pitches forward slightly before recovering and pulling himself upright in a fleeting attempt to preserve his dignity. With waning hope he searches my once vibrant green eyes and finds only cool blue orbs glaring back. I loom over him and am rewarded by his cowering back into the other side of his chair, desperate to put some personal space between us. Don't ever seek me out again to work your wiles or play your silly mind games designed to try and intimidate or cajole in a misguided attempt to manipulate me. I reach down and squeeze his wounded arm and must admit that I do take some pleasure in watching his face turn greenish from pain. You're an old man, Dumbledore. One whose prime has passed and his reputation falters. I can think of no more fitting punishment than to leave you as you are and let time itself be your judge, jury and executioner. Play with your precious order. Lie to yourselves that you're doing something useful to bring an end to war. You can best attain that lofty notion by staying out of the way of those who truly are fighting the enemy so that you don't unthinkingly put one of them in harm's way. If you do find some useful tidbit of information, pass it on to those who can best utilize it, but don't, here I lean over him, leering meaningfully in the promise of mayhem. Don't under any circumstances get one of them killed by your own deluded machinations of power and authority. I don't need to clarify who I mean by them, he knows. If harm comes to them, and I even think you're responsible, they'll come back here, and the only holes you won't have that were caused by me, is the ones you were born with. Save your shite and piss for those, instead of blathering on through that fur-covered cake hole and getting good people killed so that you can feel you're still an important player in a game you can no longer successfully play. Hear, hear. The dragon cheers appreciatively as I wipe my blood-stained knife off on the old turd's beard, sawing off a good chunk of it in the process. Why, you've gone dark. He half whines, half accuses tremulously, as if saying it will make it so and vindicate himself in his own mind. No, but I can be ruthless if ruthlessness is required. Wars are not won by stunning spells. Don't pretend you've taken any moral higher ground. I've done my homework, and Grindelwald didn't fall to any tickling charm. The man had more dark curses hit him than one of Voldemort's dueling mannequins. The dragon adds pointedly in my defense. I've never used a dark curse in my life. Dumbledore barks in outrage at the accusation, which is actually a fact. I suspected as much. Then you're a liar and took credit for someone else's work. Didn't I read some mention somewhere of you having, not only an older brother, but a sister? I believe there was some gossip about her having got caught in a crossfire between you and Grindelwald. I'm starting to think there is more to those old rumors, much more. His assumption hits home, and I can see by the way that the blood drains out of the old man's face that he's hit pay dirt. If there's one thing the dragon enjoys, it's studying battles and battle tactics. He knows what he's about. Albus Dumbledore. Minerva gasps out, scandalized, as she too catches on. The people needed Hopea F figure to rally around. Our world was in ruin. What I did for the greater URG. A knife finds its way into his other arm from Dragon's extended hand. Sorry. He apologizes to the room. But I can't take another one of the old fakers, greater good, lectures. HMMPH, the only Dark Lord you should fear is yourself, Dumbledore. Harry scoffs as he unceremoniously pulls the blade from his other arm, and it wipes it clean on his moon and star adorned hat before casting it aside like a used Kleenex. Between groaning in pain he manages to gasp out, "Why, you don't understand, it was utter chaos back then. I couldn't let my sister's sacrifice be for nothing." Dumbledore struggled to explain, only his excuses sounded more pathetic by the moment. Dragon waved his returned dagger meaningfully toward the old man, asking, "Do you want to try for another?" Dumbledore cringed back at that, pulling his wounded arms about himself protectively, but had the good sense to not press his luck and remained silent. "Let's get out of her. Gentlemen." Dragon asked the room. Disillusionment spells were cancelled, and the rest of Griffin's team made their unseen presence known within the office. Minerva stifled a shriek when a tiny, chameleon-like lizard leapt off her shoulder and transformed into a robed unspeakable, smoothly landing on his feet and bowing apologetically for startling the future headmistress. "Did you get all that, Raven?" Dragon asked a man stepping in from the area where Dumbledore's pensieve was held. "All recorded for the greater good, boss." Raven answered winningly. Dumbledore's face fell and he began to weep bitterly in shame. If I were you, I'd worry less over what was and concentrate on your future prospects in retirement. Harry suggested with nothing even remotely sounding like a suggestion in his voice. Take up golf. There's the ticket. Dragon suggested brightly. Many of his subordinates mumbled favorably along with that. Nothing like a soothing game in the fresh air and so many fine courses nearby. This is Scotland. After all. His fellows broke into laughter as they filed out of the office, each nodding respectfully to McGonagall as they passed her on their way out the door. Harry was the last. He stood for the longest time contemplating the once prestigious headmaster who turned out to be little more than another Gilderoy Lockhart, an unworthy opportunist. Perhaps you were a great man upon a time, though current evidence seems to indicate otherwise. I could forgive you that had you been fair in your dealings with me. I once looked up to you. I trusted you. Loved you even, like a surrogate grandfather. You let me down along with yourself and countless others. Most of all, you let my parents and Sirius down. Were I you, I would cling to life as long as I may, rather than face my waiting parents in the afterlife, when you will undoubtedly learn if one can die a second time. He shook his head disappointedly and turned away, ignoring the pathetic man's mewling in pain and self-pity. Harry stepped up to McGonagall, who handed him his wand without comment other than to place her palm caringly against cheek and smile supportively. He pressed his face into the hand, gratefully. I'll stop in from time to time, Kay. I'd like that very much. Minerva rasped. He cupped his hand over hers and turned his lips into her hand, planting a key, and leaving her with a last smile of gratitude and deepest affection. MMMMTHAT smells. Wah. Susan startled and pushed back into her pillows away from the mug of cocoa being waved under her nose. Oh good, you're up. Wraith feigned delighted surprise. What are you? Get out. Susan shrieked in embarrassment, pulling her bedclothes up to cover her modesty. None of that. He waggled his finger at Susan warningly. It's 6:30 and time for your lesson. Lesson? But it's a holiday. Check that the last 3 days were holidays, but today is just plain old Tuesday and it's time for your lesson. Lesson nothing. I'm on holiday and I'm sleeping in. Susan spat and twisted over, pulling her covers over her head. You'll be sore RRRY, he promised in a sing-song voice. No, I won't. She curled herself into a fetal position and pulled her pillow down over her head to muffle him out. All righty then, Wraith clapped his hands together in anticipation. Several minutes later he returned carrying a large bucket of ice water. Sploosh. Why. Oh good, you're up. Wraith chortled happily. Now that you've showered, dress up warm cause it's really cold out there. He shuddered dramatically for emphasis and all but danced out of her room, leaving her shivering and hyperventilating as he stared wide-eyed at nothing. A half hour later. Try again, he instructed calmly. Grr. Susan growled in frustration as she cast a heating charm at the frozen pond, succeeding only in thawing a small patch of ice down to open water. Too much and too focused. Visualize it in your head, he suggested. It's too big of an area. Susan complained, dejected by her many failures. No, it isn't. You're a strong and capable witch. I'm not asking you to do anything you're not capable of doing. Remember that magic is all about intent. If you can't visualize what you want, then your magic can only take a guess and it will always take the easy route. Don't let it, he lectured knowingly. All right, Susan huffed in her frustration. She cast again, only more forcefully. The air rippled over the pond, heating the area, but her objective was left relatively untouched and still glistened frostily as if mocking her attempts. Her arm fell in defeat at that. Don't force it, coax it along. Let it fill you and flow from you. Sue crossed her arms and huffed indignantly. This whole thing is ridiculous. Not even Dumbledore could melt something this size, let alone with the sort of finesse you're talking about. At seeing Susan's refusal to try again, he sighed disappointedly. Hurrah, let me show you then. He stepped up behind her right shoulder and slowly, with his hands cautiously intimating his intent, he wrapped one arm around her waist and cupped the other hand over her right hand, joining the two with her wand. His cheek was scant centimeters from her own and their warm breath commingled, freezing in the air before them with each breath. Close your eyes, Sue. He whispered near her ear, his warm breath tickling her lobe and cheek. Picture the pond free from snow, as a sheet of glistening ice so clear that the sunlight sparkles across its surface. Can you see it in your mind? Why yes, she rasped, trying to ignore the rapid beating of her heart and the blush that threatened to give away her traitorous body's response to his close proximity. Suddenly the air didn't seem quite so chill to her. Release your magic, don't cast, just let it go, will it to create your heart's desire. After only a few pensive moments he complimented softly. Very nice. She immediately registered the cool air assaulting her cheek where his warm breath had been scant seconds before. She almost whimpered at the loss of contact as he stepped aside. Susan's eyes fluttered open and she gasped in wonder at the beautiful sheet of ice before her. Did I really do that? She nearly squealed, hardly daring to hope. Wraith nodded his head, smiling proudly from out of his true visage, though she had no way of knowing that. Wasting no time to take her initial success farther ahead, he prompted, now the cushioning charm. Cushioning charm? Susan asked, her pert nose wrinkling up from the puzzled expression she wore. Minutes later. Yoo-oh. Susan had fallen again. This time her arms had windmilled wildly as she tried and failed to regain her balance before crashing down on her backside for what surely felt to her like the 100th time, though it was only the 3rd. Wraith skated over, the picture of grace and elegance doing so. Need a lift? He bent down offering her a gloved hand up. How do you stay up on these things? She mewed as he pulled her to her feet. Balance, it's all about balance. It's the same with magic, Sue. Her cheeks pinked up and she hoped he wouldn't notice, thinking it was just the cold. She hadn't initially registered when he'd first used the abbreviation of her name, but now that she had, she found she liked it. Apparently he had noticed because his next comment of, "You're already balanced, Sue, well proportioned as you are." He skated off again, chuckling in amusement as her face crimsoned and she twisted away trying to hide the fact, only to overbalance and send her reeling to the ice again. Wraith skated back and with a dramatic, long-suffering sigh, he helped her back to her feet. Here with me, he offered, skating around and coming up behind her right shoulder. His right skate was next to hers, his left between her legs, near her left. His left arm came gently around her waist and his right hand grasped the back of hers and folded it to her waist. Susan's breath hitched as his warmed her cheek once more, calmly instructing. Move with meslo and easy, first the right, now the left. Right left, keep your head up and picture your skates stroking the ice. Breath, Sue, just breath. They started out hesitantly, herky-jerky and uncertain. Slowly, but surely, as she started to relax and fall into a rhythm, her body started to mimic his own. There were a few stumbles, but gradually they started to glide together. When Susan was to the point that she was steady on her own, he pivoted in front of her, catching her up before she could lose her balance as she startled by the abrupt change. He skated backwards holding her hands and guiding her along, though she hardly noticed as she was mesmerized by the way that the ice reflected off his blue eyes. The moment was shattered when a hint of emerald green sparked at the centers of his irises. Susan startled and windmilled. She might have fallen if he hadn't pulled her into a protective hug, lifting her easily from the ice and holding her aloft till she settled and calmed. Susan nodded gratefully into his chest when he asked if she was all right, though she was anything but. In that briefest of moments she felt herself drawn to another time, another place, another boy. It was impossible, she knew, what she was thinking and feeling, but she could have sworn on her very magic that for that briefest of moments she was looking at another person, another soul, peeking out from the depths of blue eyes that didn't seem quite his own. It could just be a trick of the polyjuice, but somehow she wasn't sure that was it. Her musings were swept away when the tips of her skates touched the ice as he gently lowered her back onto her feet. Holding her close he moved them cautiously back to the frozen shoreline, canceling the transfiguration on their boots as they stepped ashore with such ease that she could have sworn he'd never used a wand. Either way his aim had been perfect as his eyes had never left hers. They walked quietly back to the manor, her mitten-covered hands fidgeting nervously at her sides. She wanted to reach out and take his hand, though she didn't for the life of her know why she suddenly felt that way, and it confused her greatly. She didn't even like him, at least not that way, didn't she? Either way, she never worked up the courage to try, which was something that would end up bothering her even more in days ahead. They entered the mud room off the kitchen and removed their caps and coats. Wraith, in a surprising display of chivalry, helped her remove her wet boots. How about I make us up a nice cup or two of cocoa to warm up while you relax by the fire? He nodded toward the family room's glowing hearth across the way from the kitchen. Susan rejected. I'll make the cocoa so that I know what I'm drinking and not getting another one of your nasty little surprises. Those things hurt on the way out, you know. She pulled a face at the memory of the last tracking capsule she'd passed. Sounds like you need more roughage and leafy greens in your diet, he remarked absently. Susan merely rolled her eyes and began to fill the kettle. Fetch the marshmallows, won't you? She instructed, pointing toward the pantry, hastily amending in afterthought. And no funny stuff, mind. I wouldn't do that to Coco. He scoffed. That's just wrong, that is. He shot back in a wounded voice as he went to retrieve the marshmallows. Sure you wouldn't. Susan returned doubtfully. Is there anything you really wouldn't do? She was being sarcastic, but there was a hint of fishing in her comment as well. I wouldn't change your hair color. He ventured matter of fact as he stepped back to the counter and parked himself on one of the kitchen island stools. Susan's hand went subconsciously to her hair, before she registered the whole of his comment and began blushing, which she thought she did a fair job of hiding by turning to the stove to check the tea kettle. There are mugs in the right cupboard, she called over her shoulder, bidding herself more time. He collected the mugs and returned to his seat, waiting expectantly for her next attempt to glean some insights into the mystery that, he realized by necessity, made up his life. Susan poured out the steaming cocoa and Wraith reached toward the bag, but she fanned his hand away and doled out the marshmallows herself, squeezing each first, eyeing them suspiciously. He rolled his eyes, but held his comments regarding trust issues. She had good reason to be on her guard. At length he broke the quiet and asked in a dry chuckle. Well, what should we talk about? HMMPH. I don't suppose there's anything about yourself that you'd care to divulge. I don't even know if you're really a boy, not for sure. We could wait an hour until the polyjuice wears off and play show and tell. He offered mischievously. His eyebrows bobbed eagerly as he took another sip of cocoa. All right, Sue called his bluff and was rewarded with him spraying out a mouthful of cocoa across the counter. Once his coughing and gagging resolved and he was able to breathe again without sputtering, Susan asked hopefully. Isn't there anything you can say? I mean, come on, what do you like to do? Any hobbies or interests? Give me something to work with. I like Quidditch, he answered forthrightly. Susan brushed a hand idly in his direction. Everyone likes Quidditch. Not everyone. I knew a girl in school that used to pretend to be watching the match but really she was reading a book, usually, Hogwarts: A History. Susan gasped at that. That sounds like Hermione Granger. Who? He asked innocently, acting naive, though he'd been purposely baiting her about Hermione. Susan's eyes narrowed suspiciously at that. The person you described is undoubtedly Hermione Granger, a Gryffindor in my year. Hogwarts: A History is her favorite book. She brought it to every game which she mainly went to as a show of supporting her friends in her house. If you know her, then you were obviously in Hogwarts around the same time as I was. If Susan expected a full confession she would be disappointed, however, she was anything but when he made a show of trying to remember as he rubbed his chin and conjectured. Pretty sort of girl, bookish, but pretty bushy brown hair. That's her. Susan gasped excitedly. Never saw her. He flatly denied, shooting her down with a smug expression at her expense. Urgh, she growled out in frustration, itching to hex him in the worst way but never going for her wand. The last time she'd made that mistake she had been unable to sit comfortably for 2 days. A stinging hex has nothing on good spanking with a willowy wand. She could still feel the switch hitting her bum as he laughed manically whilst she tried in vain to cover her smarting backside and shrieked in dismay. Recomposing herself if for no other reason than to rob him of his pleasure at her irritation, she asked. Did you play Quidditch in school? He nodded. What position did you play? One of them. So you did play for a Hogwarts house. She crowed triumphantly. I never said that. He refuted. Why else would you be unwilling to let me learn what position you played in school? You obviously feel that would give too much of your identity away since I couldn't know the identities of other players at other European schools. She was reaching a bit, but her instincts told her she was right. Did I see you play? I did, didn't I? She pressed eagerly her seeming advantage, enjoying his obvious discomfort. Maybe. He answered honestly, surprising her. I played a pickup game with a bunch of other students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. Potter was one of that crowd. He beat out Crumb for the snitch. He threw that last in for good measure and scored heavily as her face fell in defeat. I suppose that must be it. She agreed glumly, though brightened shortly after as she asked facetiously. You're not Victor Crumb under there, are you? Da, you have found me out. He mimicked Victor's guttural accent when speaking English. I only play Quidditch as a cover for being a British SP, secret agent. Susan giggled at his exaggerated attempts at failing to pronounce unspeakable articulately. When she collected herself she assumed. So not, Durmstrang then, you must have went to Beauxbatons. Right, and I'm faking a British accent. He rolled his eyes incredulously with her line of ill-thought-out reasoning. So you did go to Hogwarts. Susan crowed triumphantly, thinking she'd caught him up. Never said that, he returned blandly, his eyes dancing mischievously as she scowled in frustration. Any more questions? I could go on about myself all day, he chided, fawning like Gilderoy Lockhart used to. She recognized the gesture and huffed in irritation from the other side of the kitchen island. She knew he was taking the mickey, just as she now knew for a certainty that he went to Hogwarts. Gilderoy Lockhart was there 2 years before the Tri-Wizard Tournament, something an exchange student wouldn't have readily known and definitely not be intimately familiar with his mannerisms. Who is this man? The mystery of the man was both intriguing and at the same time maddening. For all she knew he could be Draco Malfoy. That thought alone, fleeting that it was enough to make her shudder with dread. Disgusting, Wraith commented, curling his lip distastefully. The Coco, she assumed. No, that you think I could be the ferret in disguise. Susan gasped at that, her cheeks pinking up in embarrassment though she was able to recover herself enough to scold in return. You shouldn't read people's thoughts, it's extremely impolite. I agree. And he did, far more readily than she would have thought considering the ease with which he had violated her privacy. Then why did you? She pressed, both irate and intrigued as he usually didn't do anything without some secondary agenda. Wraith shrugged apologetically as he explained. I couldn't help myself actually. I'm used to being around people with very strong occlumency shields that are up 24/7. You just sort of blanked out and I don't know, your blue eyes just sort of drew me in, and before I could register what I was doing, I could see the ferret's face on my body and it sort of hacked me off. Susan stared at him for the longest time, contemplating his reasoning. 2 things stuck out in her musings, the first being that he didn't just say her eyes, but her blue eyes. The second being his almost flat-out admission that he knew and disliked Draco Malfoy. No, not Malfoy, but the ferret. Many people at school secretly thought of Malfoy as the ferret, but only a scarce few would openly call him that in the general public, let alone to his face. He may be just that, a ferret, but he was a dangerously wealthy and well-connected ferret, one that was most probably even more so now as he was undoubtedly a Death Eater like his equally dangerous father. As far as the scarce few who would actually deign to call Malfoy the name he not only earned, but deserved, one was dead and the other 2 or 3 people were Ron Weasley, Neville Longbottom and Ginny Weasley. Hermione Granger might, but not openly without justification, as she would consider such behavior beneath her. Susan knew he wasn't Ron, as Ron was a professional keeper and had been playing on nights when Wraith was actively guarding their household. She also knew that Neville was out of the running as he devoted himself to his greenhouses nearly every waking hour, and when not researching plants he devoted his spare time to one, Ginny Weasley. Ginny was out because she too, like Ron, played Quidditch professionally and couldn't be doing that whilst guarding here. Who is he? Sue. A gentle hand touching her shoulder brought her out of her deep contemplation and back to the here and now. Did you? You didn't. She gasped, instantly concerned he had read her mind again. No, he reassured her firmly. You just spaced out again and after a bit I got concerned is all. Sorry, she apologized for jumping to conclusions, though he waved it off, chivalrously apologizing again for earlier. No, I'm the one that's sorry. Despite everything else, Draco Malfoy is certainly not polite conversation by any stretch of the imagination. You speak as if you knew the man, personally. She was fishing again, and despite the obviousness of her inquiry, she felt she had him at enough of a disadvantage that he might be more forthcoming. Our paths have crossed a time or two. He's a rather unpleasant fellow. She was wrong. The man had a will of iron and knew he owed her nothing more after having already apologized twice. The 31st of December brought an air of melancholy to the Bones household as it was the eve of their present guard's departure. It was a strange relationship they'd developed. They had developed an intimacy in some ways yet were still remotely distant in others. There were times, unguarded moments when a hint of warmth would bleed through the man's stoic professional detachment. As much as the minister and her niece would miss those moments, it didn't wholly account for the feeling of loss they both felt at his imminent departure. It wasn't so much that he had grown on him and they had become inured to his presence as it was that he had grown a part of them. Amelia understood why this was so, but Susan didn't and couldn't for obvious reasons, though she did at some point come to accept the fact that she had begun to care about him. Both had entreated him a time or two to reconsider leaving, something that he hadn't given a second thought to before turning them down, albeit far more gently than he might have when he had first entered their lives. Many times, since that night, Susan had come to regret her actions that had brought about his desire to leave, or more to the point, increased his desire to leave. She couldn't fault him that. She had been selfish and immature, yet he had still been too much of a gentleman for having not called her on it. She appreciated that, but sparing her feelings did nothing to solve the rift that was growing between them, which was about to widen into a bottomless chasm if she didn't find a way to bridge the gap. It was with this in mind, at least this was the reason she told herself she had in mind for asking him to accompany her as she went out with her friends to celebrate the new year. It was odd that he only smiled gently from a face that wasn't even his own and replied, "As you wish." It was almost as if he knew it was a famous line from a romance movie, but that was so unlikely as most wizards had never even heard of a movie picture, let alone actually experienced one for themselves. Despite that he couldn't know the reference. Susan found that his poignant comment had lightened her heart considerably. He collected her at 8, finding the two of them both delightfully surprised. He by wearing the face he wore most often and the one she'd come to associate with him. Though his appearance was quite handsome, it was his clothes that surprised her. He didn't wear his casual slacks and standard polo shirt, not even wizard dress robes. He wore a dark muggle suit and looked, for want of a better word, stunning. Susan drifted down the manor's main stair wearing a green knee-length, curve-hugging gown that complemented her strawberry tresses, which she had styled in gentle curls that bounced enticingly with every step she took. His eyes were glued to her in such a way that she could feel her breath catch in her throat. It wasn't just her own eyes, or her hair, or even the curve of her gown that seemed to captivate him as one thing alone would for so many others of the male species. It was the way he so appreciatively seemed to take in the whole package that made her feel so warm inside. Startling her, he wandlessly conjured a pale yellow rose that he presented to her as a small token of my esteem, milady. I am your humble servant. It wasn't just the rose that startled her. It was that he meant it. He actually meant that, was putting himself at her disposal. She was sitting at the dinner table idly contemplating the perfection of the rose in her hand, oblivious to giggling and gossiping of her friends. She couldn't remember if she had even thanked him for it. For anything, ever. No wonder he was leaving. She wished he had taken advantage of her and her friend's invitation to dine with them, but he declined, charmingly so. She could just make out his silhouette as he watched over them from the edge of the bar, sipping coffee. He appeared calm and unconcerned, but she knew he was anything but. He was always on the alert, carefully analyzing anyone and everything within striking distance of her party. After dinner, Susan and her friends went back to their favorite haunt, the dance club that had been the source of the original friction between her and Wraith. Though if she were truthful with herself, which she was trying to be more and more, she was the source of their friction, or had been. Things had changed since then. He was even calmer and more patient with her than he was before. At first she'd chalked up to his just being so in relief as he would no longer be responsible for her and her auntie soon. Now she wasn't so sure if that was it. Something had changed, or shifted between them. She didn't know what it was, but she needed to even. Wraith had kept to the background enjoying a Coke, only this time without having to pollute it with Polyjuice potion. Susan couldn't know that this was his true appearance as he changed it so many times over the past several weeks that she couldn't be sure that any representation was in actuality the real thing, but even then it wasn't. He never noticed as the lights dimmed and the music softened. He barely registered her slipping from the dance floor and heading toward the bar area, thinking she was going to order a drink for herself. He was stunned from his musings when a gentle touch brushed his forearm and asked, "May I have this dance, please?" Surprised that he had allowed himself to be so distracted was the first thing that ran through his mind, shortly followed by the danger of him even entertaining such a seemingly innocent notion. It wasn't so much his legendary nobility complex, but the very real danger of becoming knowingly involved with an unspeakable, especially one who's your personal bodyguard. A conflict of interest is, putting it mildly, courting disaster more likely. He never looked up to assure himself of the petitioner's identity, he didn't need to. There was a time when he would have given almost anything to hear her say these same words to the real him. His arm trembled beneath her touch, but it didn't stiffen in apprehension, nor did he pull it defensively away. "I don't think it's a good idea, Sue." He cursed himself for the way his voice trembled, betraying his conflicting emotions when he could least afford to. He was expecting her to pull her hand abruptly away, wounded by his rebuff, but if anything, her grip tightened slightly. "It probably isn't," she agreed disappointedly, and he felt himself releasing a breath he hadn't known he was holding. "But I want to," she added, and his anxiety rose 150%. Apprehensive blue eyes rose up to finding soft blue eyes beseeching him to accept her offer. He wanted to, didn't he? There were a million reasons why not to, running through his head. Not the least of which was his current, predicament. Merlin Abovhay wasn't even in a body of his own. There could be no future in it. Who could accept something like this? Even if she could accept who and what he was, the history between them was precarious at best. "Please," she asked again. Her voice was almost pleading in its sincerity. Susan could not believe the gambit of emotions running through his eyes. She could tell that he wanted to, desperately wanted to accept her invitation, but something was holding him back, and it was more than just his position as her bodyguard, although that was undoubtedly a large part of it. What else there was, didn't matter to her, but it appeared to absolutely be terrifying him. "You want to. I know you do," she pressed hopefully. It's not that simple, Sue," he stalled, awkwardly trying to look anywhere but at the object of his distress. She reached out and gently took his chin in her palm and turned his troubled eyes to her reassuring ones. "It is. It's just that simple. I'm not asking you to marry me." At that he almost jolted from her grip, but she held fast, pressing onward. "I'm just asking you to dance with me, as a friend, someone who cares about you and wants to be with you." "Why, you don't know what you're asking." "I think I do," she reiterated assuredly. "No, you really don't." His mind was scrabbling for some avenue of escape that wouldn't reveal more than he could ill afford without hurting her feelings in the process, which was a certainty. "What if I told you that you were right, that I'm Draco Malfoy?" He ventured desperately, willing her to believe him and let things go, before disaster occurred. Susan snorted at that. "Somehow I have a feeling I'd know if that were the case. There was that about Malfoy that made most girls' skin crawl, including yours truly. Maybe I just don't want to. Did you ever consider that?" He snarled sarcastically, trying to warn her off. Susan rolled her eyes at the attempt. "You're not that good of an actor." At that his desperate blue eyes turned glacial. "Oh, but I am," he reassured her with something bordering on malicious in his voice that raised the hairs on the back of her neck. "Why, you're just trying to frighten me?" she questioned, albeit worriedly, as she searched his cool eyes for some hint of deception that would give away his true feeling, but if anything they turned even more foreboding as he warned her away with increasing intensity. "You don't know who I am, what I am, not really. If you did, you wouldn't be here now. You'd be as far away from me as was humanly possible. You don't and wouldn't want to know the things I've done, let alone that I'm capable of doing so much more and far worse than previously." Susan was shaking her head in denial, still clutching his arm desperately in the hope that he was just trying to scare her, because he was scaring her. He was relentless though. It sickened him, but he had to make sure that she was well and truly shed of him, for her own good. "If you can't believe it, then at least believe what you know to be true. Last Christmas Eve I killed 39 people, painfully, cruelly, and I enjoyed it." He leered maliciously at that last. "You are Malfoy." Susan pulled away at that with a gasp of dread. Her hands went to her mouth to try and hold back the scream that was threatening to rip from her throat. Her eyes fought and lost the battle. To hold back tears, and she whimpered as she turned away and fled not only his presence, but the dance club itself. She bumped into a startled platinum blonde man on the way out that it would be some time before she registered him as being the true Draco Malfoy. He sighed disappointedly, but made no move to follow. Besides, he knew by the activation of her tracking charm that she had apparated in the direction of home. He did spot Malfoy as he tracked her desperate scrambling to flee his person. He felt low and dirty for what he'd done, but at seeing Malfoy he couldn't help but thinking that the old analogy of a silver lining was very true. Malfoy was destined to have an accident shortly, as he obviously couldn't hold his drink too bad that. Susan popped into the living room so abruptly that she hadn't even noticed her aunt and Lou Croker's jumping apart and hasty attempts to right their mussed-up hair and clothing. It was some time before she calmed, and longer still before she was able to impart what had transpired clearly enough to be understood by the two. Amelia shot her friend an pleading look that he unfortunately shook his head in answer to. There were good reasons for Harry's continued survival and identity being kept a secret, and it wasn't for anyone but Harry to decide who knew and when. He both owed and honored him too much to make that decision for him. If he had wanted to scare Susan away, as it appeared he had, then he trusted his young protégé enough to know it was for a good reason. He may not agree with said reason, but he would honor it just the same. Amelia nodded desolately at Lou's denial of her unspoken request. She knew well his reasoning for such and reluctantly agreed with it. The story was not ultimately theirs to tell, not that anyone would believe it if they did. From them it would only be just that, a story. Only Harry, himself, knew the words that would lend the truth to the tale. Only he knew the things that only Harry Potter could know, and it was those things that were the proof of his continued existence. As much as it pained the two of them to see the young witch so despairing, neither could wholeheartedly claim they weren't just a little encouraged by the fact that Harry had not only cared enough, but had been tempted enough in that he had taken such a drastic measure to push Susan away. Without any sound, Wraith apparated into the room with the barest hint of displaced air stirring the hairs on the other occupants' arms and necks. He took in the scene without comment other than to shoot an apologetic look to both Amelia and the dragon for being the cause of Susan's distress. He shrugged helplessly by way of further comment before holding his head up with as much dignity as he could muster and leaving the mansion for the final time, choosing to forego any further potential drama the expected morning of his proposed departure. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.